starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
The following is a world-class Bullshitters exclusive.
Folks, it's Tuesday and we're live for the final show of the year. But guess what? It's going to be the biggest one of the year because tonight we have some amazing guests and some amazing content to talk about. But we always do that every Tuesday night. But this one is even bigger. So, folks, let's start out tonight like we always do and introduce my co-host. First off, you know him, you love him. He hails from the Rippaverse. Say hello to Andy Andrew.
Okay, well, part of that was true. They do know me. I don't know if they love me. But welcome back, chat. It's fantastic to see you all here for the final High Council of the year. So I'm sad to break your hearts and tell you that you will no longer have the best show on a Tuesday night here on YouTube until the new year. Thoughts and prayers. I'll be sending those up for you. Have a drink. You'll be fine. It's okay. Get over it. We got a great show planned for you guys. Fantastic, huge panel. Some legends here on the panel. And I'm not talking about script.
Well, he is a legend. So, folks, let's say hello to the other co-host for the evening, Script Doctor, PhD. What's up, man?
I am so happy to be here. Thank you for allowing me to join this awesome panel. I do know I'm loved. I'm loved so much that you can squeeze me in a hug as tight as you want, and I'll never change color. That's how well I am, and why people love me so much. But
you're rubbing in that they like you more than me. Is that what you're doing right now?
I never said like. Those are different. You can love me more than you, but I think they like you more than me.
It's probably a bit of both.
But yes, thanks for having me on for the last High Council of the year. I'm very humbled. Thank you.
It wouldn't feel right to have, honestly, at this point, it just doesn't feel right to have an episode without you. So thanks for joining us, man. We're going to end the year on such a high note. Now, tonight, folks, we have a very special guest. We're going to give him the final introduction. But all the way from the Bleeding Fool, let's say hello to our friend Chris Braley. Chris, how you doing tonight?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. Glad to be here on this very special, auspicious occasion.
And finally, let's not even say the biggest comic creator we've ever had on this channel joins us tonight, folks. He's been involved with such iconic work as The Punisher, Batman, Star Wars. He's created some iconic characters like Microchip over in the Punisher world. So, folks, let's cut out the introductions and get him on. Let's say hello to the one, the only, Mr. Mike Barron.
Thanks, guys.
It is so cool to have you here, sir. Been reading your
Yes.
books for a long time. I'd wager that just about everybody in the chat that's a comic fan and has been reading comics for more than 5 minutes has read a Mike Barron book.
Oh, you're too
of course.
kind.
You've had your hands in so many different properties and projects, though, right? I mean,
know.
you touched everything
I
from
have,
DC to Marvel.
But really, my work in traditional comics, by which I mean Marvel, DC, and other major publishers, is relatively small compared to my friend Chuck. When people ask, what's the character you most love to write, I have to say they're my own characters, Nexus and Badger. And I think that most people who create their own characters feel the same way. But I loved writing Punisher. I loved writing Dead Man for DC. Writing Star Wars was a blast.
No, it does make sense that writing your own characters, though, has a different level of fulfillment. Like, it's got to be super cool to be given the reins to characters that have these decades long, sometimes, half a century long, lore and iconography, and being entrusted with that. But when you get to actually be the creator of something, you get to dictate who this person is, where they go with their arc and all of that. That's something unique to the truest form of creation as a writer.
It's true. And what counts to me is story. It took me a long time to learn how to write novels because I'm a slow learner, but when I get it, I get it. And that means that I understand what constitutes story. And by story, I mean the narrative that grabs the reader by the throat and drags him into the story to the exclusion of all else, because that's always been my goal. Entertainment is job number one.
I think
I
you've
agree with that.
succeeded in that over the years.
Oh, definitely he has.
And
Mike,
yeah,
kind of
I've learned a
go ahead.
lot about how to entertain and what it is that makes a reader want to turn the page. The most important question in fiction is what happens next. And
Mhm.
the reader has to care before he'll turn the page. And one of the ways you make him care is by giving him a hero or a heroine that he believes in, that he likes, that he wants to succeed. And there are exceptions to this. There are some great novelists like Pete Dexter and Cormac McCarthy who write about despicable characters, and their writing is so vivid that people lap it up. They love those stories too. But that's not my thing. My thing is creating heroic or semi-heroic characters, uh, anti-heroes, if you like. And the Punisher is a good example. But my biker novels are anti-heroes. And the reason I'm writing today is due to John D. MacDonald, his Travis McGee books. You may not know the name. He was one of the greatest pulp writers in American history, but you've all seen the movie Cape Fear.
Mhm.
There are
Mhm.
two versions, and that's based on a John D. MacDonald novel.
You've
I'm gonna have
drawn
to add that to my
inspiration
list.
from a lot of places that
Yeah,
inform
I'll
your
fish
writing
where
over
I
the
can get
years.
it.
And that's a because writers can only truly write what they know. And so you have to consume.
Up to
Yep.
a point, and then you do research.
Yeah, exactly.
And
it's
Research and
the-
it's
consume.
when you start to do research that anything can happen to your story because you learn things that you didn't know. You say, "Well, I'll throw in a Siberian tiger," and then you research Siberian tigers and you find out things like what their piss smells like. Well, why is that important? It's important if you're trying to track it. I
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
and now I'm working on so many different projects at once, and that's a key to writer's block is to work on numerous different projects. And I'm very excited to be involved with the Ripaverse. My
Gooding
Yeah,
is
Gooding the polymath, and it's going to follow Cato Gooding from his days as a child all the way through high school, university, his first job for a big tech firm, when he quits the tech firm in disgust and starts his own business. And it also introduces a unforgettable villain.
the
I'm
both
looking
the
forward to that.
Saskas and myself are very excited as kind of the lead editors over at the Ripaverse. We are very,
Well,
very
thank you, and I can't
excited.
wait for the sauces. I can't wait for the sauces book either.
Oh, Yaira's great. Yaira's great. Not to mention the other things that they've got going on, which as being known as ND Andrew of the Ripaverse and the internet, I cannot say what those other books are, but it is we've got so much coming down the pipeline, and your book is one of the most anticipated, which is so it's crazy and it's super cool because that's one of the unique things about building out a new comic book universe and having all these new characters get introduced, because you don't necessarily know what's going to hit and what's not. No, none of us expected Gooding to be a character that was so highly requested right from Jump Street, and all of a sudden everybody really latched onto him right away. And well, I mean, he had some decent involvement in I Saw Him too, but people are really hot on this guy. We should probably give him a book. And I'm so glad we got a writer of your caliber.
Well, thank you.
To
You know,
handle that.
Elf Corps is going to be a hard act to follow.
Alpha Core was really, really good. That was a fun read. I read it about 37 or 38 times while I was editing it. I love that book. It was a great book.
And
But
the
like I
art,
said, I grew up reading your books and Chuck's books, so like it was just this is super surreal to me as somebody who's been reading comic books since I was in single digits.
yeah,
I'm
the art
now
was
look
spectacular.
Bennett killed it. People are gonna lose their minds when they see Gooding, though. The art that's coming out for that book right now.
Send me
Well,
some. I'd like to see it. You know that Chris runs my crowdfunding campaigns, which has given me a new lease on life. Starting with the first Florida Man graphic novel, and then Thin Blue Line, Private American, and now Florida Man versus Hogzilla. Florida Man versus Hogzilla is live right now, and its only purpose is to make you laugh. And I guarantee you will laugh. You will laugh out loud when you read this book. Uh, but the Thin Blue Line was a story I wanted to do. I ripped it out of the headlines, like I have with all my stories through the years. And it was about two police officers trying to survive the night in a riot torn city. And it was inspired by the riots of 2000.
Mhm.
But more so, it was inspired by politicians, people who had taken an oath to obey the Constitution, calling for defunding the police. And it struck me as so bizarre and so anti-civilization that I had to deal with it. And that's part of the story. But there's no preaching, there's no bumper stickers. It's all drama, and the characters are people you root for. Nevertheless, we submitted that book to a number of major publishers, and we weren't quite prepared for the responses we got. I don't know if I can say them here because
No.
they're very vulgar. Uh,
Yeah.
and because of that, people started to notice, and we got a lot of we got pushback on the book, and then we got pushback on the pushback, and that's what made the book so successful. Same thing with Private American, which was my take on Punisher. I wrote Private American because I didn't like what Marvel was doing with the Punisher, and I wanted to show what I would be doing if I were writing him today. It's about a veteran who lives in Texas, who gets sick of the carnage he sees on his front doorstep. So he goes out at night to interfere with human traffickers, drug smugglers, and terrorists. And the pushback we got on that was insane.
Yeah, it was making headlines.
Yeah.
It was
And that
making
helps.
headlines. And I think I can speak for pretty much every Punisher fan, and I know that the Saskas are big Punisher fans as well. That I don't think anybody likes what Marvel's been doing with the Punisher in recent
Well,
years.
Chuck did an
It's
excellent.
not just you.
Chuck took it apart. I mean, he did
Yeah.
an article on saying why Marvel hates the Punisher, and he was right on.
Yeah. The Chuck Mike's referring to, everyone ought to know, is Chuck Dixon, is sort of his best friend, semi-mentor, ongoing competitor. They're best buds. So,
I mean, I think that's how you get like the best possible work, though, right?
Oh, I
in
agree.
a free economy, if you have like two individuals or two entities, if we want to go back to when DC and Marvel used to put out good stuff and not cat litter box lining for comic books, then you've got people that are going to try and one up each other. You know, you get that one upsmanship going on as a back and forth, who can put out the bigger hit. That's just a win overall for fans.
Well,
Yeah.
careful there, because you're talking meritocracy,
I know.
and
I know.
that's the bane of wokeness.
it's
And-
making a comeback. I think it's making a comeback.
I think it's
We're-
going to make a big comeback.
We're
I'm
here to
all
bring it
for it,
back.
man.
That's what the indie space is for, because the indie
Oh, yeah.
space only survives on meritocracy.
Preach. You know, Mike, well, when he first reached out to me, he just sent me the cover art for that Florida Man, the first Florida Man graphic novel. And I saw it and I thought, this is hilarious, because, you know, most people in the indie comic scene, it is, you know, heroes, superheroes, or it's horror, or some fantasy.
Yeah.
And I saw it. I said, who's publishing this? Because he had been reading Bleeding Fool. We sort of speak his language, I think. And this is about 3 or 4 years ago. And I said, who's publishing it? He goes, well, I can't get Dark Horse to bite. You know, most of Mike's books were going over at Dark Horse, like Nexus for sure.
Mhm.
And he said, I can't do it, so I'm going to do it as novels. And that's what you're showing right now is a cover of one of the prose novels. So he put it out as a prose novel, but he had found an artist who was willing to do some crowdfund pages just to see if there was any interest. I said, that's what you ought to do, is crowdfund. Oh, he had done some pages to preview to Dark Horse. And I said, let's just I said, you should crowdfund. He said, why don't you help me crowdfund it? Because he didn't have a clue. And I'd never done a crowdfund before. So I said, of course I will. You know, this is Mike Barron, for God's sake, right? And
Yeah, what are you gonna do? Say no?
yeah, exactly. And I've always loved comics, or at least as long as I could read, you know, Casper the Friendly Ghost, I guess, and Beetle Bailey. And so I bit, and I never looked back. We've had a good time. We've done Florida Man. It was a hit. Eventually, we took Florida Man and that first graphic novel that you're looking at now, and we split it up. And after the campaign was over, like a year later, I was talking to the guy from American Mythology, and he said, "Hey, why don't we do this as floppies, and we'll just split this up into 3 books." And so we had to do a little manipulation and work it out, but it was their biggest seller of 2022. Florida
That's
Man
awesome.
was. And you know, the tagline is, "We're bringing back funny books," right?
Well,
And,
there really aren't any of those.
no,
Not
no, very
actually
few.
funny.
Solo.
Not
There's two.
well. That's true.
Well,
We got
thank
Stealing
you.
Soul and Woke Busters coming out next year.
That's
So
right.
yeah, I mean, I guess from your traditional publishers, that's not something you see, because what they consider funny is like
Not funny.
2016 SNL funny,
Sure.
which is to say, not funny at all.
Right.
Yes. If
Well-
you give it a political edge, it's not going to be that funny unless you're
Yeah.
a political entertainer. The highest form of humor is absurdity, the
Mhm.
juxtaposition with the sacred and the profane.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up reading, like, I would read, you know, the Saturday and Sunday, you know, funny pages in
Sure.
the newspaper when my dad would bring that home from the store and whatnot for the newsstand. But like, I would, once I was in the later single digits, I would start buying like compilation books of like Calvin and Hobbes and stuff like that. So like that to me was like humor growing up and informing me of what was funny as I was a little kid. And those were,
Oh, absolutely.
there's some brilliant writing in there. Those are hysterical.
Well, even the old, old Three Stooges and Bob Hope comics from way back in the day were funny.
I grew
Mad
up watching the
Magazine-
Groucho Marx brothers movies with my parents.
Yeah, that kind of stuff is hilarious, and I
I've
think
got
that,
all of those on DVD.
Have you
that's
seen Duck
lost.
Soup?
Yep.
Duck Soup
Soup.
is the greatest of all Marx
It
Brothers.
should never be forgotten. And I think that in this, especially this year, I mean, who doesn't need a good belly laugh, you know? And
We all need one.
Oh
well,
yeah.
and Mike, even his serious stuff, not necessarily Thin Blue Line, but Private American had some humor in it. I mean, you would have to know what you were reading, because so many people were easily triggered by just the idea of a comic book about violence at the border. Just to begin with, it was a hot button topic. But you know, if you haven't read the book, you can go to baroncomics.com and order it now. It's on sale. But there's humor there because Mike's jokes all the time. If you follow him on Twitter, it's some absurd BS. Now, but he also posts political stuff, so don't let him tell you not to include the political. He does.
I try not to be strident. I try to point out the obvious, and most people agree with me, but that's because the people that don't agree with me aren't going to follow me.
No, that's true. He's not gaining people who don't think like him followers usually. But the problem with that first Florida Man book is that we had to let go of the artist halfway through the project and bring in other artists. And it's sort of a mishmash, a pastiche, or what you might call just an assembly just to get the book done. It turned out well, but at the end of the day, you've got so many different approaches to the art that it wasn't as consistent. And this new Florida Man versus Hogzilla, Mike got the great Matthew Weldon, who has been doing great work over at Antarctic Press with his Punchline superhero or heroine, however you say that these days. Comics.
Heroin. I think that's what a lot of the writers in the mainstream are right now.
They can't afford that, dude.
Are they
can't-
main-
You know what?
mainstreaming-
You're right. You're right. Well, they're on some like cheap street shit, is what they're at.
They're mainlining, not mainstreaming it.
Fentanyl.
Are we there yet? But it's completely done and it's beautiful, because what's great about Matthew is he is just got a knack for perspective. He draws good-looking women. He draws humorous characters, and which is good because Mike's stories are sort of like this. Wouldn't you say like a Rube Goldberg machine, Mike? You know, it's sort of like this.
Yeah, they are. And by that, I mean that I introduce disparate elements and I try to bring them all together at the end. And sometimes you introduce something early in the story and you have no idea why, like a character or something. And then as you approach the end of the story, you realize that that person is the key to the resolution. For me, the ultimate story resolution should come as both a complete surprise and, in retrospect, inevitable.
Yep.
And I always think of the end of Planet of the Apes when I say that, when Charlton Heston and his girl are going up the beach and they see the Statue of Liberty poking out of the sand. He says, "It's Earth." Well, of course it's Earth.
Mm-hmm.
But you didn't know that until you get to that scene.
Right.
And then you think, well, of course it's Earth.
But they
Well, I
hint at it
think-
too when you take a look at the year date on the spaceship that as they're getting out.
That's
One
true.
of the things that quote reminds me of one of the first things I learned in college about writing, which is that a great story has a plot that is a series of inevitable events, and never conflate that with predictable.
That's right.
Right. It should be organic. It should feel
That's
organic.
right.
You don't want any of the main story beats to feel forced. It should be. I love how you both described that, both Script and Mike, how it should feel inevitable, but also at some points surprising, even for the author, right? Even for the writer, it's like, oh, I didn't realize that was going to turn out that way, but
That's
it
right.
just happened because it was organic. It felt natural. There was
That's
no
right.
trying to force that plot point in. It just came about via it making the most sense within the terms of the plot that was being presented.
Well, I believe a writer must surprise himself if he's going to surprise the reader. And when you get into a story, especially a long, complicated story or a novel, you're going to research things which are going to give you new ideas and it causes the story to veer away from the outline. I always do a detailed outline at the beginning, and I always veer away from the outline in the writing.
Well, yeah, because an outline is not a cage to keep you in. It's really just a fallback in the event that if you lose your way, you can reference where you wrote, where's your outlining, and be like, oh, well, I can do a correction here, and then I can make it all work. Otherwise, like this is the one argument I get with a lot of screenwriters that are like anti-outlining. I'm like, why? You're not beholden to it. You're just working the ideas out, and then you
They're
let it
more
go.
like guidelines than actual.
Well, I mean, an
rules.
outline is just that, an outline. Like
Yeah.
it just means this is my starting point, and then I'm going to elaborate, expand, develop, shape, twist, whatever,
Well-
as the writing process unfolds. And then you have what's called your first draft. And then you're like,
It-
well, I'm a great writer, and I know the first draft is not great, but I can make it better. And then you just hound it out until you get into that sweet spot where you realize, all right, I think I can't do anything more with that. And I'm surprised, satisfied. And you cross your fingers that the people who are going to read it are going to feel the same way.
What was that, Jeff?
I was saying it's weird because I just kind of write an outline since I do the visual stuff myself in terms of the projects. I never take it as deep as I would other things. So I've only studied comic scripts and I've only worked from, a select few. I find it interesting to hear you guys talk, especially Mike, because you're on the writing end exclusively. And it's always something that I don't know. I find the process fascinating. And the one thing, Mike, that I did want to bring up while we got you here in the beginning of it is you had the opportunity, since comics are a visual medium, you've worked with some of the all-time greats. And, we're looking at some of your newest stuff, like with the Florida Man book. We're looking at some of your classic stuff with Steve Rude over on Nexus. But I got to ask, what are some of the, with the art being what it is, what are some of the artists that you've worked with that, I don't know, you consider maybe a favorite?
Well, before I get into that, I have to point out that for 20 years, I wrote comics by drawing each page out by hand completely. I'm not a good artist, but I'm good enough that I can draw whatever it is I envision, and the artist will instantly understand what it is. And it's an invaluable exercise I would recommend to anybody who wants to get into comics because it teaches you so much. The most important thing it teaches you is because I would proceed bit by bit, making it up as I went along. This was before I did outlines. It teaches you to think about what happens next. And that's the most important question in fiction. Because if the reader doesn't care, he's not going to turn the page. As for the artists I've worked with so many great artists: Steve Rude, Bill Reinhold, Jeff Butler, Steve Butler,
Val.
Vale Myerick. Vale and I talk virtually every week, and we were looking for something to do together again. Although, yeah, Vale is at a point where he's mostly committed to his painting career, and he's doing a lot of gallery work. He does paintings of cowboys and dinosaurs, which will blow your mind.
Pat.
but Pat Broderick, what can I say? If you've seen Bronze Star, it's the greatest work of his career. It's just mind blowing. And Kelly Jones,
Yes, Kelly
because
Jones.
Kelly Jones became Kelly Jones on Dead Man.
Yeah. And Butch did great work with you guys. Did great work together.
I hope to be working with him again on a big project.
Ooh.
And Butch guys, and that Klaus Janson freaking cover on Punisher #1. I mean, my God,
iconic.
I mean, I don't think you can actually hold a bazooka that close to a window and shoot it. But
what's he gonna do? Shoot the bazooka into the room, and the whole thing blows up and knocks him off his perch. But Dave Ross is a great artist too. And there's a guy in Canada named Neil Hansen who used to write under the name Spider. One of the greatest artists I've ever worked with. And Neil has not been able to draw for 15 years. I keep trying to get him back in. He's got another gig. He ain't gonna starve, but it's just a tremendous loss. At least for me.
Sergio Cariello.
So it's exciting to have you here because, you're living proof that comic book talent or just talent, creative talent doesn't go anywhere. We joke constantly on this show, and I know you guys have had these conversations in your private life, essentially about what constitutes for a modern day comic. And I'm always thankful, not because it's what I do, but I'm so glad that there's the indie scene to bring great stuff to the medium, because I love Spider-Man. Spider-Man's the character that got me into want to make comic books. I've given up on the character because of years of disappointment and the way the things, just run on the mainstream. But I never gave up on the medium. And I know Andrew and Script feel the same way too. What I want to know is, how did you get started? Like, no, we don't have to get like a full biographical thing, but like, what was your first comic job?
It was a 4-part series that we did for Pacific Presents, Steve Rude and I, while we were clearing our throat, about a guy going door to door in a dystopian future where civilization has been destroyed, trying to sell subscriptions to an encyclopedia. And then, we were in the right place at the right time, because Capital City Distribution, the second largest distributor of comics in the world at the time, a multi-million-dollar corporation with plants in dozens of countries, said they wanted to start a comic book, their own brand, and they wanted superheroes. So I went home and I brainstormed, and I thought, what would make a compelling hero? Well, if every time he showed up, he killed somebody, that would be compelling, but he can't be somebody that you disrespect or despise because he's evil. He has to have a good reason for it. And the reason was that an insane alien had chosen Horatio Hellpop to be the conscience of his race. And every night, the alien would send dreams to Horatio of these horrendous mass murderers. And the dreams would tear him apart. And he'd wake up in a cold sweat and know that he had to remove the subject of the dreams or that they would destroy him. And I went home and I drew the first 12 pages out by hand. I gave it to the dude. He penciled, inked, and lettered it. We showed it to the boys, and they said, all right, give us 20 more pages. And by the way, we're offering those first 3 black and white issues remastered with coloring by Kelsey Shannon sometime next year.
Ooh.
You heard it here first.
Kelsey Shannon's a great colorist. He's also just a great artist in general.
Yeah.
Well, he's working. We're also doing a Nexus project with Kelsey, and he's doing all the art. Everything.
It's done. In fact, it's done. It's ready to go to the printer.
Is that breaking news right now? Is that the first?
That's also
well, no, I have teased it.
Yeah, there's some teasing out there on Twitter about it. If you follow Mike on Twitter, some of the artwork's been teased, but
I do follow Mike on Twitter. In fact, his tweets on my timeline are some of the fun and funniest that I get to see. Because sometimes I'll see it when I'm just rolling out of bed at 7 a.m.
Yeah,
scratching my head. I'm like, what's Mike saying in here? And then I'll have my first sip of coffee, and I'm like, that's hysterical.
Yeah.
You do Twitter before coffee?
Listen, okay. One of my many hats at the Rippaverse is still social media manager, so I do still need to have some semblance of an idea of what the hell is going on in that cesspool over there. All right.
Dang. name.
Okay,
So-
I can talk trash all I want, but I got to use it for the channel too. Believe me, I don't like Twitter. I
the
don't see
creative
purpose.
aspects of my job are far and away superior in my mind. Those I love. I get to work with fantastic creatives on a daily basis, like the Saskas, like Kanan White. I got to meet Chuck Dixon. I got to read the Gooding script before anybody else gets to see it, and that book deserved so much, and it got it.
Oh, thank you.
Mike's proud of that.
surrounded.
Yeah, Mike's
He
proud
should
of that
be.
work.
He should be
He's
proud
got
of that
next
work.
year is going to be. I think it's the year of Baron. We thought a lot came out this year.
2024 is the year of Baron, huh?
I mean, seriously, he's got Gooding is coming out. He's got more than one Nexus project coming out. We're going to be shipping this Florida Man Hogzilla. He's got a completely written and inked Sherlock Holmes mashup Captain Nemo steampunk book called Leviathan. The artwork blows your mind. That's another artist he works with, Richard Bonk, who did Private American.
That concept sounds like something that's perfestly up Mike's
It's
alley, too.
bonk. It is bananas. It's great. It looks beautiful too. And Richard really kind of really pushed himself to do some really grand stuff, didn't he, Mike?
Yeah, he did. He outdid himself. And it turns out that steampunk is his métier. He should have been drawing it all along.
Maybe steampunk meets dinosaurs, because we got to get him a dinosaur book. He's
He
great.
wants to do dinosaurs. A last
Oh,
conversation I had
I'm
with
down
Richard,
with
he's like,
steampunk
fantasy and
meets dinosaurs.
I think it's a great
Same.
idea. What else have we got in the
Print it, write it,
ready,
or I
Mike?
will. I won't. I wouldn't be any good at it.
Oh,
but please write it.
Black Tide Rising 2 is
I'll
coming
read it
out next year, right, Mike?
That's
That
right.
sort of Chuck Dixon sequel, volume 2 of Chuck did volume 1.
They're based on the novels of John Ringo, which is about
That's
a
right.
zombie invasion that destroys civilization. And the first one came out in 2010. It's an airborne virus. And John just anticipated COVID just so accurately. Of course, his version is devastating, much more devastating, as it wipes out 90% of humanity.
Oh, so it's more than a little cold. It's more than a
Yeah,
little.
It's
How about
more
that?
than a little cold, but his writing is so lively and entertaining. And I was thrilled to meet him this past summer in Chattanooga for a con. And it turns out that John's a big comic fan. He's a big fan of mine. He loved The Punisher, so we really hit it off.
Yeah, and Mike, are you doing any prose novels right now? Mike's got a
All
whole
the
slew
time.
of I mean,
All
his
the time.
Josh
I just
Pratt
turned in my
novels.
10th biker novel,
Yep.
and it co-stars Lee Von Cade.
Beautiful. And and he's got a little, I don't know if it's worth mentioning, but that just got optioned for film, TV, games, didn't it, Mike?
Biker was optioned a couple years ago.
Mhm.
I have to check in with
I don't think it
my,
was a couple of years ago. It was just
about
earlier
that?
this year.
Yeah, he did put something out there this year. Mark Neubauer is the producer,
Mhm.
and I'm very excited to be working with him. I hope we can get something going. I'm also working on another movie script that I can't really discuss right now.
I am entirely familiar with NDAs. Look, my name right there. I'm good with it. I understand.
Oh.
Excellent.
I totally understand.
Insiders
It's a little
know.
known fact that I told Eric we need to bring the Saskas on full time just so I can keep an eye on them and they're not spoiling stuff over on social media and on streams all the time.
I need to follow them more so I can get all the insider information, so I can even
Nah,
surprise
you
you
see,
that I know
because my
everything.
evil plan worked and now they're part of the NDA Trinity. They can't do that.
I tell you, they're dripping it out. They're dripping it out with skill.
My evil plan has worked. I
So
gotta
you're
ask
the
you
real
this.
Dr. Claw. You're the real
listen,
mastermind.
I'm not saying or anything. I'm just saying. Mike, sir, I have to ask you this question because my first introduction to superheroes and comic books in general was The Flash, which was perfect for me because I was always a small kid, but I was always the fastest kid in any neighborhood or group that I was in. And so The Flash was a character that instantly I latched onto because this guy's whole thing is he's fast, right? There's obviously a lot more to him in terms of depth as a person, but just on its face, that was the immediate thing that stuck out to me. what was it like writing Wally West? Because you wrote the very first run of Wally West, who is to this day my favorite comic book character. And you had a lot to do with that.
Well, it was very
In
exciting. I had
history.
one big insight, which was that Wally burned off so many calories racing around that he had to eat like a horse. Of course, horses are vegetarian, and Wally wasn't. But that's why he's seen eating these huge meals every now and then, well, every day, and he never gains an ounce because he burns it all off. And that was just part of his character. I also envisioned him as a young man on the make. And by that, I mean he was looking to make his career. He was looking to be involved romantically with young women. He was attracted to them. And he was also charging for his services, made him a bit of a mercenary. And in the first book, they asked him to take a heart across country for a transplant because Wally can deliver that heart in a matter of hours, whereas if they flew it out, it would take too long. And he gets there and he says, I'm happy to do it, but I charge a fee. And they're so shocked because up until then, all the superheroes had been altruistic and never charged. He said, listen, a boy's got to eat.
Yeah, you added this facet into the character and just, I guess, into comics that hadn't really been seen before. And it gave a realistic approach to like the problems that he would see, because like if we're gonna entertain the idea that he burns off all these calories every day, well, how does he replenish that, right? And so that you don't get to eat for free, right? Superheroes don't get to eat for free.
That to me is the key to entertainment, is to make it as credible as possible. I'm in a place where I can't really enjoy a movie or a book unless I believe it could happen. But that doesn't rule out science fiction or horror, because I look at Alien or Aliens, two of my favorite movies, and I absolutely believe in them because the people that put them together were absolutely serious about it and figured everything down to the last bolt so that we would believe, to make it a realistic scene. But then there are these movies that are kind of jokey, and they're huge disappointments to me. When I heard about Cocaine Bear, I was excited because that's the stuff would be a great horror movie if they did it straight. And then I tuned in and it was all this jokiness and jumping around, and I never finished it because I didn't believe it.
Yeah. You
I
got
would say
even
you
with
can
the
do it
most
either
unreal.
serious or you could go completely off the rails funny, because then you're saying, okay, we're actually making a joke. They've kind of bounced between the middle, and their comedy I thought was weak, and their seriousness I felt was lacking stakes. That was my take on it. Sorry about that, Andrew.
It was
No,
lukewarm.
You're good.
Lukewarm.
Yeah, it was like you got 1 foot in, you got 1 foot out. You don't know what the hell you want to be. I
that
get
movie-
what you're saying.
That movie should have ended with Ray Liotta doing a bunch of coke, ripping off his shirt, grabbing a shovel, and fighting that cocaine bear to the death.
I agree 100%.
Yeah.
That would be as 80s an action movie as it gets, or even
It would be
80s
a climax
horror.
no one would forget, and everybody would be talking about it to this day instead of having to remember, like out in the chat, oh yeah, Cocaine Bear, that came out in February of this year.
Yeah. Yeah. And
Yeah.
people saying, oh man, what a great way for Ray Liotta to go out with his last movie,
Yeah.
instead of, oh man, too bad that was his last movie.
I love what you said, Mike, that you have to actually believe what's happening, and that isn't necessarily dependent on what the story's premise is and what the contents of the story is. To be something that's in our real world, you just have to make us believe in the world that you're creating.
You have
Right,
to
you gotta
believe and you have to
a set of
care.
rules.
And
Yeah.
that's what makes a great story. You believe it and you care about the characters and what's going to happen.
Yeah, and you gotta have some sort of established rules that make the world make sense, and you gotta abide by those rules. And just as you said, you have to have characters that your readers are going to actually care about. If you don't have any investment, I'm of the firm belief that the best types of storytelling are character focused, because the events are just the events. The
That's true.
characters are who live through those events and have to react and respond to those events. They don't have necessarily control over what's happening to them. Just like that's a human thing, right? We don't have much control over a lot of the events that happen in our lives, but we do have control and say in how we decide to respond to those, and we can allow trials and tribulations to burn us to ashes like a fire, or we can let that fire temper us into a blade, right? And so good characters, well-written characters, especially hero type characters, can be viewed through the same lens. And you have to actually make your readers or your viewers, whatever the medium is, care about those characters. Otherwise, why would anybody care about the story? They're not the events.
Prefer
We can't relate to events.
anti-heroes. I have a few rough edges, like Gary Duba, and the reason that people care about Gary Duba, whereas most Florida men stories are disgusting and you don't ever want to meet that guy, is because Gary has a heart of gold. Hey, would it be possible for you guys to play the Hogzilla trailer?
Just a second.
Gary
let's do
Duba
it.
is Florida Man, for those that might not know who Gary Duba is.
I gotta say, I'm very happy that this project exists. But the guys on the podcast and I, we used to joke about this for years about how funny it would be to do a comic like this. So I'm glad I get to read it and I don't have to make it, because we just thought it'd be funny to do. We used to do a Florida Man segment on the show every week.
That's great.
So
Seriously,
all
Mike,
of our best ideas come from the podcast.
well, there's no shortage of good ideas about Florida Man, for sure.
There is a creature in the swamps who has survived thousands of years of evolution. It lives to destroy. A mindless, eating machine. The beast they call Hogzilla.
After his latest get-rich scheme goes sideways, Gary Duba, the quintessential Florida man, ends up with a stash of somebody's high-end memorabilia. His gal Crystal is on probation and preparing for the fight of her life, squaring off against Australia's Queen of Combat. Delilah's got her back in training, staying off rich foods and the nose candy. Meanwhile, Gary and his best friend Floyd have been hired to wrangle a massive, abnormally aggressive feral hog that's terrorizing the swamp and wrecking Gary's old neighborhood. Can they bag the elusive monster swine without destroying the Sunshine State? Reserve your copy of Florida Man vs. Hogzilla. Available on Indiegogo. We're bringing back funny books, y'all.
That's amazing.
That's a great trailer.
That is
Yeah.
amazing.
That's Chris.
I love the line "staying off the nose candy."
Yeah.
Well,
my silly brain that I always make the joke. I took a Tylenol extra strength one time. That was pretty wild. I heard that line. I was like, oh, they're talking about drugs.
That's drugs.
I have to tell you that back in the day, back in the 80s, we all did a lot of coke. And I was at parties. I can't
I've
even
watched
describe
enough
the
80s
parties. I
movies
don't
to
want
be
to
able to guess
besmirch
that.
anyone, but I'm glad I stopped. And I haven't done any in decades.
We're glad you stopped too, Mike. Now there is
I'm glad
drug
you're
use.
still with us.
We should say there is drug use in this comic book,
Well,
so
yeah,
it is not for children. It is
It's Florida
comical,
Man.
but-
Wouldn't it be
Right.
implied?
That's right. It's Florida Man. And also for guys who are interested about Badger, yes, we are bringing Badger back. We have a script. It's great. It's called Badger Beats the Devil, and that's what it's about. And we're just trying to figure out when we can do that because the pipeline is so full right now.
Oh my gosh, yeah, we got to get through Hogzilla first for sure. Got
to get through Hogzilla.
Yep.
I just love the tone of what you guys created with Florida Man and Hogzilla, because you could. I'm like you guys. I want to bring back I always say bring back the comic and comic books. Like bring the funny back, because it's such a good medium that you can do these jokes in.
That's right.
And I'm always looking to laugh with a comic book. You have stuff
They're
like
not
the boy
jokes,
that has some
though.
weird stuff.
I mean, that's the key to humor. Is they're not jokes. Jokes are little setups with a payoff that usually depends on a pun or something. But the highest form of humor is absurdity. As I said, it's the juxtaposition of the sacred and the profane.
I like
And
that.
I'm wondering how delicious Hogzilla will be by the end of the book.
Well, there's a barbecue.
That's a
at
lot
some
of bacon.
point.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
My favorite meat during the holidays is ham.
I mean, I'm
so-
assuming he's going to try and win, but you never know with some of these stories, and also with the wildlife of Florida.
there's a lot of wildlife in this
Yeah,
situation,
Gary
Mike.
wrestles with invasive species. They're the bane of his existence.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and there's one of the species he wrangles with is a python, because the python is the most destructive invasive species Florida has ever seen. And every year the government sponsors a python call, and they offer rewards for the biggest python caught. Gary wants a piece of that.
True story. True story.
Florida's done things like that in the past with other species as well. Like I think alligator gar might be one of them.
Alligators are actually native to Florida.
Well,
Mhm.
gar specifically, and then some other type of fish. I want to say it's
I
happened.
think there's
like,
iguana. Isn't there a problem with
Iguanas
iguanas?
are invasive, and they're a big
Yeah.
problem, but you can eat them, and that's the key to controlling the iguana.
That's right.
I have never. I've eaten rattlesnake. I've had alligator. Never considered iguana.
Put that on your bucket list.
Absolutely.
Well, I guess I'm gonna have to. Mike
Tastes like
Barron told
chicken.
me.
Yeah.
Mike Barron told me to do it, so I have to now.
The book does have a few. I guess it does have some quips. Mike, don't you have sort of a hierarchy of humor that you kind of?
Well,
live
it's
by?
not my hierarchy. It is the hierarchy of,
Okay.
humor. And I have a diagram in my file that shows it. I didn't create it. At the bottom are puns. And then you go up, and the highest form of humor are awkward situations where you juxtapose things that don't normally belong with one another. And I can't really describe them, because a joke is like a frog. If you dissect it, it dies. But you'll see what I mean when you read Florida Man versus Hogzilla as events unfold. And you see these absurd situations, and you have to laugh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
It's,
I'll just say this, that it begins with this guy hiring Gary to smuggle in 100 red-kneed tarantulas into the country, and Gary says, "What on an airplane?" He says, "Yeah." So what if they get out? And he says, "No, you go to the airport in Mexico City. My agent will give you a sealed suitcase. It's sealed. You check it through. The tarantulas cannot possibly get out of the suitcase."
So naturally, they get out of the suitcase.
naturally.
I'm not saying.
Naturally.
Well, I mean, that's a Chekhov's gun right there.
Well, I mean, what
Yeah.
the classic thing in storytelling, right, is there is no possible way this could ever happen.
That's
What's the very
right,
next
that's
thing
right.
that happens?
Yeah.
But that
Yeah.
makes for fun storytelling. As
Yeah.
long as
Well,
you make
what's-
it work, and good writers make it work, and Mike Barron's a good writer.
He
so.
does, because it's so clever how Gary doesn't get in trouble.
Yeah,
when they
you'll
get
see.
out.
Yeah, there's
That's
a
the-
lot more to it.
The real trick is, that's the real trick, because every time Gary's sort of one of these guys that's a get rich quick, like what's the latest scandal scheme you
Right.
can do? And it never works out. I mean, it does sometimes work out, but not the way you think. And that's what happens is it works out for him. It's rags to riches to rags to riches to rags to riches for this guy, because he's got a heart of gold, but he's not a good guy.
Mhm.
He's got his flaws. Guys, I hate to fade out. I want to thank you for having me on. But I'm going to
Sir,
crash.
thank you so much for being here.
It was my pleasure.
You are a legend. It is a pleasure to
You guys
have
are too
finally met
kind.
you.
and I'll be happy to come back anytime.
Well, thank you.
Well,
We'll definitely
I'm
have
gonna,
you
I'm
back.
gonna constantly yap in Eric's ear to get you to do more at the Ripaverse, because we need.
I
keep
would
building
love
out
to,
with
and
writers
I
like
have
you.
some ideas I'd like to discuss with him.
Well, let's do it.
All right.
No shortage. Mike, thanks for coming on. I'm surprised you stayed on so late.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you so much, sir. Take
Have
care.
a good night, Mike.
Thank you. That was
Oh
awesome.
my God. Not gonna lie, I had to hold back the fanboying a little bit. Just a little bit. Like I can't help it. Like I'm glad I got to ask him about when he was writing The Flash, because Wally West remains my all-time favorite superhero, and he wrote the very first run of Wally as the Flash, like the full
Yep.
Flash, no longer Kid Flash, and that was a huge deal for me. That's such an important part of comic book history for me, because so many things that were formative for me growing up and got me through some tough crap too growing up would not have happened if he didn't do that original run. So that was
Were,
super cool.
were you a fan of Wally West when he was Kid Flash?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I remember reading the old Bronze Age comics of the Flash, and I always dug it because I liked Wally's, I don't know what you call it, but he had the yellow suit and had his red hair.
Yeah, well,
You know,
he had the half cow, right?
yeah.
So he had the
Yeah,
half
yeah,
cow
yeah.
that allows the hair to flow, which
Yeah.
wasn't something that you saw super frequently back
No.
then. So it was kind of fresh. It
It was
popped. It
cool.
was new. And
Yeah.
full transparency, I had to go back when I was still a kid. When I did, I had to go back and read Mike's run on these because my very first issue was actually Flash Zero,
Okay.
beginning of tomorrow, right after 0 Hour Crisis in Time. So it was actually a Mark Waid issue. So back when Mark Waid was a good writer, instead of trading in his "I can write comics really well" card for,
Well, when he didn't have a social media account.
right.
That was really
Well, he
probably.
traded in his "I'm actually a good comic book writer" card for a "I'm an activist hack" card.
Yeah.
Which is a shame because that first issue, my dad got it for me at a yard sale. I was like 8 years old. That was so important for me.
Yeah.
Like that
what a
was
great
such a
dad.
huge thing. I can't even conceptualize what I would be like right now if I didn't get that first comic and then continue reading that run and go back and read this run and all of that. Like, I would be a completely different person.
Yeah.
That's these characters are so important to us, that grew up with them. That's why it's so like difficult and frustrating and depressing, really, when we see them get done dirty time and time again by people that don't actually care about them.
But you're on the bleeding edge right now of a change. You can kind of feel a big change in the air creatively. I mean, it's not something that happens overnight. I think we were talking about overnight successes usually take about 15 years to happen. And
Yeah.
this has been going, mainstream comics have been sort of going downhill since at least 2015, sort of the all new, all different Marvel, I think, came out. And
Yeah.
so we're about 8 years into that. And Eric July is really, guys, not just Eric. I mean, obviously, guys like Chuck Dixon and guys like Ethan Van Sciver, for instance, have had massive success. And even Jeff had great success in crowdfunding. I mean, how many crowdfund campaigns hit $50,000 as it is, right?
No, most
So-
of them average around 5.
Right. And unless you've got a massive name behind you, and usually if it's the artist or Keanu Reeves or something like that, or, that sort of thing. But Eric picked up on this and has been, dissecting this for years. And he goes back and he says, well, what's wrong with getting these people who, I mean, Mike Barron's still talented. Mike Barron's still doing output. Mike Barron will work. Let me just offer him a fair rate and see if he'll write for me. Right. Same thing he did with Chuck. Same thing he's done with the Soka sisters. So for what he's doing is smart in that he's not just trying to do it all himself. Now I can't imagine trying to do it all by yourself.
That would be impossible. That would be incredibly difficult if he was just trying to do ISOM.
Right.
But with us doing an entire expanding universe,
yeah,
we're not trying to just do a one-off book here and there.
right.
We're trying to kind of not even reinvent, just kind of re-energize the classic feel of getting into an expanding comic book universe.
Right.
Like when I was a kid and first getting into DC, first getting into Marvel, there's this character and that character and those characters over there. I'm not necessarily a fan of all of them, but I have so many to choose from.
Yeah.
There's bound to be something that's for me. And that's kind of what we're trying to reestablish and reinvigorate and re-inject back into the industry, but in the indie space, right?
Right.
So that's not something that is really seen. There are a lot of great one-off books. There are a lot of great books that, the creators will say they're like loosely connected. Like, I'm saying they're in the same universe, but are they really? Like, you could say that they're not, and I would still believe you. Like,
Right.
that's how much they're connected, even though each of them might be individually great books, right? But not many people are trying to build out a whole universe. And that's a fun thing for me because I remember growing up and like learning about each of these new characters. Some of them I didn't really necessarily latch on to, but that's
Yeah.
totally fine. Others I really latched on to, right? Like the Flash, like Green Lantern, characters like that. So that makes me excited because when you do that and you give an audience that's hungry for content, we see that because we see the successes of Bronze Star. We see that with successes like Stealing Solo, like ISOM, like Alpha Corp. We see that the audience is hungry
Yeah.
for good entertainment that's not only not insulting to them, because just not being insulting to them, just not being, you know, an ideological pamphlet to proselytize to them isn't enough. It still has to be fun. It still has to invigorate them with enthusiasm. And that's what we're trying to do because that's what's part of being a fan.
Yeah, you got to entertain. Entertainment's the first and should be really the only priority, but to do it as well as you can, right? With excellence, entertain with excellence.
And if you're
And-
smart, you will try and improve with every single
Absolutely.
new release. And that's what
Yeah.
we're trying to do.
Well,
We're
and I
trying to
think
see,
that
okay,
sort of,
where can we improve over the last issue with this one?
and that's good. You want to compete with yourself. You want to compete with your prior output. It's not a bad thing for there to be friendly competition, like between Chuck and Mike, and
Absolutely.
even even between like some of the Comicsgate guys, like Graham Nolan, Chuck's old Batman artist. He's
Oh,
putting
yeah.
out his own books, but the difference
Graham
between
is one of the hardest working men in
Oh, yeah.
comics. That dude is always cranking out something.
and he takes care of himself, but he also has fun. Billy Tucci, same thing. But what happens is though these guys are putting out their one IP. I think Graham is trying to build some multiple things, but like what Eric's doing, which is unique right now, is he's enlisting others to build out his universe, and therefore he doesn't have to wait until like Graham has to have the time to draw it. He's the artist.
Graham's a one-man show, right? He's
Right.
doing it all. And that takes so much talent and so much discipline to do all of
And
that.
he's
Like
and he's
that
got
man,
it. He's
and
got
he
all
has
that in
it.
aces,
He
but
clearly has it too. Yeah,
he doesn't have a
absolutely.
time machine or a cloning device,
Exactly,
right?
Exactly. Dude, if
And
that
even
man had a
Mike,
cloning device, he'd be
Right.
unstoppable.
I know. And even Mike, he can write the scripts, but then he's got to get an artist that will
Gotta wait
do
on
it.
an artist,
And
yeah.
most of the time he's trying to get the artist to do it for the back end, a portion of the campaign,
Yeah.
right? Because
And-
Mike's not filthy rich and can't pay somebody $150 a page or something like that to do a book that he hasn't earned a dime off of yet. So
Yeah. And to your point,
Eric's
like
in a
bringing,
good place.
absolutely. And that's due to a lot of smart, like
Yeah, I'm proud of
financial
him.
decisions on him, just
We're
on a
rooting for him.
personal level for him over his life. He doesn't spend unnecessarily, doesn't live outside his means,
He's a
and so-
libertarian, for crying out loud. Why would he?
he was able to be disciplined enough to set aside money for years to where he could kickstart the Rippaverse
Yeah.
with no loans. Just, this is my own money that I'm betting on. I'm betting on myself. And the fact that this is probably the saddest part, but also it's a benefit to us and it's a benefit to the indie space in general. That the fact that we were able to get guys like Chuck Dixon, guys like Mike Barron, the fact that they had any free time whatsoever to do a whole book, let alone in some cases multiple books for us, is absurd. Now, obviously, it doesn't take as long to write a script for a comic as it does to draw it, but it still does take time if you're trying to do it correctly.
Right.
And so guys like,
but nowhere
Chuck-
near the amount of time. Like, I'll step in as the artist and say, like, the writers got it easy compared to the other part, because
Yeah, I would agree.
Yep.
you can knock
would
out
agree.
a script. Like, I know
Yeah.
Jeff Johns kind of, and I've heard him say, like, you can knock out a script in the afternoon, and that might take a guy 6 weeks to draw.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
I would like in 2024 for a lot more of the creative process to be talked about for a lot of people that want to understand how it actually is broken down, because writing's important. I'm not going to act like writing's not important. We've had all accomplished people that have written here on the show.
Just ask people who saw Rebel Moon.
Hey, that's
Ah.
coming out. It's like I can either watch Aquaman for the channel or Rebel Moon for the channel.
God.
And it's like,
Damn.
I'm going to pick Aquaman because there's movie
Please,
theater
thank you.
popcorn involved,
Yeah.
but I'm probably going to pick Rebel Moon to make a YouTube video on just because Zack Snyder. I don't
It
like
is
Zack
the
Snyder.
only movie I'm looking forward to just to make a review on because I know what I'm going to get with it.
Yeah.
And I've already started compiling my research that exposes why Zack Snyder is as terrible as he rightfully is criticized.
Hey, don't get me wrong. I think Zack Snyder would be a very valuable addition to the team as a director of photography. And that's
yes.
it.
That's
That's
his
what his
skill set.
strength is. But the
That's
issue,
it.
I think script can, and I know that the Saskas would back me up on this as well, because y'all are directors and writers. But a lot of people in Hollywood these days seem to fancy themselves as both,
That's right.
because they want their name on everything. They want all that creative control. They want to say they did all this and that and that. When it's like, no, sometimes it's fine to just be really good at one thing. You don't
Well,
have
it's
to
actually-
try and pretend to be good at other things that you're not.
No,
Well,
that's
Todd
actually more the
McFarlane is a
inverse
good
of what you're saying, Andrew. Hollywood hates people that have more than one skill set. They do. If you're a director that happens to be a writer, they're like, why are you also a writer? They question that. If you're a writer who happens to be an editor, they're like, well, why are you also an editor? Like, they don't like people that have multiple skills in the industry. They really don't, because they don't know how to market you. And
Well,
that's
and they
why.
just want to pay one rate. They don't want to pay
Pretty
you.
much. Yeah. And then the other part too is you get those writer directors from the indie side of things because either you have a screenwriter that's trying to find a director and can't, so they have to direct it themselves, or you have a director that's trying to find a writer that can't, so they have to write themselves, and that's how they get that hyphen in their career. But Hollywood, mostly like agents and managers, if they're looking for you as a potential client and you have hyphenates to you, they are not happy about that, and they will tell you got to pick one. And that's how it kind of is. And only until you get to a certain level of an echelon can you do both. And that's basically where it's like your name is guaranteed a solid opening weekend. And that's the industry.
But that doesn't necessarily contradict what I was saying in terms of there seems to be a prevalence of people who think that they're both.
Yeah,
it's like Zack Snyder, which he's clearly not both. He is not a writer. He's, as you said, a fantastic.
No, I agree for sure. But I do want to say this to Jeff's point. I think obviously the main bulk of the work with a comic is the art, because not only do you have to draw it all out, and most of the time these days you're inking it too, but you have to figure out the best way to interpret what's been written that looks visually dynamic and helps move the story along and moves the eye visually. There's a lot there. And to Mike's credit, because I handle all of for at least the last 5 crowdfunds we've done, he pays the artists who go in with him on these. They get a higher percentage of the take than he does, because he knows that the artists are doing most of the work. And we pay the colorist and letterer flat rates, because who knows, if the campaign blows up, you don't want the letterer to own something in perpetuity forever. But he gives them.
I'm going to tell Eric Weathers you said that.
No. Hey, Eric's got his own IPs. He doesn't need.
He does. Battle Brick Road.
Yeah, it's beautiful. He's a great artist.
That man, I've said
Mike
this
gives
on
them
every
part of
single
the copyright too. I mean, because they deserve it. Artists are doing the lion's share of the work. Comics is a visual medium. You could, an artist like Todd McFarlane could put out comics without a writer. They're not very good, but he eventually learned that he needed guys like Neil Gaiman and others to actually boost sales, because people are kind of like, okay, this is pretty and all, but I mean, it's just wrapping. Right. And if there's no gift inside, such as a good story, then nobody cares how pretty the wrapping is. Now, obviously, art is more than that in comics. And if a bad art in a comic will turn me off, it'll never make an evergreen book for me, no matter how good the story is, if the art sucks or doesn't.
There are incredible. I'm right there with you. There are some incredible stories in comics out there that that people would consider like how back in grade school or high school, people would say, well, this is required reading. Your teacher would tell you, right? These books, you have to read this, you have to read whatever, Huck Finn or whatever. They probably don't let you read Huck Finn anymore. I did. But there are certain comic books, certain graphic novels that I would think that most people would consider required reading in the comic book space that I've read once. And because I did not like the art at all, as much as I was like, okay, this is actually a very well-written story, I'm enjoying this, but comic books are a visual medium, and if
Yeah.
I don't like the art, it is going to be incredibly difficult to maintain my attention, and
Oh, I've
even
dropped
more
because of bad
difficult.
art.
Yeah, I just can't do
Likewise.
it.
Yeah.
I can't do it. The
Yeah.
story could be a 10 out of 10, but if the art is subpar or just
Yeah.
flat out bad, or in some cases, maybe the art itself isn't necessarily bad, but the artist style isn't appropriate and doesn't suit and
Right.
complement the story that the writer is telling. Because that's important too.
Sure.
And as somebody who is, a creative director and editor now, this is something I'm paying a lot more attention to, even than I did before as just a fan, as somebody who was reading. That art really does, an artist needs to be paired well with the writer, because not every story is going to suit every single artist, because some artists have a little more lighthearted, stylized,
Yeah.
kind of campy or cartoon. Like there are books out there with dark tones that are fantastic stories, but as much as I love J. Scott Campbell's work, hence the MJ and Spidey poster right
Yeah.
behind me,
Yeah.
he would not be the right artist for those
Right.
books, right?
Right.
The style doesn't suit it, and that's
Right.
something that I think a lot of people in the indie space are going to need to pay a lot more careful attention to as well, because
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of books when I'm browsing, because now I'm constantly browsing on Indiegogo and
Yeah.
Fund My Comic and Kickstarter, and I'm looking because I'm trying to keep an eye, not necessarily just like keep an eye on the competition, but like I want to support good looking projects.
Yeah.
And so I'm constantly looking and browsing to see, like, okay, what are people coming out with right now? What are some of the ideas that are being
Right.
presented? What are people doing? What's working? What's not working? What are people looking for? And there are some projects out there, well, I'll look and read the premise and I'll be like, wow, that's actually a really interesting premise. And then I'll look at the art and I'll be like, that's not bad art by any means, but it doesn't feel right for the story that I'm being pitched.
Yeah. I kind of feel like crowdfunding is in a weird spot right now. I don't know if it's the economy or if it's just Christmas, and people's budgets are tight. But on Bleeding Full, every Wednesday, we feature a set of crowdfunding comics. We did,
Mhm.
or we will tomorrow, as a matter of fact.
Did you say every Wednesday?
Every
Yes, they
Wednesday,
do.
yeah.
I'm going to cut you off really, really quickly, and I apologize for that. But I have a good friend on YouTube. His name's
right.
Royce. He runs a channel called A Drink with Crazy. And
Yeah.
on Wednesdays, he features specifically strictly indie projects on his stream.
That's
So
great.
he'll throughout the day, he will ask people, he'll make a post early in the morning and he'll ask people to drop the links or
Yeah.
like pitch pages for indie projects, strictly indie projects. Doesn't matter if it's Kickstarter, Indiegogo, Fund My Comic, whatever. Had dropped those in there, and then over the course of the stream, he'll go through those links, and
Yeah.
then they'll all like vote on which ones they're gonna like look deeper into by the end of the stream, which look the most interesting. So I would look into maybe getting into contact with him, because something
I
I think
subscribe to him on YouTube. I'll check that out. I didn't know that he actually did that. I think I just
He does.
watch, his occasional rants whenever I come across him in my subs.
every single Wednesday, and something that the indie space specifically right now is
Yeah.
missing and lacking massively is marketing and eyes on the projects, because you'll have some of the bigger guys, right, that'll do a stream, they'll talk about their book, and then they'll talk about other stuff,
Yeah.
right? Or maybe they'll bring some people on to talk about their books for 5 minutes, but then they'll talk about other stuff. There
Right.
isn't enough of a prevalence of talking about the projects themselves, just talking about the projects. Like, why should we be hyped about these projects? Well, people need to know about the projects, for one, and a lot of these projects people just never get eyes on, and people
Yeah.
can't buy what they don't know about.
Yeah.
You
Well,
can't
Andrew,
buy
you're
something
right.
if it's not on the shelf.
Well, Andrew, I have to tell you this. We kind of have a show like that coming out next year. So if you'd like to be a part of it.
Oh, sweet.
I am 100% here.
Yeah, I've been
for it.
working behind the scenes with a publishing company. We've been working on stuff, trying to set up stuff throughout the year, and we have a lot of exciting people, in the hopper. So you're going to
When
get
are
your
you
wish, and you might even
announcing
be a part of
this?
it.
I would love
Uh,
to. Yeah. When?
Since we're just friend me on Facebook and we'll talk, but it's going to be early. We're talking second to third week of January, and then it's going to be something, I don't know exactly what
Okay.
I've talked about that was like super private, but
Yeah,
you
right
know
on.
the people, so
Okay. Oh,
I
yeah.
think
Okay.
that's a
Very good. Yeah,
fantastic
yeah,
idea
yeah.
because more people need to do that.
Okay.
yeah.
Well,
Because
I'm sending the friend request now, Jeff. So,
well,
yeah,
the one
no,
thing I
it's
wanted to ask, since we're talking about art briefly before we talk about some of the topics for the evening, I wanted to ask Mike. Maybe you know this, Chris, in terms of his humor, his comedy, his what he's parodying, what he's juxtaposing as he said it. Do you know if he just writes that out in a script and lays it out like beat by beat for the artist to pick it up kind of his own, from those directions, or does he draw that out too? Because I know with
well,
me, when I do
yeah, go
humor,
ahead.
it has to be visual and writing. Because I know you can write the jokes and stuff like that, but for me, the body language is where a lot of these jokes really kind of knock it out of the park. So I just wonder how hands on he was with trying to relay that emotion in the work.
So, whenever he writes any of his scripts, he'll send them over to me just to kind of give a quick review. And if anybody's ever visited Bleeding Fool, I don't know why he does that because we need a really good editor over there. But anyhow, some of the stuff is descriptive. Some of it he's specific about what he wants to see. And other stuff he leaves open to sort of the artist to interpret. Now, whenever he's got an artist on board for something, we'll have a little Zoom call like this and just sort of go through it. And if there are any questions or anything like that, or they have any problem sort of interpreting kind of what Mike's saying, he'll do a little thumbnail sketch, scan it, take a picture of it, drop it in a Facebook chat or something like that. Typically what he's been doing is we'll start a Facebook private group amongst just, the creative team, so that as pages, drawings, ideas, script, and things like that start to come in, everybody can kind of follow along and see where things are going. But he's not really strict about what he wants seen visually. Most of Mike's jokes, I hate to say it that because it's not jokey. There's moments in these Florida Man books when you do laugh out loud, but it's absurdity. These books are just mainly absurdity. Like when you see a Florida Man headline, it's just how absurd that headline actually was. And so most of the time he leaves it up to the artist to interpret it. And Matthew Weldon did a magnificent job, but there were some things that had to be fixed because Matthew kind of blew right through it and then fell off the radar because his mom got ill, and we had to bring in an inker to finish out some of the layouts he did. And there were a couple of things where Matt didn't quite get it. And I've said to Mike, I said, sometimes you've got to be a little more specific. So I understand the value of specificity. Is that a word? In scripting. Now, Jeff, I take it you're scripting and drawing it all, so you don't need that sort of stuff, do you?
No, that's
Jeff
why I was
just talks
trying
to
to.
himself.
Honestly, I sometimes will just sit and think out what I want to see and what's funny, and I take like little notes. But I have this it's Wokebusters is actually stretched across 2 sketchbooks, but like I just take these sketchbooks and like basically draw those out, and those are the most important parts to me. Not even the finished pages are important to send off to get finalized, colored, lettered, and that stuff.
Yeah.
But this like master, I call it the master version, the sketchbook version. It's so important because that's where like my writing process actually takes place. I don't sit down and like I'll do dialogue because I'm not going to make up dialogue on the fly. I don't think, because that's why I'm really interested to hear about Florida Man and Mike's approach to I'm just going to say comedic elements and humorous elements in comic books, because I have this process that's a couple steps, and I'm just always fascinated to hear what other creatives' processes are, because that's kind of where I am with the art. It's like I'm always down for mentoring and help and advice. I always want to learn to get better, but at the same time, I always am fascinated to hear how other people work, just as to talk shop, because I like to watch other artists draw and see if maybe I can pick up that gesture to help with the fluidity of my folds or something like that. It's all all awesome, and that's what I'm trying to say to you, Madville. And you're talking about making comics. Listen to what we're talking about and some of this stuff to pick up stuff that you're not even going to get in books. But I got something I'll tell you towards the end of the show.
Dialogue is how Mike does it. You just said it yourself. You've got the dialogue because you've already sort of envisioned how it's going to come together, and you'll come up with the right way to draw it on the page, but it's what's being said, and it's the story being told, and you'll figure it out in the drawing part of it, because you get the dialogue. The dialogue is the important thing. And Mike is very, he's not verbose. He doesn't like a whole lot of words on the page. He's not somebody that wants it filled up with word balloons or anything like that.
Because he knows he's writing a comic book, not a novel.
Well, and he thinks it's a comic, it's a visual medium. It can be told visually, right? What he's saying. So it's sort of sparse, but I'll tell you what, Jeff, when we go to print for Hogzilla next month, campaign ends January 4th or 5th, something like that. And we'll leave it on in demand for a while because we'll over order. But I'll send you a copy. We'll just maybe remind me on Facebook. I'll send you a copy, and I'll also shoot you an email with the script. And then you can just sort of, that might be a fun exercise for you. And Mike would be happy to come back on the show after that, because we're going to do this big Nexus push next year. I guarantee you, Mike could come on, if you like, once a month or quarterly or whatever. Just be an occasional guest on.
I'd love to get more eyes on Mike on a regular basis.
I know
honestly.
Mike would love to do that. He's trying to kind of keep himself out there, keep himself healthy.
No, that sounds great, because I didn't realize, because I know Mike's work from the more mainstream stuff, and I had known Nexus, but I only knew Steve Rude, the artist, on it. So I've been following. It's got some new book coming out, or he's got some new book coming out, like Not the Gourmand or something like that with a weird name. And I'm just like, oh, I keep seeing that pop up. And now I'm seeing that it's the same character. So I'm interested to see what Mike brings out with it next year.
Well, I will say Mike and Steve have sort of this love-hate relationship. For whatever reason, I think there's some, I'll just say it because Mike won't, but Steve Rude can be an absolute prick sometimes. That's the bottom line. And if you've
some
seen
of the most talented people can be. I don't know what my excuse is, because I'm not.
There's a documentary called The Dude, and you can see it. It's all there. It's laid bare. It's really kind of a sad thing. And he's one of the most exceptional artists on the planet.
Oh, he's wonderful. I follow his stuff all the time.
No lie whatsoever. And he's not necessarily Mark Waid, because Steve apologizes. Okay. So Mike has sent me some emails that I probably shouldn't be talking about, and I won't say much more about it, but it's almost bipolar, and it's kind of sad because they used to do some great work together. And Mike occasionally will try to patch up a script, but the problem is that Steve is one of these artists that thinks he can write, and he can't.
Not every artist can.
He recognized that on one of the last books, and he said, "Can you rewrite this?" But it was already drawn. And Mike's like, "What do you mean rewrite it? What am I just supposed to change all the dialogue and make a story out of this?" And he tried. God love him. He tried. And I'm afraid that that's kind of watered down the property, honestly. But, they've got an arrangement. They can both do whatever they want with it. And Dark Horse most of the time will put it out. But Mike has done this beautiful flipping book with Kelsey Shannon that I know is going to be, it's beautiful. I've read it. It's finished. It's lettered. It's colored. It's really ready to go. And, maybe we can come on and talk about that.
Oh, of course.
Mike, not me. I don't need to,
great.
but, next year. And I don't really want to throw Steve under the bus, because I don't know him personally. I just know, sometimes when Mike says, "Holy cow, here we go again," and then a couple of weeks later it's, "Oh, I love you," and all this kind of stuff, and it's just a weird thing. And I think that's what happens, sort of like McCartney and Lennon, those kinds of pairings. They're so
sometimes
rare.
there's a personality clashing.
Well, like Lee and Kirby.
Happens.
I mean, if you think about it, and all these things get said in haste. And I don't know of any artist. I run a video production company. That's my bread and butter. It's not Funny Books, or Bleeding Fool for that matter. But I've worked in the music industry. I've worked in the television industry, and some of the greatest artists are also some of the hardest people to work with, because they're full of themselves, but they kind of are, but they couldn't really do what they do if they weren't. I think sometimes, because
there's a level of confidence and ego that you do have to make it in any avenue of
stubbornness, diligence, courage, fearlessness. These things are qualities of leadership, qualities of some artists, but there's also some things where you're just like, I can't. Some you can't work with just because it rubs you the wrong way, and you can only take so much abuse. So
You still have to be somebody that people enjoy working with. at the
well,
end of the
and
day.
I don't know how Mark Waid does it, but somehow DC keeps him on the payroll.
I think it's Kingdom Come. The only thing that keeps him on the payroll is Kingdom Come still sells. I think
And
that's it.
That's
And
one of those
honestly,
great
that's-
evergreen books.
But
Yeah,
the fact
yeah,
is,
it
it's not
is.
even
more
the
for
best
Alex
thing that
Ross
he's
than it does
written.
Mark Waid.
It's not even the
I
best thing
agree,
that he's
Script.
written. It's a good book, but it sells because of Alex Ross, not
It
because
does,
of Mark.
Well, that's
Waid.
true, but even that the World's Finest series that he's doing over at DC right now, if you liked Kingdom Come, you should pick up the 4 or 5 issues, or a couple of issues now, but it's going to be 4 or 5 where he's dipping back into that Kingdom Come realm.
He was such a talented writer.
He is.
I wish he wasn't such
I do too.
an insufferable prick.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Well,
think
I wish I didn't
definitely-
know. I mean, I think, that comes back to that social media thing. I wish I just didn't know. Right.
Some people should just never have had social media.
Agreed.
I kind of got a feeling for him being a jerk when I noticed a couple of comics he wrote where there felt like there was way more dialogue than there was art.
Yeah.
And the other part too, and this is one of my biggest gripes, is I don't like characters that talk about other characters not on screen or not on the page,
Mm.
and it also has nothing to do with the plot or story going on in front of them. And Mark Waid does that a lot.
Yeah. That's a good
So-
point. I don't know that I've noticed that before. Do you remember for what was it, Captain America 700 or 750? I think a year or two ago that Marvel pulled this page-long screed that he had written for Captain America because it was way too political. I mean, that actually made the news that Marvel decided not to use something that Mark Waid wrote for the anniversary issue.
I don't remember hearing about that, but that's hysterical.
Yeah,
that
that's true.
That actually happened.
It's true.
Mad Villain, one other thing I would recommend, because all of these gentlemen here are creative and creatively intelligent and have recommended fantastic things to you. On the business end, I would also encourage you to go to Young Rippa 59 on YouTube and search for the Making Money in Comics videos, because Eric July did a couple of long form video essay videos on the financial aspect that a lot of indie creators do not actually do. They don't look at that. A lot of indie creators are creative guys and they're very talented. There are a lot of incredibly talented writers and incredibly talented artists in the indie space, whether we're talking CG or not CG, it doesn't matter. But on the financial aspect, on the business aspect, there are a lot of holes there, a lot of gaps that people don't take into account often. And there's a lot of really good information in there that you're not really going to find anywhere else, because nobody else is offering that information. Most of the information that people are offering are how to approach things from strictly a creative aspect. And if you want to be successful in making indie comics, if you want to see things on the level of success of like Bronze Star, Stealing Solo, obviously that kind of success is never guaranteed. But if you want to give yourself the best shot, you need to be equipped with both the creative and the financial information.
Yeah, on fulfillment, just fulfillment alone, you get some of these people that do a comic, and if you're only going to order, if you only get 100 or maybe 200 orders, which I know a lot of these crowdfunding campaigns are getting, and you're doing like a 48 page or 54 page.
Oh, your print per unit price is going to be
$12, at least $12 per comic.
Mm-hmm. And you're
So-
charging $25 for your book, maybe 30 at most,
Maybe.
and you're not paying your artist until you get those funds from
Till you
Indiegogo
get the
or
profit.
Kickstarter.
Yeah, so you get the
So-
profit. So there's a
Yeah.
lot, you have to count the cost. And I think that's the thing that a lot of people that want to dive into crowdfunding don't realize. I see some of these campaigns where it's like, hey, our goal is $1,500. That's all we need is $1,500 and we're good to go. And I'm thinking, well, who's getting that $1,500? The printer's going to eat that up, eat you alive. You've done 70 books there. How much are those books going to cost you? And then you got to ship them. I mean, there's so much to it. And I get that it's not an easy, there is a barrier to entry, obviously, but don't set
absolutely.
yourself up to fail. And I think a lot of people have done that. That's why you've got even guys like Donny Cates. We did a story on Donny Cates, the Wonderkin Marvel writer who went off the deep end recently. he had a crowdfund campaign with a tattoo artist
That went nowhere.
nowhere. 3 years it still hasn't delivered because they were doing these resin statues and a comic that was written by freaking Donny Cates and Morrison.
Yeah, Grant
Grant
Morrison was on it too, right?
Yeah, these were big names. They raised maybe around $22,000. I mean, it was not significant, but it was more than their goal. But they overpromised what they were going to do, and they left it in the hands of the tattoo artist, who I think kind of just blew through the funds. I don't know what happened.
But what they did is that they, and I've seen so many Kickstarters and Indiegogos do this. They build their campaign around what they actually think they're going to make, which is usually super overshooting. Like they think they're just going to make a killing. We're talking 6-7 figures easy, right? High 6 figures.
Yeah.
Easy. But then they set their campaign goal really low. Like, oh, this is success if we make 5,000, 10,000. Yeah, but you built your campaign around something you were expecting to make 500,000.
Right.
And you put all of these things into the works. You start adding in physical merchandise that utilizes plastics, utilizes moldings, utilizes sewing, even
incredible cost.
If you're doing, kind of plushies and things like that, you have no idea how small your profit margins are on that. And then you're going to try and do that on a small per unit print.
Yeah. And then did you figure how much that cost to ship to New Zealand?
Nope.
I mean,
nope.
And
flat
you said
$8 shipping.
You said something about marketing earlier. There's a guy in tomorrow's Indie Comic Showcase. There's no reason for this number, but every Wednesday at 4:20 Eastern, Indie Comic Showcase comes out. It features 3 crowdfund comics. Well, one of the comics tomorrow is a YouTuber. Pretty good art. It's manga. The guy's got almost 500,000 subscribers on his YouTube. It's True Underdog Gaming. Okay, I'm not trying to promote him. Almost 500,000 subs, and his campaign's been open for a couple of weeks, and he's raised less than $3,000. 80 backers.
That's something that
make it make sense.
Well, this is. I'll make it make sense for you right now.
Actually,
good. I'll do this, and this is something that I cannot claim for myself. This is something that's observation, and having been both employed by and a friend of Eric July now for a little while, is that it is not the same to have a large following and that equal a large buyer base.
Right.
Just because you have 500,000 subscribers, 1.5 million subscribers, whatever that high number is, that doesn't mean you have 1.5 million buyers.
Well, to be fair, Eric has been campaigning for making comics, great comics, for years.
Right. Well,
and this guy has been promoting video games. This guy's promoting video games.
You build an audience around the thing that you are actually going to try and advocate for at some point down the line. And Eric has talked about comics for a very long time.
That's how I first heard about him.
Yeah, that's how I first heard about him. He was one of the first 3 channels that I subscribed to when I started paying attention to YouTube back in 2017, I want to say.
Okay.
This channel was also one of them. And because I had a YouTube, but I never really spent time watching YouTube. I just didn't. But it's true. He talked about comics. He talked about the problems in comics, but it was very clear he was passionate about comics and he wanted more good ones. So that's what you have to do. And so if your channel is based off of one thing, and then you put out
some other thing,
this big old merch line, or I'm going to try and make a comic, or I'm going to try and make this or that, right? Well, if your audience, if the vast majority of your audience isn't at your channel for that thing that you're trying to produce, guess what? The vast majority of your audience isn't going to buy that thing that you're trying to produce.
Yeah. They might root for you.
Yeah. Jeff has talked about comic books. Jeff talks about Star Wars. This channel popped off in part because of Star Wars. Ghostbusters 2016 was also a large part of it.
That's true.
But Stealing Solo got a lot of a boost because his audience, everybody that's in the chat, y'all are fantastic. Appreciate you hanging out with us this evening. The best show on a Tuesday night.
Yeah.
They knew Jeff loved Star Wars and
Yeah.
that Stealing Solo was a Star Wars parody. And therefore, they understood what they were getting. That was something that they could put their money towards and be confident in that purchase. And so they did. And Stealing Solo was a fantastic success. People forget the numbers that Stealing Solo did is still light years beyond what the average is for
Oh, sure.
a crowdfunded campaign. Like, still, the vast majority of people never scratch anything close to that.
Well, you think
And I
about
topped
it.
it the second time I did it too. Like I
Yeah.
got to release that book twice, and it was an even bigger hit the second campaign. So
I'm glad you did it a second time. Your comic, though, was sort of like what Eric was talking about doing, making great comics. Stealing Solo was a comic about people wanting to make a good version of Star Wars.
Exactly.
You know, because you were complaining about the woke Hollywood and what's going on with Lucasfilm and Disney and so forth. So it was almost like your audience was like, holy shit, this is going to be great, right? Because when you're drawing Harrison Ford, you don't need to hire Harrison Ford to cast him in your fix for Star Wars. And it was a perfectly humorous parody. It was fantastic. It was a great idea. And I think that your audience was primed to bite on that. I thought it was a great idea. It was perfect synergy.
yeah, it's been it was a fun book to make. It's been a wild ride, and the cool part is I built that website at the beginning of the summer, and it's been like I don't really have to go on about it being a hit. It's just been great. I've been going to the post office shipping out like a lot of books over the last couple of months. It's been better than YouTube because I needed to take the time to finish Wokebusters and just, get myself back into that rotation because I got a lot of creative ideas. People are going to start seeing me.
You need to
with
be
a lot
focused
more
on
projects.
drawing. You need a fulfillment house handling that, dude. You need to send the next print shipment to like Critical Blast or somebody like that and say, here come the orders, handle it. I think they charge like $1.50 a shipment or something like that. It's insanely cheap. Or let them fulfill it for you. You need to be drawing, Jeff. You need to be grinding out more pages, man.
I do.
I'm proud of you. I am. Whatever
Thank
you do,
you.
I'm proud of you.
But he's made so many friends
appreciate
at the post office. They know him by name.
There is
That's
this one lady that is so sweet.
Aw.
Listen, I do all the fulfillment for Mike. I know exactly what you're talking about. And I had to be taught what a scan sheet was because, I would come in there with stacks of books and they're like, have you ever heard of a scan sheet? You can just hand us this one sheet. And I'm like, oh shit, I didn't know that. And now I drive around the back to fill up a bird cage full of books, but you're the artist. I was kind of half serious when I said that, there's got to be some satisfaction though, taking it from your idea all the way to the post office and to the bank. I mean, what a trip that's got to be, man.
It's nice. I never try to speak about myself in this like, oh, I've done all this stuff matter, but it just because I like the process, because I've always wanted to do this. It's all been interesting and valuable to learn it because I do have goals. I won't even say aspirations and dreams because those aren't physical, tangible things, but goals are. But I do have goals with creating a larger entertainment presence and being able to do things because I have the the self-taught know-how, and it is nice. It is fulfilling. It's exciting though to grow it to the point where I can just be like, all right, like I can hire people to do other parts of the book.
Yeah.
And it's so much nicer than trying to learn how to color. Like that's what I was trying to ask Mad Villain is how much of the process are you going to be a part of? Because if you're doing it like me, where you're going to be able to do all but essentially the color and the lettering, because I don't want to letter it because it takes forever.
Yeah.
Like that's, you got to figure that out. Cause me, I don't have any limit on what I can make with my book. The cost to print a 40-page book and the cost to print an 80-page book, depending on the amount of your order, isn't going to be the biggest, thing you have to worry about. So like for me, I can add pages to these books. I can add anything I want to it. I don't have to be beholden to a script or a contract of 22 agreed upon pages with a splash page between 7 and 8. No, I can just, go on the fly. And that's something that I would recommend. Like, I have a friend that had hired me to do a comic. I did 2 issues of it years ago. It's Everlasting Survivor. Some of you have bought it over at Gamble Comic. I've had the guy on a bunch, Mr. Super Oz. He really hustled to get, that book printed. And now he's going to possibly be trying to take on more responsibilities with his book because he has the talent and the ability to do so. So if you have the ability to produce most of it, do that, and then use your whatever money that you'll build or have to fill in the gaps, because it doesn't matter how you do it. It's how it looks at the end of the process.
Yeah.
And that's stuff that people aren't going to tell you, because I'll be very blunt with how things do work. It's got to look good on the printed page. If you're good at drawing these 10 things, but your friend that's not that expensive could fill in those gaps for you and just take a credit as a whatever in the book, fill in artist, ink, or whatever, do what you can do to put it together, because once it gets into the, people's hands, it's on that level of these other books. Get it printed. It doesn't matter if it's held together, behind the scenes with popsicle sticks and duct tape. It just matters how you do it at the end. So I guess I should make videos on this stuff too, because I do have different ways to do it.
Well, I'll say this, Jeff, you're the second person that I can count and think of in this space that has mentioned keep track of the number of things that you can take care of yourself and do as many of those things as you can to quality, and then fill in the gaps, because that saves you a lot of money in the production process. The only other person that I've heard say that is Eric.
Yeah.
So the fact that you've both put out successful books, have successful channels, it doesn't exactly surprise me that you've now said essentially the same things when it comes to that.
I think it needs to be something that you're in love with doing too. It ought to be something that you want to do, excited to do, right? Don't just do something just to be doing a comic, right? Have something that you're excited to do, a story you want to tell.
People can feel if there's no, I should rephrase that. Fans can tell if there's no passion behind the work.
Yeah.
Because fans are fans out of passion.
Well, and you won't have fun. If you're not having fun, why are you doing it?
If it's a chore, go do something else.
Yeah.
Because there needs, and again, fans can pick up on that. Fans can pick up if there's no passion, not just behind the product itself, but also behind you, the individual, the face of whatever product you're trying to push. They can tell if your heart is not in it. They can pick up on that.
That's right.
And there is no quicker way to kill interest in your product than you looking like you're not interested in it yourself.
Good point. Good point.
I have a sales background and a marketing background, and that is rule number 1. Do not look bored when you are talking about the thing you're trying to get people to spend money on.
Oh no. And I went to college for advertising, and I thought, I don't know. Because the thing is, I went to school and I was, paying attention in class, but I constantly drew in the margins of my notebooks. I'm like, I'm going to do comics someday. I don't know how. I don't know exactly how I'll get there, but I will. And so I guess this journey is different than what I thought. But back then, this kind of shit didn't exist,
Well, you were doing a Neil Adams approach, man. Like, Neil Adams was in marketing, and that's where he made all of his money. And comics was his passion and hobby that made his name actually known outside of that, because otherwise you'd never know he worked on some of the best advertising art of like the 70s and 80s. Heck, he did the logo for the Shadow movie. That's him.
Greatest artist of all time. Yeah.
That was a awesome weekend to work for him. It wasn't a bucket list item because I didn't even know it was a possibility, but it's one of the cool things I got to do. So R.I.P. Neil Adams. Is he the best Batman artist? I gotta say, yeah, but I do like Jim Lee Batman, but I also like Jim Aparo. I'm going on a tangent
He's
now.
among a lot of. He's always going to be remembered for the artwork stuff. So like,
Neil
he stands
Adams, I
tall.
got to say this, if you don't mind me interrupting. I love his Batman. I hate his recolored Batman.
Yeah, I could see that. Like, I have the one book that has the recolored stuff in it, but I like going
I'm trying
online
to
and reading
think
the
of the
prints.
difference.
I do
Yeah.
too, man. And I wish I ordered it against somebody else's recommendation. I said, and somebody showed me some pages. I'm like, oh, that's fine. I'm okay with it. But now I can't even really read it. I can't stand it. I'm a Jose Luis Garcia Lopez, and I do like Aparo a whole lot on Batman. But Neil Adams is one of the finest Batman artists out there. No disrespect whatsoever. Just that color.
Oh, Neil Adams is one of my all-time favorites.
Yeah.
When it comes to Batman, I don't think I've ever seen the recolors.
If you get his collected editions, they came out in 3 volumes, and then they did one big, massive.
The big omnibus collections.
Yeah.
Okay. See, I read the singles.
And
Batman
not all of
Odyssey
them
didn't make sense either.
Oh, it was terrible. Yeah, it was terrible. But
see.
the recolored, it's just airbrushed and updated to like a 90s vibe. It's not good. It's not good.
I
I'm
think it's
looking
because
at
it has
right
a bad
now.
recolor job. Like, it was
This. It also doesn't suit his style.
No.
no,
And
but he did it
maybe
in
part of
house,
that is
so-
because I grew up with his books, and so
Yeah.
it's weird. Like I already know what they looked like when they were new, when they were coming out, and how they should look. And so seeing them with a completely different coloring style just looks off to me. Like you said, that's a very 90s coloring style that works for 90s books, but it doesn't.
But
at
what you
all
basically
suit
did
those.
is you went and you special editioned it with
Oh
much
God!
saturation.
You're talking to the right people here.
Give me
in
the
terms of
Harmy's despecialized Neil Adams Batman. That's what I want. Where
Yeah.
is it? Give it to me digitally. I'll take it.
Now, I do have a question though. What about a good recoloring of a classic comic? How do you feel about that? Do you think it should always be the flat classic design, or do you think if they found a way to actually make it worthwhile, how would you feel about that?
Well, I'm kind of biased right now because, as Mike mentioned earlier, the first 3 issues of Nexus were in black and white, and right now we're remastering that and doing it in color. But Kelsey Shannon, who's doing that, is matching the color work with just a little bit of nuance that the first color issues got, which came with issues 4 and on. So we're trying to honor what came before while also doing something that's absolute. I mean, this is, Turner Classic Movies colorized edition, right, of a black and white film. So I don't know that I'm really the right person to ask that question, but I do prefer, if anybody's going to do coloring, I'd rather it just be sort of touch-up work. I'd rather it almost be more like restoration than updating it, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. It does.
I think with this, with like what we're doing on Nexus, we're going to have some diehard Nexus fans that are going to say, "F that," we want the black. Don't mess with this black and white stuff, right? And I get that, which that's still out there, and anybody can go get it. But this is just sort of it's a part of a restoration and remaster project that we're doing that I'll be able to tell you more about next year. What's next for Jonathan Majors?
Jail.
Probably
I think he'll get off. I think he's going to get off. And I think
he might get
probably should.
He's convicted,
one of
but
those.
we'll see what type of sentence he'll actually end up getting.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sure it'll be
I'm making a
probation.
joke that he's headed back for the minors now. 'cause-
Yeah. Oh, not the Majors. That's great. Jonathan
Wow.
Miners. I like
That's
that a
pretty good.
lot. That's a rim
pretty
shot
good.
moment.
See,
yeah.
Part of what
that's
I
a
do.
pun, and I appreciate puns.
I told Mike that same thing. I love a good pun.
I love a good pun, but considering the types of entertainment that I grew up with, where like quips and puns were all over the place, and I gravitated to those types of characters that utilize those pretty liberally. I can't help it.
Well,
Sometimes
I won't say there's no puns in Hogzilla because there is a bacon reference and there is a barbecue reference. So, I mean, those are puns. And trust me, when you see it, you'll know. but that
The
was
trick
a good
is to be sparing with them. You
That's
don't want
right.
to overload
Well,
people.
yeah,
You don't want to
you-
overload people with any type of humor. Otherwise, it just gets old and boring, and it's no longer.
Can you
funny.
overdose on bacon though? Maybe. I wouldn't want
well,
to.
when you have a heart attack, yes.
Well,
but
okay.
until
maybe
then, you're
with
fine.
that attitude, Chris, you can overdose on bacon. But I think with the right attitude, it's impossible.
Maybe so.
All right, Jeff, take
Jonathan-
us away.
Jonathan Majors has been found guilty of the abuse allegations, and so now he's been fired from Marvel. Now, in 90 minutes of being convicted, he was fired. So people are wondering, was he fired a long time ago and they were just waiting to go public? What do you guys think is the situation there?
Considering
the
that
only
his
thing that
Management
makes sense.
360 team dropped him as soon
Yeah.
as the case went public, I would say, yeah, they got rid of him. They're basically saying just any projects he's in, get those out or find a way to reinvent them and take the hit. And when the conviction comes, which they all thought it would, you can make your announcement publicly and not be on the wrong side of the argument. Because, I mean, any studio worth their salt takes this approach. They did this with Kevin Spacey back during the movie All the Money in the World. Christopher Plummer came in and replaced him on that in that role because the trial got so controversial they could not wait for a verdict. And they said, "Screw it, we're just going to pull him out, not stir the pot." Put in Christopher Plummer, and that movie did pretty well. And the only controversy that came is the fact that one of the female actors who came back for reshoots wasn't paid the same as Mark Wahlberg when he came back, and they tried to frame that as a bias from the production when it's not. It's really just the agent that negotiated the reshoot contract didn't do a good enough job to warrant her coming back for extra pay. And luckily that blew over appropriately, but it took a while. The same thing is going to happen here. If Marvel decides to continue with the Kang character, they already have a very plausible out in the fact that variants can look like different people. And one example is Sylvie and Loki. They're both technically Loki. But
so watch them have a female Kang next.
They could have a female Kang.
They probably will. We're going to get a female
Jonathan
Silver
Majors.
Surfer.
You'll probably see Jonathan Majors on the street with a t-shirt that says "We was Kang."
Well, look, Rhodey got recast after Iron Man.
Yes, he did.
And that was within
Terrence
the same
Howard,
universe. Yeah.
Terrence Howard wanted more money, and they found out that his contract was negotiated based on screen time. So when they tried to write him out a little more in Iron Man 2, he got upset, and his agent and he made a threat, and they said, "Okay, we'll see you later." And then Don Cheadle became available, and that's who they wanted in the first place, anyways. And
well, I like Don Cheadle to be fair, though Terrence Howard is a better actor overall. I would say.
I think Don Cheadle looks a little too old compared to everybody else.
I would have preferred keeping Howard.
Me too.
Same.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have been against that. Absolutely. I think I like Don Cheadle as an actor. But Terrence Howard is definitely superior there.
He's a little too skinny nowadays to play a superhero.
That's fair.
I just thought he actually got along with Robert Downey Jr. Like I believe they were actually friends when I watched the other Rhodey. I was just like, oh, it's just Don Cheadle playing a character. I was like, oh, these guys don't know each other.
Yeah, Cheadle he's sort of reached that pinnacle where it's like, well, that's Don Cheadle. What's he doing in this movie? You know, like Brad Pitt, or not that he's a Brad Pitt, but you know what I mean. You just
I get what you're saying.
George Clooney.
Takes you out of the movie, and I think that the agency that back when they fired him, I think Marvel had already pulled the deal then. Disney vets their people, and there had already been some rumblings about some bad behavior with Jonathan Majors back when he was in, doing off-Broadway type stuff, stage play stuff.
Yeah. And they hedged their bets because they thought he was going to blow up to be a big star.
Right.
And they said, okay, well, let's ride on this and maybe it'll work. And maybe those allegations are just as far as that is ever going to go. And then,
well, I think Disney let him go. I think Marvel let him go. And then that's when the agency said, well, if you don't have a deal with Marvel,
why are we representing you? Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. I think what's also funny is the fact that Disney's show Loki was the architect of his decline anyways, because that's where he met the girlfriend that he assaulted and was convicted for.
Crazy.
And I didn't see it with him, honestly. Like I didn't
didn't
see anything special out of his performance as Kang.
Me neither.
I thought he was an actor.
like, wait, this is supposed to be Kang? This is supposed to be the next big bet. Because as soon as I saw we were doing Kang, I'm like, So Kang's going to be the next big bad
Yeah, I
of
wasn't
the
impressed.
MCU.
Well, and
And
then that
this
he
guy
was,
is who they got.
yeah, to me, it was kind of weird. One of our insiders has suggested, I don't know if it's real or not, it might just be a rumor, but was that Jonathan Majors looked so much like George Floyd that Disney just scooped him up and said, that's going to be our big centerpiece for the next 2-3 phases of Marvel movies. It was a terrible decision on their part, obviously, but this gives Marvel a nice opportunity to kind of shake things up and do something totally different.
At this point, yeah, just throw out the whole Kang
they need to,
idea.
man.
Like,
They
get
need
rid of
to.
it.
They-
They need
they've
to hit
dropped
the
the ball.
reset button for the most part, because current, when we could go on and on for years. And
Well, I
hours
think they
about
should.
the
I think
current
they
state of
really
the
ought to be
MCU.
smart. They won't be smart. Disney, don't underestimate Disney's ability to do something stupid, especially when it comes to Marvel. I mean, Namor, come on, give me a break.
Oh,
But
yeah.
why not Doctor
Namor.
Doom?
Who
Why not
the hell
do
is Namor?
a bird? What's the guy's name? Bill. What's the guy's name that did the Pixar movie of the superhero team? Brad.
Oh,
Bird?
Brad Bird.
Oh yeah, for Incredibles. Yeah.
Why not
Brad
get a good script from him to do something that honors the Fantastic Four? Do a Fantastic Four, introduce Doctor Doom, a good one. Let him be your big baddie. Do the X-Men right. Don't be ashamed that the word men is in their title. I mean, these are just little guideposts. Get really hired writers.
You mean
That know what
embrace
they're
the
doing.
brand that made it legendary to begin
You're-
with? Really?
Yeah, it's never going to happen. It's not going to happen. They are
You
going
know
to
it's
try
not.
and ride.
So
They're going
this
to
is
try and
all,
ride on nostalgia.
I'm here for
alone.
this slow motion train wreck. At this point,
That's-
that's all I'm here
I don't
for.
know how slow it's going to be.
They
Honestly.
don't
Honestly,
entertain me
it's-
anymore.
it's-
I
it's the
cannot
train-
tell you the last time I got all the way through a full episode or a full film of Marvel without saying, I'll come back to this later. That's
Right?
the truth.
Yeah,
I mean, it
well,
might
that's
be.
just how it is. Disney
There's no
doesn't
reason to
hire
be enthused
externally,
anymore.
so their problems will never be solved.
No.
They dropped the ball with Kang because a time traveling villain that could go back in time over and over and correct their mistakes is something very dangerous for the Avengers to fight, and yet they completely squandered it. Even if they want, here's the other part too. No film franchise has had this many movies in onto a brand that has actually superseded the title character. They're no longer Iron Man movies,
Right.
Avengers movies, Captain America. They're Marvel films. Marvel is the main title of these.
Right.
They will never reset. They can only do a shift, and the shift would be, and the reason they do that is because Disney, especially on the distribution side of things, even though they're phasing out physical media to a degree, they want to sell that 40 movie box set for $1,000. They do. And if they do a reset, they can't do it because they know, well, we reset it. Why would I ever buy all the old movies when I got the brand new ones that are whatever? They'll
I
never,
didn't even
so
think
they're
of that.
never going to not do that purely on marketing alone.
They've got to
So-
fix it, though. They've got to fix
They
it.
They have to hire
Spider-Man,
outside.
No Way Home, probably the last great Marvel adjacent, I guess. Is it? I mean, I guess it's Marvel, Sony, whatever.
And if
Yeah,
I'm
Sony
being completely honest,
distributed
that
it.
was only
Mhm.
great in the third act, and only because it had Toby and Andrew in it. The first
Well,
two
I was
acts
going
were
to say
a mess.
the trick there, which Doctor Strange couldn't match, even though that trailer in front of Spider-Man No Way Home had me excited that it could, it just could not. But what was great about that was think about living back in the 40s when it was the Wolfman, Frankenstein, and Dracula all in the same movie,
Yeah.
right? Because there was nothing like that going on
Sure.
up until that
Sure.
time, and we had never seen anything like this. This would be akin to seeing Roger Moore, Sean Connery, and Timothy Dalton in a James Bond movie about time
Sure.
travel or something, right?
You're
It's
on the right
insane.
channel to be talking about Bond.
Oh, yes, you are.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm a huge Bond fan, but that was the last great time I had.
Sure.
a
Yeah,
Marvel
and that's fair.
movie.
Here was my issue with
I
that,
enjoyed
because,
Guardians of
look,
the Galaxy 3. I just couldn't finish it in one sitting. That's all.
That's fair. I loved seeing Toby again, man. I grew
Yeah,
up
me
with
too.
Toby. I loved seeing Andrew. Andrew is, even though I grew up with Toby first,
Yeah.
Andrew was my Spider-Man. And a lot
How
of
old
people
are you?
disagree with me, and that's fine. How old am I?
Yeah.
I'm
Do you mind?
gonna be. I'm 35, right?
My daughter's
I'm 35.
23. I took her to see Spider-Man 2 with Toby to the theaters. Okay.
Mhm.
So she's what, 3 or 4? Okay.
Yeah.
So Toby was her Spider-Man. She does not watch,
I love Spider-Man 2.
entertainment media. I run Bleeding Fool. She's probably never been there.
Yeah.
So she's 23 now. Last year, I took her to the IMAX to see No Way Home.
Mhm.
And she didn't even know that the other Spider-Men were going to show up. I
Yeah.
took her to see Wonder Woman too. So, we've kind of had this little superhero movie thing going for years. Guys, it blew her mind when that
Yeah.
happened. You know what I mean? Because she was totally, there was no spoiler for her whatsoever. When it happened, when Andrew showed up, she freaked. When Toby showed up, she freaked. It was blowing her mind.
They
So
kept that pretty well under wraps.
it was great. And that's the experience that you want people to have at that kind of a movie, right? And Marvel just doesn't have that. And Sony doesn't know what they're doing. I mean, does anybody give a damn about
No one cares
Craven?
about Madam Web or
Madam
Craven.
Web's a
Like those
joke,
are
and
those are characters.
Morbius was a complete trash fire.
The sad part is every single one of those characters, every single one of those could have been utilized. And I'm going to include Venom in that too, even though the first Venom was a fun film. It did
It was
very
fun.
well.
Yeah.
The second film didn't do very well because it wasn't very good. But all of those characters could have been elevated and done so much better if they had actually been utilized within the scope of using them in a Spider-Man film instead of
Right.
their own thing. Those are not characters that are going to stand on their own. Those are characters that are important because of Spider-Man. Nobody's reading a Madam Web comic book. Nobody's reading a Morbius comic book.
Or
Nobody's
Kraven.
reading Kraven
Yeah.
the Hunter. People care about Kraven the Hunter because of Kraven's Last Hunt.
That's it.
Okay.
Yep.
People care about Venom. Sure. All right. If we're going to give anybody their own shit, it's going to be Venom. Fine. Fair enough. I will grant you that. But still, he could be utilized so much better by orders of magnitude in the realm and scope of properly utilizing him in a Spider-Man film,
How
which
much of
hasn't
a
been done yet.
failure- It's failure theater to put out Madam Web. and Kraven
I
and
see.
the
Like,
thing.
look,
Oh, Sammy Pascal, that's what it is.
And then to tease, and you notice they teased Spider-Man appearing in Morbius in the trailer.
yeah,
Didn't they even have the Vulture in the closing
in the end
Oh
end
my-
credits scene, yeah. And the
And
thing
Vulture
is, like,
was a great villain. That could have been
Yeah.
awesome.
and I care about the characters that are in, at least some of the characters that are in Madam Web, but only insofar as how they're attached to Spider-Man.
Yeah,
So
that's it.
I just, even
Well,
the
that's not
trailer
the
looked,
Madam Web from the comics. I don't know.
yeah,
what
it's
that
not.
is.
The
No.
trailer looked fine. I'm not going to come out
It
here and
looked
say like it looked
Batwoman
like the worst.
CW quality to me.
It didn't look like the worst trailer in the world to me. I've seen worse, but I looked at it still, and at the end of the day, I was like, "But I'm not. Am I going to pay $20 to go see that in theaters? No.
Am
I
I
don't-
the
I don't
only one
care
that thought
enough.
everybody looked sweaty in it?
I think that's the
And
lighting.
glistening. It was
Yeah,
really
I think it's
weird.
the light. I'm not sure.
It was
But
I
weird.
will
I
say
hope the
this: it was
costumes look
kind of
like
nice to
it.
see a movie being pitched where it takes 4 women to fight one guy, especially if they all have superpowers.
One guy that
the
looks a
opposite.
lot like Spider-Man, by the way.
Mm,
Yeah, it looks a lot like
Yes.
Spider-Man.
Terrible.
yeah.
Do you think
I'd
people will
rather
get
watch
confused and
Spawn
go
again,
see it?
honestly.
No, I don't. I don't think anybody's going to go see it. I think this is going to be just as much of a flop as Morbius was, as Craven will inevitably be, because people don't look. Spider-Man is a brand that still has market power,
Yeah.
but you are trying to sell movies based on characters that are specifically attached to Spider-Man, and the movies have piss all to do with Spider-Man. People aren't going to care.
I don't know
People-
why
people
Sony is
don't-
hell bent on creating a Spider universe without Spider-Man.
This
I
is
don't
this
get
is
it.
why Amazing Spider-Man 2 didn't do as well as it could have, because Sony was like, "Hey, Mark Webb, we want to do a Sinister Six film. We're going to set up Sinister Six in your film." He's like, "I don't want to set up Sinister Six in my film. I'm doing this story." Well,
Right.
we want you to set up Sinister Six, and we're the ones funding you, so you're going to set up Sinister Six, right? Just like with what they did with Raimi, where he was just going to do Sandman. They're like, "Well, we want you to do Venom." Well, I don't want to do Venom. I wasn't planning on doing Venom. Well, we want you to do Venom, and we're the ones funding you, so you're going to do Venom, right? And all that meddling winds up futzing up what otherwise would be a very strong story, because you can see, like, look, Spider-Man 3 is the black sheep, the redheaded stepchild of the Raimi trilogy, because the first 2 films are phenomenal. That second film is just about as perfect as a comic book movie will ever get.
Yeah.
but Spider-Man 3 has so many issues. But you
Well,
can
you got to
see,
get rid of the Venom angle. That's
yeah,
the problem
you
with the
can
whole movie.
see the lines and the seeds of greatness in that film. There's
Mm.
so many great things going on, but then you also see where things were put in where it's like that was probably not initially planned.
Yeah.
And it sucks because it screws it up. And this is
And
really
Topher
unfortunate.
Grace, let's be honest,
Oh.
Topher Grace didn't need to be Venom. That was ridiculous.
No, he
Topher
would have
Grace
been
is not Eddie
better
Brock.
as a Green Goblin type.
Yeah, maybe.
I
He's
wouldn't have even
lanky and
given him
weird. He's
Maybe
got
that.
a high-pitched
Mysterio.
voice.
I don't know.
I would have looked into a different character to make Topher Grace. I don't picture
Just
him.
not have him in the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, or just not have him in the movie.
Cut him
He's
loose.
not a bad actor, but he's not Eddie Brock.
Yeah. Yeah, Eric Foreman's a great character, but not
yeah.
Eddie Brock.
I will
he's
say
a-
I did back on the Marvel thing for a second in the MCU since Kang's on the screen here. I'm thinking the Disney Plus shows. I did like Werewolf by Night. I will say that. I'm one of the few.
Oh yeah, well, Michael Giacchino, a composer and a storyteller, took a crack at directing, which he's done off and on. I think he delivered. I thought, hey, did Marvel like not pay attention to what was going on over here? Is that why this thing is so good?
I don't know what went right, but when you're putting out She-Hulk, the last thing I'm expecting to be good is your werewolf show, and
This is
they did it.
so incredibly infuriating how Marvel and DC, honestly, how all of these
Oh my
properties
gosh.
handle these female characters these days, because these are characters that they're always acting like us comic book fans are sexist, misogynist. Oh, you just don't like female leads. Bitch, how the fuck do you think this character got as important and popular as they actually did? Comic books are a primarily male demographic.
Period. That's the whole story right there.
It was
That's the whole
mainly
story.
males that were buying freaking John Burns.
Same
She-Hulk
thing with
book,
Star
like-
Wars, guys. It
Yeah.
was mainly, I'm not saying that women can't enjoy it or be part of it or were never part of it. They
absolutely.
were, but they were not
as
the
I always
majority.
say, well, yeah, they're not the majority, but I also always make this point. The ones that are fans, ladies like the Saskas, who are massive fans of Spider-Man,
Right.
of Daredevil, of the Punisher, of all these other characters, Black Widow, they liked these things just as they were. They were here for the characters as
That's
they
right.
were. They were
That's right.
fans. You didn't have to meddle with it. She-Hulk is a fantastic character that, if it had been done properly, would have been a massive hit with men and women that were fans, right?
Yeah. That was the worst version of She-Hulk. I tapped out after the first
Matt.
episode and just watched the highlight reels on YouTube from then on out.
I couldn't even do the second I saw the twerking scene, I was like, no, I'm good. I don't need it.
It's almost
don't-
like that
I
they
don't
were
need that
insulted by
negativity.
the male fans. Disney took Marvel and decided, you know what? I know this is a male brand, but we're going to make it a princess brand.
Jeff,
They
how many
really
times
changed.
have we talked about that here? Where
Yeah,
they
it's true.
Disney had the market cornered when it came to little girls
Yeah.
with the princess brand. But then they were like, hey, we want to corner the boy market too. And what did they do? They bought like the two biggest boy properties out there in Marvel and Star Wars. And then what did they proceed to do? They tried to turn the
Turn them
two
into
biggest
girls'
boy
properties.
properties into girls' properties.
They
And the
trans them.
girls,
They
yeah,
trans
the girls primarily already weren't interested in it. And
Well,
then
that's
on
because
top
they
of
don't
that,
know how
you
to sell
lost
the
the
boys.
boys.
They lost the boys because they never knew how to sell the boys. That's
Well, they
the
didn't-
thing.
Well, they still
They
aren't.
didn't
Think
need-
about this for a minute, just for a second. Think if
Yeah.
they said, hey, here's this girls thing, Princess Snow White. We're going to make a Snow White for dudes. I'm not interested.
Yeah,
That's what the girls can enjoy, the Snow White, and I'll go
Sure.
enjoy this, the Predator movie. Okay.
yeah.
Let's go as far on the other end of the spectrum.
Well,
as
I'm just saying, that you're right. Disney was a princess. It was a girl brand. It always has been, but at least it did wholesome stuff. And
I will
it
say
still
Treasure
had
Planet, though, is
romance.
one of my favorite animated movies of all time.
I've heard
And
that. My
movie
daughter
is
likes that. I don't know that I ever
underappreciated.
saw it. Don't know that I ever saw it.
It's really good. It's got a Goo Goo Dolls song, and they're my favorite band. So that's part of it.
Goo Goo Dolls. Now that's a manly name.
It really isn't, but Johnny Resnick is a man's man. He's a badass.
I'll take your word for it.
I appreciate him as a vocalist and a guitarist
I
and a lyricist.
don't think I've ever met anyone that's been as enthusiastic of a Goo Goo Dolls fan as you are right now, but I'm here for it because,
Yeah.
hey, Iris is a
My
good song.
my sister and I saw them live because we share them as our favorite band. We saw them live together before we left California.
Iris is a great song. They've got more than Iris. They've got about
Oh,
4
yeah,
or 5 radio hits, don't they? At
Black
least.
Balloons, right?
Yeah, Black Balloon, Name.
Yeah, Name. I like that song.
Big Machine is one of their lesser known hits, but I still love it. They got. I'm not going to go on and on about Goo Goo Dolls, but the point is, Disney had like a couple of decent movies that could have been geared towards boys, but they still weren't a primarily boy brand. So
Right.
those films wound up just not doing as well because they, to your point, they didn't know how to Scripps' point, they didn't know how to market to boys really, even though that I would consider Treasure Planet a fantastic movie. But the fact of the matter is, they didn't really have to do anything when they bought Marvel and Star Wars. All they had to do was just let the people that were marketing those brands continue to market those brands and just do their thing. Just that's all you have to do. Like,
well, Kathleen Kennedy, they should have gotten rid of Kathleen.
Whatever y'all are doing that are making y'all super successful, just keep doing that. We just now get a cut of it. That's literally all they had to do.
Well, it's not as easy because the marketing departments that worked for Marvel and Lucasfilm prior to the acquisition of Disney were competitors with Disney's own marketing department. So they couldn't have them in there. So even if they said we want to use that marketing department, someone at corporate at Disney be like, no, we already have a marketing team. And so that marketing team now gets involved and says, well, we've never sold something
people
to
that
boys
know how
before.
to market those.
We've never sold stuff to boys before. The connection to Disney is always parks and princesses, not princes. So what are they going to do? And then on top of that, when they're trying to copy a successful formula that happened at Marvel, which made it successful enough for Disney to want to buy, and they put that over to Lucasfilm and they populated it with their own people, they ended up gutting the very thing that made the brand successful. It's because Marvel had their creative committee that was put together by Ike Perlmutter, Jon Favreau, and Kevin Feige and co. to try and make sure that they stay on brand with the characters and exploit the best characters for their films. And that committee is one of the reasons that made Marvel as successful as it was. Lucasfilm had nothing like that. Lucasfilm was a completely pure independent production studio that was run like an independent production studio, which means that had terrible structure. Lots of departments weren't really coordinating with themselves as well as you'd think they should be. So when Disney got a hold of Lucasfilm, they're like, well, we'll just do a copy and paste of what's making Marvel so well, because that's huge. We'll put it onto Lucasfilm. But instead of grabbing the best people who are familiar with Star Wars IP and able to organize and understand what the brand was, they got people that were activists of a certain ideology that were also some Star Wars fans that manipulated what they loved about Star Wars to fit their own ideology, as opposed to the opposite, which is this is the ideology of Star Wars. This is what it's about. This is what's supposed to be. This is how we reinforce it, build it, and expand upon it. And you saw the collapse. And the Lucasfilm Story Group is the only thing that survived. There is no Marvel Creative Committee over there anymore. So who's running the show?
I don't think they know
Kevin
when
Feige
they are,
and
where
his
they are,
team.
or where they're going.
Kevin Feige and Joe Esposito and all those other guys over there are doing it. And they've also fallen into the trap. The one thing that made Marvel great is they reached out and allowed people that never worked with Marvel before or never worked with their distribution partners like Paramount or Universal at the time to come in and pitch ideas for their properties and take it. As soon as Disney got the acquisition, it's like, well, if they've never worked for Disney, we're not listening to them. And if they'd ever worked for someone who now works at Disney, we're not listening to them. And that's how it is. And that's why you will not get a course correction at Marvel unless Kevin Feige has worked with someone who hasn't worked with them before, who actually is very creative and talented. And Kevin Feige can bring him in and say, yeah, I worked with him on this film before I got to Marvel. He could fit into Disney's brand. And that's how you get it pulled in. Right now, they got Michael Waldron, who, when he doesn't have Disney over his shoulder, is quite a good writer. His Heels show that he does with Tim O'Malley is a lot better than you'd ever give it credit for. And the stuff that he does on his own actually has some talent.
Really good.
It is, and it was canceled because nobody was watching it on Star because it's Star. Like, you know how many people go to Star to look for any
people
any
still
television.
have Star.
Yeah, exactly. So now that they bring him back to do Kang Dynasty, which is now I guess titled Avengers 5, and he's also doing Secret Wars, you're like, okay, great. You've got a guy who, outside of the Disney brand can do stuff that's well, but with Disney looking over the shoulder, telling them you're going to write what we tell you, you're going to get a compromised project. And
Oh
then
yeah,
on
it'll
top
be a
of that,
corporate product.
what director are
Absolutely.
they going to give to that can give authorship to this to make it a movie that first fits within the brand, but also feels like it's its own thing? That's what I really liked about Jon Favreau, Kenneth Branagh, and
Russo brothers.
the
Yep.
Russo brothers were TV, and they owe a lot to Stephen McFeely and Chris McKay, or not sorry,
From
Chris
Community,
Christopher Ferguson.
but the Winter
Yeah.
Soldier, man. I mean, when they started their role with
That
Marvel,
movie.
I mean, that was the pinnacle for them.
It was the pinnacle. I think that was the only thing I had with Winter Soldier is that they cheaped out on the combat scenes. There's a lot of quick cuts, a lot of close-ups.
Yeah, I think it fit though for that sort of conspiracy sort of movie. But I would agree with you. But it's probably one of my favorites from
The thing is that I'm like, that's
Captain
not cinematic. That's TV.
Yeah.
And on top of that, Christopher Nolan did that for Batman Begins, and then he got humiliated because of that, and then did everything he could to reduce that in The Dark Knight. But
Right,
the Russo
that's true.
brothers kept on doubling down. And then when they went and did Citadel, and I don't know if you've seen that or not, that is terrible.
No.
And it's like, yeah, they had a lot of help because they had a powerhouse writing team in Steve McFeely and Chris Freeland.
But also, you had great stories. You were still back with the legacy characters: Iron
Yep.
Man, Captain America.
We still cared about the
Thor.
characters. We cared about the
Yeah,
stories that
and
were
you
happening.
hadn't trashed.
Winter
You hadn't
Soldier was a
released
fantastic
Eternals.
story.
Yeah,
No,
you
you
hadn't
haven't.
released Shang-Chi.
No, that's
yet.
not trash. Shang-Chi was trash. Eternals was like sewage.
Oh my gosh.
Eternals was here's the thing: Shang-Chi and Eternals were wasted because there's nothing on paper that says these characters couldn't work, because they have worked. They were in their niche market within Marvel Comics, but so was Iron Man, and to an extent, so was Captain America at a point. But
Sure.
they made them work because they did something with the characters that got people to understand why
Right.
they were popular in the first place. They didn't do that with Shang-Chi. They had a great concept. Oh,
Guardians of the Galaxy were D-listers.
D-listers, and we fell in love with
before
them.
James Gunn put out the first Guardians film.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
were just bad misfires.
And
I was
now-
a huge
now
fan.
Now they're household names.
Yeah,
Mm.
I was a huge fan of Eternals. I was a huge fan of Inhumans before that movie came along. I'm a big
Oh.
Inhumans Jack Kirby fan.
I try to forget that they make that.
It's real.
Most did.
And Shang-Chi. I love Shang-Chi back before the movie.
Oh yeah, the
Yeah.
master. I mean, the concept again is Shang-Chi's dad is going to play with the dark arts that he's already tampered with so far of his lifetime to try and resurrect his dead wife. I'm like, that's cool because there's an interesting concept there. It's a pet cemetery type of
Right.
aspect.
Right.
And you combine that with a kung fu movie, you're like, well, those are two genres that don't always go together, but you got a through line that can connect them. All you got to do is nail it. And what do we get? We get we get a story about this character Shang-Chi, and the most pivotal point of his life is told to us, not even in a flashback, just told to us in an airplane. The whole
Yep.
thing, like, I found my mother's killed her and I killed him, but we don't see that. That's the pinnacle part of storytelling, is you show the most significant parts of that person's life that have made them the character they are today, and their current adventure is the next pivotal moment that's going to determine their future for the rest of their lives. And it's all done in an airplane.
Yeah,
And then-
that story should have been Act 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't
And
know
then what
why
was
they
that
didn't.
snake?
Maybe it was
Didn't get sent to the
budgetary,
snake.
COVID. I don't know.
No, it's Dave Callahan, who is a writer who I've read a number of his works. He's actually terrible, but he writes quickly and he makes deadlines, and that's why
it.
he's. You take a look at his recent output. He did Mortal Kombat 2021. He did Wonder Woman 1984. He did Shang-Chi, and he did
Oh.
Zombieland 2, all within 2 years of each other. That's a
All
lot of
garbage.
output, and any writer worth their salt would be like, it's a miracle that you can make that many. You can write that many scripts in that time alone. It'd be even more of a miracle if they were good, but it's predictable that they'd be bad, because if you're focusing your attention on those 4 stories and they're being released in that tight of a window, that means they're all being turned in around the same time, which means you're all working on them at the same time, which means that they're going to be heavily flawed. And if the studio doesn't care and all they care about is a deadline and the brand recognition to get it into production and get it out, then yeah, you as a writer are going to make a lot of money, but your reputation is just going to peak and then flatline, and then you'll be forgotten because you never wrote anything that was good enough because you didn't put in the effort or time. You wrote 4 screenplays in 1 year. You turned them all in. You're writing another 4 screenplays at the same time, and you're just cashing your checks because you know you're not going to make it in this industry. So take the money and run is the mentality, and he is a pinnacle of that right now.
Mm.
That's a good
And Michael Waldron might even be forcing the same thing now that he's writing 2 Avengers films back to back after Multiverse of Madness. He's going to be burned out for sure.
The
And
Multiverse of Madness had such potential.
it
I mean,
did.
it had potential. I don't know why they had America Chavez in it. It seems like a DEI decision.
Well, part DEI and part we don't want to pay the original creators of the characters that people want to go see. So we need to transition into the characters we own wholesale and don't have to worry about estates, because the Steve Ditko estate was recently settled. They settled Jack Kirby and Stan Lee estates a few years earlier, which, and then not to their benefit. It's like they still have to pay out those estates. So they're like, we need to change the name, change the characters just enough so that we don't have to pay the original estates that made them, so we can keep all the profits. And frankly, with Disney's current legal battles and their own financial failings, they need every cent they can get.
Oh yeah,
The
they're
thing
in a
is,
they're in
though,
a bad way right now.
It's like hiring a different singer because you don't want to pay your lead singer anymore, and they don't even sound the same or look the same or anything like that. It's like we're gonna do the same songs, but she's gonna sing them, you know. And if you're gonna lose your
now
audience,
it sounds
nobody
like bad
cares.
karaoke, and nobody's
Nobody
coming to see
cares.
it.
Yeah, I don't
exactly.
know.
Yeah,
That's a shame, guys. I'm gonna have to bail. I had a heck of a time. I didn't think I'd be here this long. Thank you for the invitation, Jeff.
Sir,
It was
appreciate
great having you, man. It was nice to meet you tonight.
Thank you. Likewise. Hope everybody will check out Bleeding Fools sometime in the next, I don't know, 10 to 100 days or whatever. Leave a comment if you like.
Yeah. I can't recall how long I've been following your Twitter account for a while, but I do pop in there. And
oh, good. Thank you.
And well, I like the interview you did with Gary on Vindicated Inc., because I'm working with him on that, and it was well done. And
Gary's a hell of a guy, and that is beautiful art. That's a great book that needs to do well. I hope it does for him. Gary Kessel, great guy. I'm saying that right? Kessel?
Yep. Well, Cassell, but yeah, don't worry.
Cassell, thank you. Hey, and I'm Brawley, by the way. It's easy to say Brayley, but it's Brawley, like a barroom brawler or something.
Oh, okay. All right.
Shared that at the tail end. Guys, Merry Christmas.
Hey, Merry Christmas to you, sir.
Hanukkah, whatever doesn't offend you, and Happy New Year. And Jeff, I'll follow up with you on Facebook sometime soon.
Yeah, sounds great. We'll be talking.
Thanks, guys.
You have a great night, sir.
Good night, sir.
Cool guy.
Yeah.
Very cool. This has been a fun show. Much different.
I would even say he bleeds cool.
Womp 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 womp
womp womp. But he's not a worthless jackass like the guy over at Bleeding Cool. It just wouldn't sound right if I said he bleeds fool. You know, he seemed like a smart guy. You know. Anyway,
yeah,
that was cool. Great guests tonight. What the hell?
Yeah, just it's a little snippet of what we got coming. We're gonna do a lot of fun stuff, but we're gonna get some cool people on because we're continuing to venture out into uncharted waters for some of this creative stuff. So just keep watching WCBS in the new year. I'm gonna be giving you guys a whole new take on a lot of cool stuff.
Absolutely.
So do you think they'll blame Jonathan Majors stuff if there's a future failure with one of these Avengers films? Will they say people were so turned off by it that they're not showing up or something?
That's the layup easy excuse, right? Like they love this kind of stuff. They absolutely love this kind of stuff. They'll look for any possible excuse for it to be anything other than the quality of their product and the fact that they pushed most of their audience away. They've lost the general audience, and they've long since pissed off us longtime fans and pushed us out. They told us it wasn't for us anymore, so we said, okay, peace. So yeah, they're going to absolutely utilize this. Like, oh, this film did bad because of the Jonathan Majors controversy, which at that point will have probably been like, I don't know, 2 or 3 years later. And they'll still be blaming it on that. I mean, we're still blaming stuff on COVID now, aren't we? Or at least some people are.
Only when it comes to Disney.
Right? Yeah. Well, yeah, it's true. And so, or like they blamed the Marvels on the Actors Guild strike, right?
Yeah,
and
no, they weren't able to promote it. Well, you know what they were going to blame the Marvels for if Warner Brothers didn't move its schedule? Dune 2. They were going to say we couldn't compete with Dune 2.
They're always going to seek any excuse that is anything other than them accepting responsibility for the crap state of their product and the brand. They're going to avoid that at all costs. And it's what we're seeing. It's what we're going to continue to see with Jonathan Majors. Like he was not bringing anything really to the table to begin with. Like I said, when I saw him and I was like, "Oh, we're doing Kang." And this is what we're doing. This is who we have.
Well, when I saw him, I'm like, why did they get a 50-year-old guy to play Kang? Shouldn't they get someone younger? And then I find out he's 33. I'm like, oh my God, what type of life has he lived? He looks really old for.
I wasn't even thinking that. I was just looking at the performance on his face, and I was like, this is not, dude. Thanos was a completely CGI character, and I got more charisma and malice and like incredible power out of that than I got from this guy. Like by leaps and bounds, orders of magnitude. You can't even compare. It's night and day.
Also,
and so I was just like, this is supposed to be the next multiversal problem. I don't buy it.
Script, to bounce off your point, it's not the age, it's the mileage. So
it totally is the
a lot of mileage.
It's the mileage, exactly. Good point. Good point. And I don't think there'll be any surprise to any of us here when they start pulling out this controversy as the excuse for why some of their future films are failing that have anything to do with the storyline, and they'll do their best to connect it. You know, it'll be a movie or a TV series or Disney Plus series, whatever, that has nothing to do with Kang, but they'll try and find a way to connect it to Kang and be like, oh, well, unfortunately, the controversy with Jonathan Majors, blah, 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 blah. I will say this. I am glad. I can't believe I'm giving Disney props for this. I'm glad that they waited until he was actually confirmed or at least judged guilty, convicted, before they dropped him. Because Warner Brothers did not give Johnny Depp the same respect. Johnny Depp.
Well, Disney first, actually. So
I guess that's true. Yeah, they dropped it. Yeah, they dropped him from Pirates of the Caribbean. So yeah, Disney didn't give Johnny Depp the same respect. Warner Brothers didn't give Johnny Depp the same respect. They dropped him from the Fantastic Beasts franchise.
Oh, after a huge outcry against it too. That's the other part. Do you remember when the first rally said to Warner Brothers, we want Johnny Depp gone, and they said no, and then a big campaign flooded in, and they're like, okay, I guess he's got to go. We're going to change him replace him with Mads Mikkelsen.
Who did a fine job, I'll say.
Yeah.
I've seen all the Fantastic Beasts films. I really only love the first one. Both Johnny and Mads Mikkelsen did very good performances. However, Johnny was done dirty in that deal because he was shown to be not guilty, and they dropped him without there having ever been a court scenario. They just nope, you're done. Disney did the same thing. He lost the two biggest franchises that he had tied to his name. He lost Pirates, which, let's be real here, Pirates doesn't exist without Johnny. And he lost Fantastic Beasts, and he brought a level of charisma to the role of Grindelwald. Unfortunately, even though Mads Mikkelsen did a great performance, and I will say that movie overall, Secrets of Dumbledore, was better than Crimes of Grindelwald, where Johnny was in it, I think that same script with Johnny still would have been better. And again, it was just a matter of him being done dirty. They gave Jonathan Majors the courtesy of waiting until he was, ruled guilty. They didn't do it with Johnny. And that's frustrating. That's what frustrates me. But at the same time, I'm like, I guess at least they did him that courtesy, because what if he wound up being proven not guilty? Okay, cool. Let's continue to give the guy work, because people that, I might not have been one of them, but people that did like his performance as Kang would then continue to still see him in the Disney Plus series, in the MCU films. They would still go out to see him, and they'd be glad that the boy wasn't guilty and wasn't done dirty. Johnny doesn't get doesn't get the same respect, unfortunately. And I know now he's basically said, I'm done with Hollywood. I'm done with those people.
He's going to do his music and his indie
And
films,
and good for him, honestly. Like he's
and
got
Ezra Miller's going to do another lap around town, wondering how he got away with it.
I was trying so hard to avoid thinking about Miller. Like that was
He's
the
just Miller
biggest
now?
insult. Yeah. That was the biggest, because otherwise the name Ezra is actually kind of a cool name, but then it now only makes me think of Ezra Miller, and I can't like it anymore.
I think of the band better than Ezra.
It's unfortunate, right? Because you see instances where it's like, wait, these guys were proven guilty of the shit that they were accused of on some level or another, and they either got off scot-free, a slap on the wrist, or they were at least given the courtesy of not being summarily removed from their positions and let go from their contracts. That was held off until after they were ruled guilty. Where was that with Johnny Depp? I'm not saying Johnny Depp is my favorite person on the planet. He said some stupid crap, like just about everybody in Hollywood has said some stupid crap. But the libertarian in me is like, well, like, does innocent until proven guilty not mean anything in this country anymore? Like, why are we treating people who are accused as already ruled and proven as guilty? Why are we doing that?
That's society, unfortunately. That's why Depp had to take his issues to civil court in Virginia and win, because there's no criminal charges ever brought against him. It was all in the court of public opinion, because that was the angle some of his detractors knew would amount the most damage and embolden the quote unquote victim. In this case here, we actually had an actual criminal investigation. And despite the fact that we learn how fast of a runner Jonathan Majors is, he still was convicted for the crimes he was accused.
Yeah. It's unfortunate that there's not an equality across the board of how people who are accused of things are treated, in terms of, adherence to the contracts and things like that, and given some kind of respect. It's like, hey, if you're guilty, all right, then you're a piece of shit. Then you beat up your girlfriend, you're an asshole. You deserve no respect now. But I will only say that after you are proven guilty. I'm not going to, because anybody can be, accused of anything, right?
Yeah. I'm wondering if he's going to file an appeal.
State. Who knows? Maybe he will. But that's the unfortunate state of society right now, where people are either lawsuit happy or attention whores. And, so they're going to accuse you of something that they have no proof whatsoever for. But we are at a point where the accusation alone is enough to damn you and ruin you forever. And lose you contracts, lose you status, lose you all of these things. Your life can change overnight just because of an accusation that could have been pulled out of somebody's asshole, be completely, irrefutably false. You could have every possible shred of evidence to the contrary of the accusation, and yet the accusation itself is enough to damn you. That's fucked.
Welcome to the present.
That sucks. The present sucks, Jeff. Fix it.
All right.
You do a Back to the Future parody next and fix it.
I don't think I'm going to be doing many more parodies, so I got some big ideas.
Yeah, I think after you're done the Wokebusters and the next two entries following Stealing Solo, is that going to be the end of you for parodies in the foreseeable future?
Probably. I want to be able to show that I can do all different types of stuff, not just be the parody guy.
Fair.
But these were two stories that, I absolutely love doing. And well, it's weird with Wokebusters. I'm like, I wish there was like more stories like that I had planned for, because I'm like, I'm having really a lot of fun with this one. I wish I could just keep doing this one. So it'd be hilarious if it became that kind of a book. But you know, never say never. Good ideas are good ideas, and sometimes you just got to go with it, no matter what you say. So
Fair enough.
I'll lay out stuff for everybody. I'll map it out. I'll plan it out. But you'll know what I'm doing, and we got some big things coming the way. We're gonna promote Wokebusters next year. So that's all I'll say about that. I'm excited.
Well, I'm excited for what you've got down the pipeline.
Yeah, it's cool. Like, I'll get new ideas, and I'm like, wait, I can implement these new ideas because this is for the marketing. And I'm just like really digging into the marketing this time, because that's what I actually paid money to go to school for. So it's kind of like cool to use it to market something that's mine. I'm not working for some company that's paying you your flat salary and you're like, yep, that's your job to make us more. I can, market it creatively and win. So, folks, that's one of the reasons, if you're into that type of working for yourself mentality, you can try the stuff too. To the listener earlier that was asking about comics, keep all that stuff in mind as well. So I got a weird question for you guys. I know this is an aside before we get into the audience and all that fun super chat stuff, folks. Thank you so much for making 2023 another great year for WCBS. 2024 is going to be the year, seriously, folks. I say it all the time because repetition is what works. And we're letting everybody know that 2024 is the year we're doing some big stuff to take over. So just be on the lookout. Make sure you're subscribed, have your bell notification turned on, and whenever WCBS goes live, don't miss out. We're going to give you guys an all-new look at us in the new year, and we promise that Dion will wear pants. So there you go.
That's appreciated.
Now, the weird question I have for you guys is, like, is Aquaman going to be the biggest flop of the year?
No, I don't think so.
I
actually
think Marvel's
think
is holding on to that. Yeah.
I think that
okay.
Aquaman 2 might actually do all right. I don't think it's going to make a ton of money. But after watching, I actually was in South Carolina visiting my folks over the weekend, Thursday through yesterday, and my dad and I went to a couple of movies, and Aquaman's trailer played before both films that we went and saw. And watching the trailer, I'm like, I can see how general audiences who had no knowledge of the admittedly very high profile Depp and Amber Heard case would see this trailer, and if they enjoyed the first Aquaman film, they might be like, "Oh, I'm looking forward to that. I'm gonna go see that," because the trailer on its face looks fun. I still maintain that Jason Momoa is a horrible casting for Arthur Curry. That's not Arthur Curry. It's not Aquaman. That's Santa Cruz Aqua Bro is what it is. However,
that title actually rolls off the tongue, so they should have just gone with that.
I will be the first to admit that I did enjoy the first Aquaman film. It was a fun movie. I had a great time. It looked beautiful in IMAX. It looked gorgeous on 4K. But he's better suited as Lobo. He was born to play that role. They should have gotten someone proper for Arthur Curry. I maintain that. But I can separate the two. I can be like, that's not Arthur Curry. That's not Aquaman. However, the movie, just as a movie, was still a fun and enjoyable experience. Those two separate things. I can do both. I can multitask. Two things can be true at once. And the trailer, the most recent one anyway, for Aquaman 2, looks fun. And if they play off each other properly with that script for kind of the almost buddy cop angle that they're going with for it, with Orm and Arthur, it could be a fun time. Like on its objective face. I'm not talking about the nonsense with Amber Heard and all of that. To hell with her. And to hell with a lot of decisions that Warner has made, to be fair as well. But if I am just basing my impressions off of the trailer, it looks like it's probably a fun time. So I can see that movie actually doing well. I don't think it's going to do $1 billion. it like the first Aquaman film did. The DC brand in terms of the films doesn't have that power right now. Back when the first Aquaman film came out, it wasn't too long after, what was it? The first Wonder Woman. It was only a couple years after the first Wonder Woman, if I remember correctly. So that movie did very well for them as well. So they had like a little bit of buffering there, a little bit of good graces. People were still interested. However, I don't think anything else that they put out has much of a chance to do big numbers. I think Aquaman 2 has a chance to do good numbers. I think it's a chance to make money, but I don't think it has a chance to make a high profit. And that's because of the apathy, the general apathy. But I think that the movie itself looks fun enough that enough of the general audience will be like, oh, that looks fun. That'll be a fun popcorn flick. I'm going to go see that.
Well, I just got this feeling that it's not going to be not like a flop, but like it seems like everyone's attention is elsewhere right now. Obviously, we have the holidays, but it's just like in general, whatever mainstream Hollywood puts out, it just seems like it's hard to capture people's attention. Like they'll go see Five Nights at Freddy's, they'll go see these other movies, but the ones that they kind of need to be these big ones just aren't landing. Especially this year, we've had so many surprise, underwhelming releases, some flops, some wins that you didn't see coming. I, you know, happy to be proven wrong, but I think Aquaman is just going to be a disappointment. It'll be the final. It's like the end of the DCEU officially, because the next one is a James Gunn picture, right?
Yes, in
Yes.
2025.
Yeah.
Oh, so we're really
So
not.
wait,
gonna have,
2024. There's not going to be any DC films now that I think about it, right?
yeah,
No
say
films.
just Deadpool.
No films. The only comic book film, at least one of that we know for sure is a comic book film, would be Deadpool 3. There might be Amanda Waller HBO series along with the Penguin coming out next year. That would be the DC thing. And
I don't know why.
yeah, all I can say is that the rumor is that Warner Brothers is not really pushing much on the marketing campaign for this because they know it's a flop. They're not going to push much. They're just going to squeeze every dollar they can for as little expense on their part as possible for this film. And then that's it. It's finally dead. And while Aquaman is dying, you've got Zack Snyder on the press junket saying, "Oh yeah, my Rebel Moon movie that's debuting this weekend on Netflix. It's not my cut. My cut's a bit longer, and it's a completely different film." So he's basically pulling
My
that
cut
Snyder.
16 hours.
He's pulling the Snyder cut crap again for and hedging his bet for when people don't like Rebel Moon, so that Netflix will release part 1, the extended Snyder cut, and then he'll do the same thing for part 2. And he's basically found his formula to double dip, and unfortunately, he is taking advantage of people that genuinely like his work, only for the benefit of himself. And I think that's evil. I mean, it's not the greatest evil, but I just think when it comes to dealing with the emotions of your fans, that's an evil thing to do.
No, in terms of fan manipulation, absolutely, I would agree with that entirely. And again, I don't like Snyder as a writer. I don't care too much for him as a person. I don't like a lot, not all, because I have some of my best friends like a lot of his movies, but I'm not a huge fan of a lot of his fans. But that being said, I think that's an unfortunate and evil thing for him to do, to manipulate and take advantage of the emotions of his fans who do, even as much as I may disagree with them and think they're nuts, take advantage of and manipulate the emotions of the people who legitimately like his work. I think that's messed up. And again, I don't like his work.
Wasn't the movie sitting like a 0% on Rotten Tomatoes for a minute?
Yes.
I think it was at like a 17%. Was it really as low as a 0?
It started at 0 for a bit, then it went up to 4, then I saw it 11, then 17, then 38. Basically, as a lot more critics got involved, that percentage went up, which is basically how you hedge a critic's rating scores. You just get enough people to either like it or like it enough that it can elevate the score a little bit. Doesn't even matter. The top critic score is in the toilet. The audience critic score is weird because there's things that the reviews themselves are sparse and very repetitious. So we'll see what happens. But again, it's debuting this weekend on Netflix. It is the only Snyder film I'm excited to watch just because I know how bad it's going to be, and the video I'm going to drop covering it, I don't think it'll do well, but it'll be very cathartic for myself.
I plan on reviewing it before Christmas, so we can, just put out something to talk about the film, because we talk about Zack Snyder. We don't have the strongest of opinion. We have strong opinions on him, but it's not the most positive opinion. So, I'm excited for a train wreck and a dumpster fire. I lived through the Batman and Superman movies, and I don't really like 300. I know I'm in the minority here, but I really have never been the biggest Zack Snyder guy ever at any point in his career. The only thing I like is his Dawn of the Dead, and I really like that.
Yeah, and you can thank James Gunn for that, because he's the one that wrote it.
That was written by James Gunn. Yeah.
Thanks, James. You're the man. I owe you a Christmas card.
Thanks, buddy. Don't make Superman Legacy suck.
Have you seen some of the leaks of the production office he's in? It's quite encouraging. He's got verisimilitude plastered over on the wall with the classic Superman animation on it, and a bunch of stuff. He's got tchotchkes all around showing some villains and some endearing moments and stills from other comics and movies that he liked. It all looks like it's in a good direction. If it's not authentic, then he's doing one heck of a good marketing job on getting people to be encouraged about his project.
The proof is going to be in the product.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because actors, directors, writers, all the time when it comes to these, I've long since learned that a lot of these guys, no matter which side of the camera they're on or which side of editorial they're on, they'll say the right things. If they feel the necessity to do so, they'll act like they were longtime fans of the character, and they'll recite a couple of things here and there that might make people who are less educated in the matter believe them. I'll know he gave a damn about the character of Superman when I see Superman Legacy, and it tells me that he did. Before that, I'm not going to judge him one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
I'm be neutral, but when that movie comes out, I will know if he actually gave a shit about Superman, or if he just wanted to give us the classic, his version of Superman. No, I got somebody else's version of Superman. It's called Not Superman. It was Man of Steel. Not interested. I don't need another thing like that.
Oh, that was the German title. Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Give me Superman, please, and thank you. I like the castings. I'm good with the castings so far on at least Clark and Lois. Let's see what you do with the script.
Who do you have issue with? I thought everyone was a pretty solid casting choice.
Sorry, what?
No, you said you basically pointed out Superman and Lois Lane for having good casting, but I thought the rest of the cast was solid too. Like, I didn't have any issues with anybody they announced.
My only issue is that this is me being a Hal Jordan guy. I'm salty and frustrated that Nathan Fillion is being cast as Guy Gardner.
Okay, that's fair.
That's a personal thing.
That's a fair one.
Because I hate Guy Gardner. 2, I love Nathan Fillion. 3, Nathan Fillion has voiced Hal Jordan before, and Hal Jordan is my favorite Green Lantern, and his voice is perfect for it. However, I also recognize that he's too old to play Hal Jordan unless we're doing like Emerald Twilight.
He's also technically too old to play Guy Gardner.
This is fair too, because they should be somewhere around similar age, but
they're contemporary, yeah. But here's the other part. This is the curse of Hollywood. And it's not just with studios, it's with casting directors as well. If you've ever played the role before, even if it's in another medium, they don't want to see you play that role again. For instance, John Newton, who played Superboy in the late 80s, he and the other guy who played Superboy also both auditioned for Lois and Clark, and they were loved all the way through until someone realized, oh wait, they played Superboy before. Oh, then we're not going to use them. And we got Dean Cain, which I think is still a win. But I mean, you're like, oh, you're going to be that arrogant. You're going to just say, okay, so a guy who did really good out of this job on one TV show, and you're going to do another one. You just don't want to utilize them again, or if you want to do it in the movie, you don't want to utilize them again. That was even a point of contention back when Paramount agreed to do Star Trek, and Gene Roddenberry and co said, "Well, we want to use the TV cast," and they're like, "But they're TV actors. We don't. They've already played this role. Why would we want to pay them to play the feature film?" And I had to fight for that because Hollywood has this dumb idea that you don't. If an actor was really good at a role in the past, either they don't want to play that role again, or they've already played that role. Let's give it to someone else and see if we can get some sort of fresh new take on it. And it's like, okay,
So
I get it.
stupid.
And it's
Like-
not even like an age thing. I mean, sometimes it's like perfect age, everything, and they're whatever. Only rarely do they say, well, Roger Moore, he is getting old. I don't think we're going to cast him for Goldeneye after Timothy Dalton's thing. But even though we like him and he played the role,
Yeah.
I mean, even Adam West was kind of upset when he wasn't cast as Batman for the feature film in '89 because he liked that role. But he
Shoot,
understood
I would
why.
I would
because
kill
they're like,
for Michael Rosenbaum as Lex Luthor again in live action.
and the only reason he probably wasn't given the role is because he'd already done it before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Also,
I
I think
have
Michael
enough
doesn't
of
want
an
to shave his head
imagination.
again.
That's fair. Yeah, the dude has good hair still for his age, so I don't blame him for wanting to hold
yeah.
on to that.
For
So,
a 50, early 50 guy who looks like he's still 30, that's some good genes there.
yeah, no, absolutely. Not many guys can boast that these days. And
That's right.
I mean, I have enough of an imagination to where I could say, yeah, I know I saw him in Smallville, but I know this also isn't the same like universe that Smallville was, whatever it was 15 years ago now, 10 years ago, whatever it was. So I would rather have the strong performance and a good Lex Luthor as opposed to what we have gotten in recent years. However, what's his name that they cast as Lex?
Nicholas Holt.
What's its
Nicholas
name?
Holt is a really good actor, and I'm curious to see how he does with the role. I think he's got the range to pull it off. I'm just looking at him. I'm like, okay, so this is because I grew up with the animations and DC animated universe Lex Luthor was built like a freaking tank. He had the super broad shoulders, like many of the characters, the male characters did in that art style for the time. And so that's always been like the kind of the quintessential look for Luthor for me. So Michael Rosenbaum, seeing him, more or less skinny guy, not much bulkier than I am, which is to say not very, was like, okay, well, let's see how his performance is. Okay, yeah, his performance is pretty good. I'm enjoying this. Nicholas Holt is even skinnier.
And he's a lot younger. You know who would make a great Lex Luthor, who actually kind of looks a lot like the animated series one now, through no fault of his own? Billy Zane.
Yeah, Billy Zane would be great. He's got an awesome voice too.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen him in a lot of stuff recently. I do know he works regularly. The last thing I saw him in was the MacGruber Terrible series, and he was the funniest thing in that. And he has this commanding presence. And I'm like, yeah, this guy could nail Lex Luthor like it was nothing. And it's a role he's danced around in regards to his being a villain in certain movies, but I think he's got the charm, charisma. He's naturally bald. He's got the powerful stature to him. He'd be a good foil for. He'd be a good actor to be a foil for Superman.
Well, Lex Luthor has to be charismatic
Yes,
because he believes he's kind of the good guy in all of this, and for him to think that he can get other people to believe him in that, you have to have a level of charisma, and not the type of charisma that says I'm a psychopath and narcissist and love the sound of my own voice, like what we got in the Snyderverse. That was a lot more Edward Nygma than it was Lex Luthor. I would have Jesse Eisenberg could have played a really good young Riddler, I think, but Lex Luthor, no, not so much.
actually, I think Jesse Eisenberg could have played a very creepy toy man.
Yeah,
Probably, but
Because
Riddler's
he's
my
tiny
favorite.
man.
Riddler's my favorite Batman villain, and I think that Jesse Eisenberg has the skill set and personality to pull off that, which is to say, he's an arrogant prick.
Nicholas Holt could do it too. He's got the stature and the wiriness as well. So yeah,
I like
the
seeing
thing is-
Nicholas Hoult more as good guys. That's
Mhm.
another reason why it's weird that he's being cast as Lex for me. I'm like, that's gonna be a hard thing for me to watch, but I'm gonna set that aside and see what he does with the performance, how the writing goes, how the scripting
I
is.
bet you he plays a great asshole.
I hope so.
He might. He certainly has the acting range to do it.
Yes.
I'm willing to. That's a casting where even though it wouldn't be necessarily my first pick, admittedly, I don't even know what my first pick would be. I'm willing to give it a shot. It's not a casting that I'm like, oh no way, not a chance in hell, right? That's not you casting frickin' Mando as Reed Richards. You know, I'm not gonna be like, ha! No. I'll be like, show me. I'm gonna tell you to convince me rather than just laughing at you.
I don't even know what to say after that.
I'm sorry.
No, that's good.
I far more often I would love to be able to say convince me instead of just laughing at these decisions. Trust me, I'm a fan. I want to like these things. I want to be surprised. I want to be like, I don't know if I agree with that casting choice, and then see the thing in its totality and be like, they convinced me.
Well, maybe you'll be convinced one day.
One of these days, who knows? Pigs may yet fly.
That's like my favorite Simpsons gag ever. When Mr. Burns is like, or when Smithers asks Mr. Burns when he's going to do something, he's like, when pigs fly, and the pig literally flies by his window.
Yeah.
I'd rather keep the money.
Oh gosh.
I wish. Never mind. I'm not going to make the same cliched comment about The Simpsons. Yeah, the show was awesome. There we go. End of story.
There you go. There it
Has
is.
10 great seasons and nothing more.
Yeah. So, folks, as it's the last High Council of the year, let's have some fun and check in with the audience.
Let's see
So,
what y'all
our-
have been saying. We appreciate you all.
Sorry we didn't get to the word of the day at the beginning of the stream. Shrubbles08, we had Mike Barron on, and we wanted to utilize that time to, have a, get into the conversation about comics and other writing. So the word of the day is Kang. The Adventures, no Kang. Yeah, The Adventures, no Kang Dynasty. The Marvel Kangs. How Stella got her Kangs back, and Kang and the Snow Woman beat her. Jeez.
What the hell?
All the president's Kangs.
There we go.
A fistful of Kangs.
Lord of the
You good
Kangs.
Kangs.
Street Kangs.
Kang fighter.
The man with the golden Kang.
Lord of the Rings. Return of the Kangs.
That's a good one.
Yeah, it's kind of a layup.
I don't know why
I
that
can't-
made me laugh.
I can't take too much credit for that one being particularly
Indiana
creative.
Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
That
There
it
you
kind of
go.
it kind of wrote itself. I can't pretend to be super creative for that one, but I appreciate you, script.
Do the right Kang.
Did I-
All right.
Busters.
Well, I thought we broke you for a second.
King Kang. I don't know.
King Kang.
Godzilla versus King Kang. Yeah.
Hey, there we
It
go.
just seems like a typo.
Oh, I did finally see
Like a-
Godzilla -1.
And
It was fantastic.
I need to see it still.
I cried at the end. Not even gonna lie. It was really well done.
I only have seen one movie lately, and it's Die Hard, and I did not cry at the end. But who knows? Maybe when I watch it this year on Christmas, I'll have a change
You
of
should
heart.
be crying tears of joy because of how awesome that movie is every time you watch it, Jeff. How
I
dare
mean,
you?
it's my third favorite film of all time. So,
No,
well, is it fourth? I don't know.
Godzilla -1, I will say to everybody in the chat, go see that film. The Sasuke's 3 men and a Kang. The Lion Kang. Yes. Yes.
The Lion King. All
I
right.
love it. I love it. Thank you, ladies. I appreciate you. I will say to everybody in the chat, this film got a second wind, and it has now made more in the States than it did in Japan. Go see it. It is, if you have even a remote interest in monster movies, go see this film. It was so well done. The storytelling has a perfect balance between Godzilla smashing shit, as we want Godzilla to do, and giving you human characters that you do actually legitimately give a crap about. Like, you want to see these characters make it through this ordeal. That's not something that's common. So I would highly encourage you to go see it, because more films like this that pay, there's so many Easter eggs to the older Godzilla films. This film is a love letter to classic Godzilla. Go see it. Godzilla fans are eating good right now, is all I'll say. As a classic Godzilla fan, I feel like I'm eating good, because -1 was outstanding. My dad and I had a great time in theaters seeing it. I'm looking forward to, despite what some people on social media might say, I'm looking forward to Godzilla X Kong. Was it New Empire or whatever the hell it's called next year? Because I know that's
So there's
just gonna be
New Empire and Frozen Empire from Ghostbusters. That's
Oh,
too much
gosh,
Empire
yeah.
in 1 year.
You're not wrong there. I know that I'm gonna have fun watching that in IMAX and just like throwing back the popcorn, enjoying myself, having a good old time. Um, this gives me a reason to be excited to go to the theaters. You guys should go check it out. It got an extension. It got a second life in theaters. It's in more theaters now than it was before. It's not in as many IMAX screens. If you have the opportunity to see it in IMAX, do that. If you don't, still see it. Movies like this that are love letters to the franchises that they're representing should be supported. If it's something
Now
that
you're
interests
making
you,
me get FOMO.
go see it. It's good.
Yeah.
It's fun.
There's no dispute about it being good or fun. I like Godzilla movies quite a bit. I always have. I'm a big fan, but I've had to do other stuff, and I'm like, shit, I
No, that's
really need
totally
to hurry
fair.
up and see this
You-
movie.
I didn't think I was going to get the opportunity to. My plan was to initially see it the Friday before last in theaters, because it was like the last day. It was either Thursday or Friday of the week before last, because it was the last day it was going to be in IMAX in my local theater. But then I got tied up doing some work stuff on the creative side that really did need. I guess technically I could have set it aside, but I wanted to be respectful of somebody else's time that I was working with in a creative capacity over at the Rippaverse. And so I decided, you know what? I'll set aside going to see the film. I want to work on this. And then I just wound up being swamped with work the whole next week. And I was like, well, shit, guess I'm not going to see it. But then my dad, thankfully, when I was visiting him this last weekend on Saturday, he was like, hey, you want to go see Godzilla? I was like, hell yeah, I want to go see Godzilla. And so we went and saw it together. And it was a great time. Absolutely worth it. Go see it. Go see it. So well done.
I think I'll go see it.
Good. And then
Head
please
case-
tell me what you think.
I will. I'll call you as the credits are rolling to the Blue Oyster Cult hit Godzilla.
I will now hold you to that.
You know what they need to do is I would love for them to make, okay, I'm just going on what I've heard about Godzilla. It's like nearly this perfect movie. People love it. I would love if they took a movie that was so artistically done and then just trashed the credits of the Blue Oyster Cult song. It would be so funny to see. Just like this
God.
artistic masterpiece. Da, 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 da. I don't know if anyone would get the joke, but that would be hilarious to me.
It would be funny. It would be like how a ton of people didn't get the joke when, or at least the point when in the first Iron Man film they played Iron Man.
Yeah, I don't know why they played that song either, man. I've been wondering that since the movie came out all those years ago. Headcase Laboratory says, can't wait for Gooding, Mike. Hail the Rippaverse.
Thank you, Headcase Laboratory.
Laboratory.
Appreciate you.
Dr. Coffin, I apologize that we didn't get to this. Mike had to turn in, but we're going to have him back. Like you said, he was a lot of fun. I can't wait to get to chat him up again.
And
But
Mike
he asked
answered this
any
question
future.
too. Yeah.
Oh, any plans for Norbert Sykes, aka the Badger, one of my all-time favorite comic book characters? All right, I guess he did answer that. There you go, Dr.
Yeah.
Coffin Nails.
Good.
Thank you for the membership you've gifted as well, Dr. Coffin Nails. Layton Swallow says, a disturbance in the force. The making of a documentary released this year about the infamous Star Wars holiday special. Professional grade research and editing.
I know I've mentioned this before, but I absolutely love that profile picture. The freaking killer rabbit in the Jurassic Park art. I absolutely love that. Mainly because Jurassic Park is one of my favorite film franchises of all time. I love both the original Jurassic Park novel by Michael Crichton as well as The Lost World. Both of those novels are pretty different from the films, but I still love all of it. And if that killer rabbit is in reference to Monty Python and the Holy Grail's Killer Rabbit, then that is a 10 out of 10 flawless profile picture, and I don't think it could ever get any better.
Well, I mean, the names should give it away with Layton Swallow.
Oh, where's the... Oh, I didn't even think about that connection. Thank you. Yes. So it definitely is. So that is a 10 out of 10 profile picture and YouTube handle pairing. So congratulations to you, sir. Thank you for your $5.
Now, I want to see this documentary about the making of the Star Wars holiday special because I guess I've been into Star Wars so long and I'm very like specialized in what I like. When people are like, "Oh, I like everything," I go, "Okay, calm down." But in reality,
it's like, no, you don't. You're a liar.
Yeah,
Tell me the truth.
Yeah, you don't like everything.
Nobody likes everything.
Got killed by a moon. That was pretty weird.
Yeah, I don't love everything Spider-Man. I don't love everything Flash. There are still shit stories.
Mm-hmm. The opposite of shit is good stories. I finally am like almost done with the Thrawn trilogy, or the first book of the Thrawn trilogy. So it's only taken almost 30 years.
You're enjoying it?
Listen to it. No, I hate it so much. That's why I listen to it all the time. Yeah, of course, it's a good book. I want to listen to the rest of them.
I'm really glad you're enjoying it.
Yeah, it's got music and sound effects. It's kind of like an audio drama. So I'm kind of digging it. The only thing that makes me laugh is this guy's trying to do a voice for Princess Leia. And it's just like...
It's always funny when the male narrators are trying to do the voices for the female characters, yeah.
Like, his C-3PO is pretty good. His Han Solo is oddly good. As Luke Skywalker, he gets it. Like, this dude's good at what he does. Even Lando sounds like Lando, but by today's standards, it'd be offensive that a white guy sounds black. Oh, heaven forbid. But, like, his Princess Leia...
Is half of you offended, Jeff?
No, both of me is entertained equally.
Okay, good. That's how it should be.
I don't care about stupid things like that. If somebody said to me, like, back in college, "Jeff, aren't you offended that Mike Henry, a white man, is the voice of Cleveland Brown on Family Guy?" And I'd say, "No, I don't give a shit," because that's where society kind of fell off the cliff completely. Mm-hmm. They're just like, they gave a shit about the dumb stuff. Like, nobody should care that a character is voiced by a white dude if he plays a black. Who cares? Who gives a shit?
Voice. Yeah, it's a voice actor. Trace XL in the chat gets it. I make that joke towards him all the time. Like, if I'll make a joke or something, and they'll be like, "I'm sorry, Trace, that was insensitive. I apologize to half of you."
Well, like, Frank Welker wasn't a dog, but he voiced dogs and robots and monkeys and shit. Mm-hmm. Like, why aren't we offended that they didn't get real machines that transformed from cars into robots to do the voice? Like, this is how stupid it sounds to me when they're like, "Oh, you need to get the exact person to play the exact role." It's like, no, this isn't a fucking 1990s PSA video about whatever.
Yeah. Understand the concept of abstract, people. Other things can be other things. Other people can do other things. Yeah.
Especially in a medium that you're not actually looking at the human being themselves. Like, okay, live action, if a character is supposed to be black and you've got a white dude playing them, all right, yeah, I get it. Or vice versa. Total. I am with you there 100% of the way. but we're talking about voice acting. There are a lot of male characters in cartoons that are voiced by women.
Isn't Ash from Pokemon a woman?
Nobody's caring. Yeah, Ash from Pokemon was one of them.
Isn't Goku in Japan voiced by a woman?
Yeah, Goku in Japan is voiced by a woman. Young Gohan, Young Trunks, Young Goten, Young Goku
Bart Simpson.
in English, all voiced by women. So like it's not an issue. This is a non-issue. Nobody cares. Nobody cares, and nobody should care. It is unnecessary to try and turn that into a controversy. Just get some. Yeah, Trace in the chat just said Naruto. Naruto as well is voiced by one. So it's stop with the faux feigning outrage. We don't care. It's not important. Just get somebody who pulls off the voice in the way that we're supposed to hear the voice. I don't care about that. If we're talking live action, I want the character. I want the actor to look like the character's supposed to. For the voice, just show me what the thing's supposed to actually sound like. I don't care who the hell does it. It could be a, I don't know, polka dotted quadriplegic midget for all I give a shit. As long as the
but
voice
if they
is
have
good.
polka dots, they might get the other people sick.
Okay, so polka dots doesn't necessarily equate to leprosy, Jeff. But
can you tell me 3 other? What was that script?
Heavy freckles, then.
Okay.
Heavy freckles, yeah. So maybe they're gingers. So they're soulless. Fine. My financial operations manager is a ginger, and I make that joke too. We'll be fine.
Will we? Script? Will we be okay from that?
We'll be all right.
Is it
have to wait and see.
Presumptuous? Yeah, wait and see is right. I think we should end the show on a cliffhanger. No, I'm just joking. That'd be terrible.
Come back in the new year to find out the answer.
Oh my gosh! Wait, they have to wait
Same that
until
time,
January
same that channel.
1st. That would be an amazing grift if that's what we were about here.
It'd be a great troll job, but I wouldn't want to piss like everybody off. They'd be like, God damn it.
It's one of those things that's like, that's hysterical in concept, but I don't want to actually implement it. But in concept, I'm laughing my ass off.
If you folks out there laughed when we said it, that's like doing it, right?
Yeah.
There we go. It's good enough.
We extended your lives by making you laugh. So you're welcome.
Yeah, I should look into that. I want to become a nonprofit because we extend people's lives here on WCBS. It's like at least one person has laughed, so we know for sure.
If it gets you tax exempt, then I'm all for it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's my 2024 goal to become.
Good luck, dude. These days, your freaking 11-year-old daughter wants to put up a lemonade stand. You got the IRS around the corner being like, what?
Well, Susie's got to pay taxes.
I guess.
Thank you, Laden Swallow. I'm definitely going to watch that documentary. Like, that'll be like a first day watch for me if I have the streaming service that it's on. Trace XL, thank you. He says, you just don't like women in media. On what planet do men not want to see beautiful women in spandex kicking ass? As long as she's well written, bring them on. Well, women print money. Well written women. Written women print money. There we go.
Yes, they do. And you know what well-written woman is going to print money in winter? Yaira, written by our very own Saska sisters.
Boom.
So look forward to that. The book is looking excellent. The story is excellent. I've been very deep in Yaira for the last couple of months.
Phrasing.
That
Yeah.
Listen. All right, I forgot that was a thing. I'm just gonna leave it. Look forward to that book. Look, well-written women, just as Trace said, print money. We want to see beautiful women kicking ass. We want to see badass dudes kicking ass. This is entertainment. This is comics. This is media. Can we just get back to that and stop caring about all of the other stupid shit? That'd be great.
That would be, actually, yes.
Excuse me. TLJ Screwjob says Marvel will get their money when you fix the damn franchise. I like your Spider-Man 3 reference.
I
Thank you
understood
very
that
much.
reference.
I mean, Spider-Man 3 is not good, but it's not terrible either. There are worse Spider-Man films.
There are. I have
Yeah.
seen Homecoming and Far From Home, and the first 2 acts of No Way Home. Because I'm sorry, if the entire premise for your film hinges on the main character acting completely out of character, I don't believe you. And
I
both
don't
Far
believe
From
you.
Home, both Far From Home and No Way Home's entire premise hinge on Peter Parker, one of the most brilliant people on earth, acting like a complete idiot.
Well, he's
I
still a
don't believe it.
kid.
He is still a kid, but he's not a retarded kid.
Well, it depends on
I
who's writing
mean,
them. I've read some
yeah.
Spider-Man books where you're like, I think this guy's been hitting the head too many times. But yeah,
Peter
I
Parker
understand that.
should
For the
not be an
movies, you
imbecile.
don't
He might
fall
have
for it
some
like that.
social fumbles
Mhm.
from time to time, but he is a logical individual. And I don't believe the setups for the primary crux of Far From Home and No Way Home. I don't believe them at all.
They
For
just
Far
wanted
From
to do a
Home,
school
it
trip movie.
ruins literally the entire film front to back. For No Way Home, it ruins the first 2 acts because the third act is saved by Toby and Andrew being there and elevating it. And Alfred Molina being in the film certainly doesn't hurt because Alfred Molina is incredible.
Yes, he is.
Anyway, I'm not
Yeah.
going to rant about that film anymore.
Xavier to God, thank you very much. He says, what decade has the better superhero movies, the 2000s or the 2010s? Also, guys, what do you think if comics brought the Waynes or Uncle Ben back to life?
That would be
All right.
horrible. Why?
Yeah,
Like
I agree.
there's what how would that serve the characters? The death of the Waynes was the entire setup for Bruce becoming Batman.
Same with
Uh,
Uncle
it's
Ben
Like
with
when they tried to
Spider-Man.
bring back the Parkers.
Yeah, the death of
didn't
Uncle
work.
Ben was one
That
of
was
the
terrible,
like, the
man.
key tent poles of the formation of Peter as an individual and him becoming like the hero Spider-Man, not just the selfish, I want to utilize these powers for myself Spider-Man. Like you can't. That's the same thing as like that stupid crap. Apparently they tried bringing Gwen back or something like that recently. I
But
might be
did she
Cloned her a
get-
couple
misremembering that.
times.
And like
got
that's
pregnant by Norman Osborn.
I am not. Nope, that never happened. We're not talking about that.
It happens, sadly. I have those
I don't
issues.
wanna think about it. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think.
They're
about
in
it.
the
I don't wanna think about it.
WCBS
We don't talk about
archives.
that. We don't talk about that.
It will never be
Uh,
slabbed.
Um,
No, I don't want
those
to
are
burn
such
money.
important moments for these characters. Like you can't devalue that kind of a thing like that. You can't. That really harms the characters when you do that. Those are such important moments for those characters. Like the death of Gwen Stacy, the death of Uncle Ben. Those are huge turning points for Peter. Huge turning points. Those are so formative. Like, you can't do things like that. When writers play fast and loose with canon like that, man, like that just shows they do not give a crap about any of these characters. They just care about whatever the hell story they want to tell. And if that means tossing out 20, 30, 40 years worth of comic book history on a specific character right out the window with both hands, they'll do it.
In
And
some
that's-
cases, the other
that's
part is
insulting.
desperation, because what's the one thing that you're being told when you come into an existing IP is you got to give us something we haven't seen before. And that's a hard thing to come up with. The low hanging
Because somebody coming back from life in comic books is something we haven't seen before.
Exactly. But the thing is, it's this person. It's basically just a low hanging fruit gimmick to get, that edge in. Nobody else has pitched it, has they? No, I guess not. Well, then that means it's a fresh idea. So we'll run with it. And
Just because nobody else has been retarded enough to pitch the idea doesn't mean it's a good idea.
There's also that too. Yeah.
That's why, and this isn't a Rip-averse pitch stream, but I am so glad that one of our code of ethics points is that things matter in our continuity. If somebody dies, they're dead. They're not coming back. We're not going to play fast and loose with canon with that. That means that our writers, whether it's Eric, whether it's Chuck, whether it's Mike, whether it's Jen and Sylvia, whether it's whoever else, that means that they're being very careful with the characters they're playing with. Because if somebody gets killed off, that's it. They're done. They're dead. Doesn't mean we can't tell a story that took place before that. But beyond that, in the continuity and in the timeline, they're gone. DC and Marvel don't seem to care about that anymore. That's sad. That's unfortunate. Because I think that they lack the foresight, and they certainly lack the care and the investment in these characters to realize just how important a lot of these characters' lives are impacted by other characters' deaths. If Aunt May had been, let's say one more day, oh gosh, this is going to be a conversation I'm going to have with Jen and Sylvia one of these days when we hang out again. If one more day, instead of it ending Peter and MJ's marriage, if instead it had been one more day because Peter had one more day with Aunt May, that was it. He had one more day to learn all he could and spend all the time that he could with his beloved aunt, who was like a mother to him. And if she died, that would have been an incredibly formative moment for him, just as it was when Uncle Ben died, just as it was when Gwen Stacy died. And if they had been 10, 15 years later down the line, I do. If they had decided, oh, we're just going to bring her back because of whatever, they'll pull something out of their ass because they always do. That would have devalued that. And I hate when they devalue the lives of characters and the impact that the lives of those characters had on other heroes when they do crap like that.
I mean, I don't disagree. I just I don't disagree. Fuck it. I don't know what to say. But
well, we all hate One More Day, so it's kind of easy. You want to talk low-hanging for low-hanging fruit.
I don't.
Joe Quesada, gorgeous art, never should have been in charge of creative.
No. Spider-Man hasn't. I mean, Spider-Man's been fine. Like, to act like every book's been shit since then, it's like,
no,
there's those people that have those opinions, but it's like, you'd be missing out because there's some pretty solid stuff that was introduced. I liked some of the stuff with Martin Lee, Mr. Negative. I liked the story with the lady that was a flat 2D woman who tried to kill Mary Jane on the set of a movie. There was, there was good Spider-Man art, good stories, nothing like the classics. But then again, what do you do with a 60-year-old character? I look at Spider-Man through new eyes, and I see him as one of these great characters that you can put him in so many situations. You can put him in different genres. You can put him in different eras. You can put him in all over. And we've kind of run out of things to do with him because as a society, we're kind of very samey for the last 20 years or so. We've just kind of been the same. Like, let's say 15 years, because we'll have the iPhone and, the cars all look the same and all the phones are now similar and everything there's nothing to pull on from anymore. So we're in this big gray blob. I know I bring that up frequently, but I do believe that's one of the reasons why our modern art sucks so much, because we as a society just kind of haven't moved. Mm-hmm. It's weird how, like, you can look at a picture from 10 years ago and it's like, what's the big difference? Fashion trends or styles haven't really changed that much.
In the last 15 years, no, not really.
Nope. No. We've kind of fallen into a groove. The other part too is that,
or stagnation, whichever way you want to.
We've developed technology that solves a lot of problems that great writers use to exploit in their entertainment. And that's kind of made things harder for people to believe. It's like, well, you can't get lost in the woods anymore because you got satellite GPS. You can get a signal almost anywhere unless there's like a huge iron deposit somewhere that underneath your feet. How do you write for those types of situations? What new ways can you come up with that's believable if you want to do something in contemporary times? I mean, they're great challenges to have, but I mean, you're swinging in a whole new league right now, coming up with problems and then fun solutions to express those. That's why so many there's probably going to be a boost in Western genre for a bit, and there'll probably be a boost in 60s and 70s style settings for stories as well, because you have to have some mysteries that can't be solved with the help of internet and smartphone technology.
I thought that would be the smartest thing to do with 007 because, I mean, half the shit that he did in these classic movies, it's like somebody off-site's going to do it with a computer. And they kind of written him to be irrelevant. And I'd like to see James Bond, because like with a smartphone, you can do so many different things. Like he doesn't even need gadgets anymore. He just needs the right app. And that's not as exciting to watch on film. It's like, oh, wow, he just swiped his phone over and look what he did. He unlocked the safe. There's no drama to that. It's so dumb. But I'm with you, Script. No, you know more about that. But all I'm saying to you is I hope to see some more era-based stuff like that to avoid, modern plot contrivances. That's why I like Stranger Things so much. It's like they can't just call Russia. They can't just use the internet. It's like they actually have to do a lot of shit in an analog fashion.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
To answer Xavier to God's question, though, I'll go with the 20. Did the 2010s have better superhero movies? No, the 2000s.
Well,
we had some of the best of the MCU.
We had the most superhero movies in 2010s, which, I mean, just on a basic metric, more of them were good than bad between 2010 and 2019.
Yeah, because we're talking Phase 2 and Phase 3 MCU here.
Yeah, you've got Avengers, you got Civil War, you've got Winter Soldier, you got Guardians of the Galaxies. Yeah. You got the first Doctor Strange, which I quite enjoyed.
I love the first Doctor Strange, even though it's literally just Iron Man with magic.
To a point.
I still love it. I still absolutely love that movie.
So yeah, you've got you have definitely more saturation of it. I would say the early 2000s, pretty decent for at least Batman movies and some X-Men films. And,
well, I mean, we also had Spider-Man 1 and 2 in the early 2000s.
Spider-Man 1 and 2, yeah.
And we had the first two X-Men films as well, which were not amazing films, but they were fun films.
The second one's damn good.
The second one is really good. The first one's good. The second one.
Oh yeah, I have no complaints. It's just the second one's like, in my eyes at least, it's top 3.
In terms of X-Men films, yeah, it's definitely top 3. I probably enjoy. I know that I like First Class more overall, just period. Days of Future Past, I think, is a stronger movie, but X2 is a better X-Men movie, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. I will say
because
this,
I try to measure things in different facets. There's how is this as something that I can just measure on a very flat, objective film critique scale. We're talking cinematography, we're talking scripting, pacing, all of that, effects, all of the things, right?
Well, I would say X2, those X-Men films are mistitled. They're Wolverine movies, and I think they're good at that nature. The X-Men film that I've seen the most has been First Class because it is authentically an X-Men film. You can't say it's anyone else other than the X-Men. All the other ones, you can clearly say, yeah, that's a Wolverine movie. I mean, Days of Future Past, that's a Wolverine movie. X1, 2, and 3, those are Wolverine films. They're X-Men Origins Wolverine film. I mean,
it's funny that the live action movies managed to have such a focus on Wolverine when, at least up until like the 90s and even through part of the 90s, Wolverine was never the focus, and he was never really the most popular character. He was popular enough. People liked him, right? He was popular enough to like get his own series eventually, but
I mean, he was a little
Wolverine
more popular than you're giving him
Wolverine-
credit for earlier on because he had his own video game before other people. Like,
Oh, he had
he's
the
always
Nintendo video game, which was a terrible
Yeah.
video game, but because
Eh.
it was frustrating, but it was there.
yeah,
Yeah,
it
but
happened.
still most of the people I talked to were like, yeah, Wolverine like got cool around X period. That was not meant to be a pun. It just kind of happens. There's no off switch for it. But Wolverine was never really the focus for a really long time, and yet the entire film franchise managed to make it
Well,
a thing.
The
The
reason
one
is
time he has a
because
cameo in a movie is the most X-Men movie we've seen, and that's First Class.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, and
Well,
I
you gotta
love
remember
First
Bryan
Class.
Singer in the creation of these X-Men movies. What did he do? He went back and he watched the cartoon. The cartoon was created when Wolverine was the most popular X-Men character. So what
Yeah.
they did is they just carried that over to the films. So it's really just a reflection of what was popular 10 years prior. And they made so many movies in that short window of time that, that's the definitive take on X-Men, that Wolverine is the character. And like, really, there
He's
is
the
enough.
narrative guide, yeah, the guy that brings the audience into this world. Yep.
I don't even know if Wolverine actually makes my top 10 X-Men.
He's my favorite. Like,
I
I'll buy
like him.
merchandise based on him.
I
And money's
like
no
him well
issue.
enough, but I don't think he definitely doesn't make my top 5, but maybe he makes my top 10. I don't know.
I don't think any of the other X-Men characters are as interesting as Wolverine because
Hugh
his
Jackman
whole-
certainly did a great job. I'll give him
well, I
that.
mean,
That's
even
for
outside
sure.
of Hugh Jackman, I'm just saying,
even
like,
when he
even
was
in the
given
comic books.
shit scripts.
No,
Well, yeah,
but
in
I'm
the
just saying,
comic
like, even
books,
in
he's
the
an
books, he's
interesting character.
far more interesting than the other characters too. Like, some of them have very superficial traits, and they're like, "Oh, I'm unique. I'm from Russia, and that's kind of it." And I'm, like, Colossus is generic to me. I don't like Colossus. I don't dislike Colossus, but I
Colossus
also
is fine. Yeah,
am
he's
never
just
going
kind
to
of
be
there
like
for
Colossus is a favorite. Or Kitty
my
Pryde. I don't
all-time-
like Kitty Pryde.
me. Yeah, Kitty Pryde, Shadowcat's fine. I'm Nightcrawler is my all-time favorite X-Men character.
He's a good
Kurt Wagner
character.
is my favorite. I absolutely my favorite episode in the original 90s series is that episode in the church with
Mhm.
Wolverine and Nightcrawler. It's my favorite episode of that series. And Nightcrawler has been my favorite character just overall ever since. I like a lot of X-Men characters. Like I've made no bones about it. I'm more of a DC guy than a Marvel guy. Not like in terms of fanboy, like, oh, DC's better. No, I just happen to like more characters in DC, and I'm more knowledgeable in DC than I am in Marvel overall. Like in Marvel, Spider-Man, I know my shit. X-Men, I know most of my shit, though Trace, my buddy in the chat, he's more knowledgeable than I am on that. I would wager, Jeff, that you're probably a little bit more knowledgeable on Spidey than I am as well.
A little
But
bit?
beyond, all right, fine, probably more than a little bit, but
Yeah, like a
um,
lot. Like, even the production side of it. That's what fascinates me the most.
well, on the production, that's a whole other ball game. I won't even attempt to contend with that. But beyond that, like most of my Marvel knowledge is pretty menial. Whereas in DC, there's a lot more of that menial stuff that I actually do know. But the X-Men, like there are a lot of characters that I like, and Wolverine's always been like kind of like on the lower end of the ones that I do like.
Well, the older I get, the more I like him. Even the weird, like, Madripoor stuff, where Wolverine's in a suit. I'm like, I just like because Wolverine can be a
But-
spy, he's a ninja,
but-
he's
or-
a Civil
he's-
War
He's
vet.
Patch,
like all
man,
these things.
Patch.
Yeah. I'm gonna buy that action figure set that comes with Joe Fixit.
Was it Patch or the Patch? I can't remember.
I think it's just Patch.
I think it's just Patch, right? Yeah. Okay.
It's just Wolverine in a tuxedo to me. Like,
yeah.
sorry, Marvel's marketing department. I don't give a shit about what the characters are actually called if they have all these other names. It's like, that's just Wolverine in a suit, and he looks cool with an eye patch. But, that's the end of the story. Sometimes a cool toy is just a cool toy. There's not always a deeper meaning.
Agreed.
Sorry to
and
sorry
some of
to
the few
break the
Marvel
collector's
toys that I
hearts.
own are X-Men toys.
Would you believe that in 2019 I bought every Marvel Legend? That was a lot of figures. That was the only year I've ever bought an entire year's worth of action figures.
Literally every single Marvel Legend.
Yeah, I bought them all because I was like, the Build-A-Figures are cool. I wanted to get Apocalypse and Caliban, and it just kept going. I was like, shit, I better finish the set.
Hot damn, man.
You are their dream customer right there. That was your year.
They would
Never,
kill.
never again, though.
They'd beat an entire old folks' home worth of old ladies with a stick. The same stick, even if the thing was starting to splinter and shit. They would beat them all with it if they could get more customers like that.
They'll just fire 1,000 people before Christmas. That's exactly what Hasbro will do.
They'll do that. I was about to say, yeah, Hasbro's pretty decent at that.
Yeah, well, I sympathize with those people. It wasn't your fault. All right, fuck, marry, kill. Silk, Ghost Spider, and Ultimate Jessica Drew.
Well, Ghost Spider is Gwen Stacy, right? So
I
kind of want to marry her. Kill Silk because she's stupid.
Thank you. Thank you. A man of culture.
Bit by the same spider that bit Peter. Oh
Thank
my
you.
god.
That is exactly verbatim what I was gonna say. I'm supposed to believe that you got your powers because you were bit by the same spider that Peter Fuck off. I'm sorry.
I don't really know. Well, I've never read any Ghost Spiders, but I'll just go with what script said because I don't. Just full transparency, I don't like any of these characters. I've never read any of their appearances outside of if they appear in Spider-Man.
I've never read the Ultimate Jessica Drew. I'm just familiar with the old school Jessica Drew Spider-Woman.
Same.
Yeah, she's fine.
Yeah, I'm
cartoon show is good.
Yeah, I'm not supremely familiar with Ultimate Jessica Drew. I'm familiar enough with 616 Jessica Drew, though I like Julia Carpenter a bit more. In terms of the Marvel 616 universe, Spider-Woman. She eventually goes on to become the new Madam Web. Ghost Spider, look. Gwen Stacy, utilizing Gwen Stacy in a alternate universe where Peter was the one that died and Gwen was the one that was bit by the spider might sound interesting on its face. And I will admit the character has a cool design, but ultimately it doesn't matter. And like Script said, to hell with the whole idea for Silk. The entire concept on its face is just completely retarded. So I guess marry Jessica Drew, fuck Ghost Spider, kill Silk. So Silk just no matter what has to die because that's a stupid ass character idea. You could have created another spider type character, call her Silk, and not have her have that stupid ass origin. And I would have been fine with it.
It's reasons like that I don't really read Spider-Man comics anymore. Thanks, Marvel.
Well, lucky you. That's another thing you can thank Dan Slott for, Jeff. Your buddy. He's your favorite.
Nope. He can. I don't even have anything bad to wish him. I've seen pictures of him. He lost.
It's already happened.
That is an unfortunate looking man.
Yeah. But he'll be like, well, I can still piss you off over Spider-Man. I'm like, no, you can't.
Ultimate Jessica Drew, Xavier to God said Ultimate Jessica Drew has a cool suit. She does. And Spider-Gwen, or Ghost Spider, whatever the hell they're calling her now, she has a cool design. Props, my hat is tipped to whoever actually came up with that initial design. I dig it, but I don't need the character. I don't need any of the other Spider folk. Unless it's Peter, I don't care. I don't need Ben Reilly. I don't need Kane. I don't need Miguel. I don't need Miles. I don't need Gwen. I don't need any of them. Get rid of them all. I would trade every damn one of the other Spider folk in a heartbeat to get 616 Peter back with MJ. them married, them have a family, and him progress as a freaking character. It wouldn't
But
even
you're
be a
never
question
gonna
for
get
me.
it.
No, I'll never get that. Never. They're never gonna do that.
All right, TLJ Screwjob says, "Happy holidays, Jeff, Andrew, and script." Well,
Thank
happy
you.
holidays to
Thank
you.
you, TLJ. Appreciate you.
Xavier to God, fuck, Mary, kill, Black Cat, Silver Sable, and Shriek.
Mary Silver Sable, kill Shriek, and you're only ever going to get one night with Black Cats because she goes wherever. So yeah, that.
See, there's
Yeah,
no
I'm
good
going with
real
that too.
choice here. There's actually no good choice here. I actually get annoyed at people who are like, "Oh, I wish Peter would just be with Black Cat." No, it's just that is the definition of a toxic relationship. They are
Mhm.
not good for each other. Black Cat, she might do some good sometimes, but she is at her core ideologically different from Peter. That's the same thing as Catwoman being with Batman. They're not good for each other. They would drag each other down, pull each other in completely different directions from where they're normally supposed to go. So, Silver, I guess I'm gonna have to agree with the Silver Sable marrying thing. I guess fuck Black Cat, kill Shriek. There's no real good option here, which Xavier to God is so good at doing, aren't you?
Nope,
You enjoy doing this. You like that pain.
he's the best.
Appreciate you.
TLJ Screwjob for script. He says, "Last 3 MCU movies, fuck, Mary, kill, writing wise."
Oh, okay.
Last 3.
Okay, so I guess kill the Marvels, marry Guardians of the Galaxy, and Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania is the last one because it definitely got effed. I know that.
It already got hefty. You don't even have to do any work.
Yep.
Guardians 3 was fine.
Yeah.
Aside from what they did with Adam Warlock, which pissed me off.
You mean nothing?
Adam Warlock was completely useless in that movie.
Xavier to God is back again. He says, "Fuck, Mary, kill, Catwoman, Zatanna, and Talia al Ghul."
Yes. in that
Okay, so
order.
Talia al Ghul dies because she's a psychopath and she freaking drugged Bruce.
Has daddy
to-
issues. Don't want any of that.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. I don't even actually like Catwoman, but I guess fuck Catwoman.
Zatanna can always
And-
entertain
and-
you if
and
you're
marry
bored or
Zata-
down.
Zatanna.
Yeah.
No, I said, yeah,
Yeah.
fuck Catwoman, marry Zatanna. She's a more interesting character to me, and she's not a freaking criminal. She's actually an underutilized character as far as I'm concerned. I think there are a lot of cool stories you could tell with her, and they don't. But
Well,
then again, DC can't get most of their like mainstay characters right at this point. So, what's the hope of them getting a character like Zatanna right?
Xavier to God, I will pick. Marry Zatanna, fuck Catwoman, kill Talia. So, TLJ Screwjob says, "Speaking of pirates, I saw a video once about how Jack was the tertiary lead in the first film, making him focus in later films ruined them. Thoughts?"
Well, that was the
Yeah.
original intent. Jack
I think
Sparrow
that's
was
a
the
matter of
lead.
I think that's a matter of like intent versus what winds up happening. And I think Johnny just stole the show. And so in the audience's eyes, he was the lead because he stole the show.
He did. In that first one, he stole the show. When they did the sequel, he had a more prominent role, and they were slowly phasing out Orlando Bloom and the Natalie Portman lookalike, whose name is escaping me.
Keira Knightley.
Keira Knightley. Thank you.
Yeah.
I've never heard her referred to as the Natalie Portman lookalike, but I mean, George Lucas thought that because I
'Cause
didn't
he
realize
used
it
her.
until years later she was one of the Padme handmaidens.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And was also in some of the Padme makeup for certain shots that they needed her to be in.
Yeah, that's the most interesting part of the Phantom Menace, trying to Natalie Portman spot versus Keira Knightley spot. I'm not serious. The lightsaber duel is the best part of that movie. Anybody who says anything else is just wrong. Well, the pod race is cool, but
Oh, dude, it's the pod race. No, it's the lightsabers. I will say people that hate on the pod race, I don't understand. I really don't. Maybe, I guess, if they think that it's a little too long, okay. I guess in the full, like, on DVD or Blu-ray, like, extended version of the pod race, I guess it's on the long side. But man, watching that on a big TV and with surround sound, that pod race scene slaps, man. Like, it really does. They did some incredible sound work with that scene. It's really wild. My dad and I will every now and then pop in just the DVD, not even Blu-ray, just the DVD, and put the surround sound stuff on, and the pod race is wild.
You know what I like
I
about the
love it.
pod race is the fact that it's an idea no one else would think of, and yet it still fits Star Wars. You don't get new things like that in Star Wars these days.
Mm-mm. No, I liked how Lucas was always able to create something that was somehow relatable to our world. Like, we all know what racing is, so it's just one step above that. That's where Star Trek lost me on some of the way they would design things or the way they would describe things. They would like overly do it, and a blaster's a gun. That's about as deep as it gets. But that rant is over. Also, we have one from our friend TLJ Screwjob. Says, "Look at Matt Ariza, not even the alleged event."
I don't even know what
I'm
that's in
familiar
reference
with
to.
that.
Oh, you are?
I think it's not ringing any bells for me.
You'll have to provide some extra context there, TLJ Screwjob, in the chat. You don't have to super chat it, but just what do you what was that in reference to? Maybe we're missing the connecting of the dots there.
Xavier to God asks, "Do you guys have a favorite Scarlet Spider suit?" I do not. Well, Scarlet Spider's Ben Reilly, so I guess it would be like the one with the hoodie or the first one with the outside web cartridges.
So, the 90s comic lover in me wants to say the one with the denim hoodie, or was it denim? Whatever
It was the blue hoodie that he tore the arms off and the hood
Yeah.
off, actually.
The cutoff hoodie. I want to say that, but I think more accurately, the coolest one for me would be his more semi-unique one where it's got the just extra large spider design on the front that goes down the legs, up the shoulders. I think this is an incredibly cool design. Just like what I said about Spider-Gwen or Ghost Spider, whatever. Super cool design. I don't need the character. I don't. I would trade the character away in a heartbeat to get Peter back to where he should be. But I love the design. The suit looks cool as hell. Same with Miguel O'Hara, 616 Spidey, or not 616 Spidey, 2099. Super cool suit, but I don't need the character. And I get that it takes place, several years in the future, quite a few years in the future, but like I don't need it.
Not as many now as they were back then.
No, dude, yeah, seriously. You're not like Peter would Peter would have been dead for. Actually, I'm not even going to try and make that work in my head because Marvel has never actually rebooted their universe. And so the timeline for the universe makes no sense whatsoever.
It's like 5 years.
Like he would have been dead for, I'm not even going to bother trying. All I will say is that I don't need Miguel O'Hara, but he's got a cool suit.
Well, hopefully in the year 2099, Spider-Man 2099 is popular. There we go.
Well, we shall see.
We won't. No, we won't. We'll all be dead.
Well,
yes.
Yeah. I will no longer be.
I mean, I'd be 113 years old, 112. I don't think we're going to be around to be that old man. Like,
yeah.
Yes.
We could only be so lucky, especially if we don't have dementia. I just want to see stuff, man. My curiosity is the only reason why I want to live a long life.
Same. I'd like to see what we can do with the exploration of space.
I would like to actually see hoverboards and have, Back to the Future not be a bunch of lying liar faces.
Dude, if the regular hoverboards go to show you that people can't ride those things, what do you think the one that actually floats would do? People would fucking die. Like,
I want to see the video compilations of people eating shit, Jeff.
they'll just be dead. And you don't want to watch those ones. Those are dark and not fun.
Well, you know.
Well, I guess look. Maybe I'm not into watching people die, but hey, if that's your thing, man, just don't send me any links.
Actually die. No, I don't want to see people actually die, but watching video compilations of people doing stupid stuff they know they shouldn't be and paying for it is incredibly entertaining.
I agree.
Because it's like, you should have known that this was not only a possibility, but also a likelihood. And yet you chose this anyway. You are getting just desserts, and I'm getting entertainment. Thank you.
Xavier to God, thank you very much. Shrubbles08 says, I'll take a Die Hard button, please. Merry Christmas, Jeff, Andrew, and Script. Well, Merry Christmas to you, too. I am looking forward to Christmas. Gonna be watching a Bengals game on Christmas. Well, the day before Christmas Eve with my family. Then Christmas Eve, I got some plans. And then finally, on Christmas Day, we're going to eat ham and open presents and do the fun shit. So
Nice.
I'm excited for Christmas.
I'll probably watch a Christmas special or two, sing a couple of Christmas songs, and I don't know.
You should watch
Listen
a
to
Christmas
an
story.
audiobook.
You can get a Red Ryder BB gun with a carbine stock and this thing and the stock which tells time. Like,
I can't watch that movie without getting physically angry because I want to punch Ralphie in the mouth.
why? He produced Iron Man. Show him some respect.
Yeah.
He's obnoxious as shit in that movie, Jeff.
He doesn't
What
say
8-year-old
much.
isn't?
Yeah.
10-year-old Andrew wanted to kick him in the teeth.
Why? What did Ralphie do to piss you off at 10 years old?
He looked at me funny.
He wasn't looking at you, man. Do we need to talk how the TV works? Because you might have been really
Maybe
living
we
with a bunch
do.
of anger. Well, I try not to judge too harshly, but I need
Trace
to play this
gets it.
song
He
by
says
Rockwell.
Ralphie is a little turd. Didn't drink his
He
damn
is-
Ovaltine.
You
That
know who's a little
damned
turd?
Ovaltine.
You son of a bitch. Crummy
His little
commercial.
brother,
No,
actually.
you know who's a real little shithead is Kevin from Home Alone.
Yeah, he is.
He
And
really
his uncle
but
is
he's also
a horrible
clever.
person too.
Also clever.
Dude, Uncle
And I appreciate
Ralph.
the
Not Uncle Ralph. What's his name?
The balding uncle that yells
Uncle
at him
Frank.
all the time.
That's it. He's a piece
Yeah.
of shit.
Yeah, he is.
I was watching that the
If
other
I had
day.
a brother-in-law that treated my kid like that, he would be flat out on his ass.
I agree 100%. Kevin's parents are pretty shitty that they let everyone treat him like that.
Yep.
It's like, I kind of get why he's so pissed off and angry. But he's also a little shit. So it is what it is. I mean, what great Christmas movie doesn't have an annoying, shitty character in it? I mean, Die Hard doesn't have any annoying characters.
No.
Yeah. No, you're right.
It's just such a damn good movie.
Near
All right, here's the
perfect.
button you requested, TLJ Screwdriver Shrubbles 08.
Glass? Who gives a shit about Glass? Who the fuck is this?
This is Deputy Chief of Police Dwayne T. Robinson, and I am in charge of this situation.
Oh, you're in charge. Well, I got some bad news for you, Dwayne. I'm not the one who just got butt fucked on national TV, Dwayne.
Damn.
Yeah.
Gonna need
I
some
got a
burn heal for that.
I got a friend of mine. He's sending me some Die Hard Christmas cookies in the mail. So,
Oh, that's awesome.
yeah, I'm kind of excited to see how they. It's like, look, I'm going to look at them for about 5 minutes, maybe take a picture or two, and then eat them. So, they're not going to last long, but they're Die Hard Christmas cookies. So, of course, you want some Die Hard Christmas cookies.
That's awesome.
What movie? Like, you could make Christmas cookies based on any film, and I'd want to eat them. Isn't that how you feel the same? Don't you feel the same way? Like, let's say I
mean, I
brought
like
you
cookies.
Christmas cookies.
Yeah. Gremlin Christmas cookies would be awesome.
Yeah. I
Is
would even be
Gremlins a
down if
Christmas
you
movie?
told me you have to say Beetlejuice 3 times before you can eat these. I'd be fine with that.
Well,
I would risk summoning forth Beetlejuice himself in order to eat those cookies.
Well, he got eaten by the sandworm. That's why it doesn't work in the real world. It used to work before that movie came out, and then the movie came out, and he got eaten by the sandworm, and he did. So R.I.P.
It's
Beetlejuice.
Hollywood. Life finds a way, or unlife finds a way.
Shrubbles08 says, "I'll take a Die Hard of Joe Rogan high as fuck, please." So okay, well, you want Die Hard
Glass.
again?
Who gives a shit about Glass? Who the fuck is this?
This is Deputy Chief of Police Dwayne T. Robinson, and I am in charge of this situation.
Oh, you're in charge. Well, I got some bad news for you, Dwayne. I'm not the one who just got butt fucked on national TV, Dwayne.
Here is your Joe Rogan high as fuck, just as you requested here on the show.
Imagine if you gave a white supremacist 5-MeO DMT, and then as the first one, as they're exhaling,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
What a rush!
Thank you, Shrubbles08, for that. Taylor Swift, greater than the Disney MCU and Star Wars, gave $1 super chat. Thank you very much, Taylor Swift, greater than Disney, Star Wars, and MCU. Xavier to God says, "Fuck, Mary, kill Nightwing, Red Hood, Red Robin." I don't know why that was so angry at Red Robin, but you know what to do.
Red Robin, yum.
Delicious.
The other day.
All right. Out of these characters, Tim Drake, pre the stupid shit that they did to him in the last couple of years, is my favorite of these three. So we'll go with Marry Red Robin, fuck Nightwing, and then kill Red Hood. Even though Red Hood's actually a good character, and ironically, all they had to do to make people freaking like that character was kill him. That's the most hysterical part about that.
I agree.
Nobody
I agree with
liked
that assessment.
Jason Todd. The best thing to ever happen to Jason Todd was for him to die.
I just like that you could call in to vote if he lived or died. So
It was they left it up to the fans, and they had an issue planned for each outcome, and it wound up being that he died. It was a small margin too, between
like 70-something people.
Yeah, it was super small, exactly. But they went with what the majority of fans who called in wanted, and Jason Todd died, and it was the best thing that ever happened to him. Ironically enough, he's far better as Red Hood than he ever was as Robin. He was a horrible Robin.
I tend not to buy or read or consume anything with Batman that has Robin if I can avoid it. So I have not read.
And
And
I like
don't-
Robin as the character.
Oh, there's
I
some
don't-
really good
It
Batman
just
and
depends
Robin
on the character. It
stories.
just depends
Yeah.
on which one.
Yeah.
I
You got to
just
be a little
don't-
selective.
I just don't know why you would have a kid sidekick. Like, I get it from the real life standpoint. They wanted kids to read the book and imagine themselves on adventures with Batman. Like, I understand that, not a problem. But as an adult, and I bought it as a kid, but as an adult, I'm just like, why would you take a 10-year-old? Like, I know it's like to distract criminals or other stuff like that, but those stories just don't track with me. All my favorite Batman stories either like don't have Robin in them, or he's just like a background character. Like, he barely shows up in the animated series in the first, half of the show. So I just got in an era where Robin wasn't really a thing until Batman Forever came out.
No, you're not wrong. I think the idea was they took a gimmick to get kids to read comics, and it wasn't until the late 60s and 70s where they actually had a bit more of a take of it. Now, one aspect of it that I liked, which Greg Weisman did over on Young Justice, is that he had Robin was the sidekick, but he was never really put in harm's danger. He was there just to be guided and trained, and he would go out on very safe missions, like during the daylight and whatnot. And then eventually they evolved into a covert part. So it's basically like you learn how to stay in the shadows. You go do research and research and gathering and intel gathering, and then you report back here. One of the aspects to it is that they'd always end up failing and have to use their other skills in order to get out of the bind they were put into. But I liked that approach because it was basically saying, even though Batman is training Robin so that he doesn't become abused as a weapon somewhere else, and exercises through his feelings of loss and grief because he lost his parents around the same age as Bruce did, and he's trying to mentor him into be something useful to channel that rage, because him growing up as an acrobat already makes him relatively a dangerous weapon in speed, dexterity, and agility. And it's like he could either go on a rampage vengeance, get himself killed immediately, or through sheer luck and skill, end up killing somebody and then have to live with that as well. And I like the dynamic that Batman is there to kind of shepherd him away from that area. And I think the evolution of him from Robin to Nightwing is a natural one. And I like the fact that Nightwing, and I think even Chuck Dixon proposed this idea in the Nightwing comics, is that Batman looks at Nightwing as what Batman would have liked to have been in more of ideal situation.
Yeah.
Someone with a bit more in touch with his humanity, a bit more balanced in life, and could still get the job done. And I think that's a cool thing, because now you're playing with Batman being a mentor to Nightwing in his own heroic story without robbing Batman of being the hero in his own story.
Well, it's in the way it's very similar in the respect that, people say that, parents like to look at their kids as, I want my kids to do better than I did. I want them to have it better than I had it. I want them to do better, right? I want them to do better. I want them to be better. I want them to reach for things that I couldn't. I want them to attain things that I couldn't. And Nightwing was kind of that for Bruce, in the way that Chuck described it, in that there was a plateau that Bruce reached that he couldn't reach beyond, but his mentoring of Dick Grayson allowed him to reach beyond just being, somebody that was like a mini Batman. No, he became different than Batman. He was something beyond that. And that's what Nightwing is. Nightwing retains far more humanity, even though there's still a lot of humanity to Bruce, but Nightwing doesn't suffer from the same dark tendencies that Batman does. And there's a great juxtaposition between those two characters when framed that way. And that's something I really, really like about that.
Our friend Georgian says, speaking of Wolverine, the Wolverine game data leaked that Insomniac, Breach, and Callisto is black in the game, based on Deborah Wilson of Mad TV.
Current day Deborah Wilson or old Deborah Wilson?
That's an important question, but none of these games can just get it right, I guess. Oh, well.
I haven't looked at any of the data leaks. For some of these data leaks for these games, unfortunately, and I won't entertain looking at them, the hackers that got a hold of all this data also got a hold of personal information of a lot of the employees that worked on these, and that's a line that I'm not willing to cross, and so I won't entertain or look at it, because I'm like, no, screw you guys. Like, that tells me everything I need to know. Like, the fact that you'd even entertain holding like individual people's personal private information like hostage like that, no, to hell with that. Like, I guess I can get the curiosity of wanting to know what's going on the inner workings of the game, inner workings of the studio. But as soon as you introduce like people's private information, no, fuck you. Go to hell. Not interested. I could disagree with the personal beliefs of every single person on that list, but if you're talking about like getting a hold of and holding on to and holding ransom their personal information as free people, you can go to hell.
I think this leak is what announced inadvertently that the X-Men have an exclusivity deal with PlayStation. So that's another thing that's coming out from that. I don't have a strong opinion on the Wolverine game. It looks cool, but I'm not buying a PS5 anytime soon. So it would have
overpriced
to be like
and nothing for it to really justify it.
Yeah, I'm not ready for it. I didn't really like the PS3 much either, but I went crazy on the PS4, so maybe I just never will play the PS5. It's okay. I think I'm going to sleep well without it. Thank you, Sazorjan. Thank you, Haunted
Appreciate
One,
you,
for a
buddy.
$10 super sticker. We greatly appreciate your generosity. Guys, I can't believe we're already at the end of the year, though. Seriously, like we still got more super chats to read, so we're not done. But I'm just like blown away. I'm like, yeah, this is it.
About to be
2023 is almost in the bag.
2024. That's wild.
Yeah, I'm excited. 2024 is a great year already. Thank you, Haunted One. TLJ Screwjob says, bring back different roles for some people / lineage things from a few months back. Say Mr. Ditkovich tried to kidnap President James Marshall. Oh, okay. So, okay. How does this work? What's a good one? General Orlov tried to kill Sherman Klump. What movie is that, DLJ Screwjob? That's your trivia question right there. So basically, guys, what they're saying is like take a movie and have like the same actors. Sorry, I'm afraid. How do you do it? You take two actors that are in the same movie and call them by characters that they play in other films. So, Mr.
Okay.
Ditkovich is the same terrorist that is in Air Force One.
I am horrible with actor names, unless it's an actor I've seen a billion times in films. So I don't think.
What
I
film
could
have you
even
seen a
attempt
billion
it.
times? Or, AKA, what's the
Alright,
film you've watched the most?
Like it basically just comes down to like Tom Cruise at this point because I've
Okay.
watched the majority of his movies, so I can't even talk.
So Jerry Maguire Jerry Maguire helps Agent Carter run away from
Run away from
Wesley from The Princess Bride.
could
Wow.
be, yeah, essentially.
That was creative.
That's a pretty good one.
That's pretty good.
I was thinking more like Ethan Hunt
We're talking Mission Impossible
tortures
now. I'm
Ray
paying attention.
Charles in a taxi cab as he goes to kill other people.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Wow, you just paired Mission Impossible with Collateral. That's impressive.
Thank you. And Ray.
That's impressive. Yeah, and Ray, yeah.
One of those is an Oscar-winning film, and the other one is Mission Impossible.
Wow.
And
I love
Collateral.
Mission Impossible.
And Collateral, yeah. Collateral's-
Is that the only instance of Tom Cruise playing the villain?
Was he a kind of a villain in the Born on the 4th of July?
Can you really be a villain when your life is when you're that downtrodden?
I mean, he's definitely antagonistic. So yeah, but I think
Well,
that
his
might have
spear's been broken.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. I guess you could go either way.
What about okay, so what movie was he the bad guy in? It's kind of like Harrison
Other than
Ford. He's only
Collateral,
really
yeah,
been a
it's
bad
really
guy in
good.
a few.
I haven't seen Interview with a Vampire in forever,
Oh yeah, that would work.
but that would
Is Les
qualify.
Grossman the villain of Tropic Thunder?
Technically, it's
I
a
mean,
little kid,
anybody that dances like that is an antagonist as far as I'm concerned.
like Les Grossman rescuing Agent Carter from would be funny.
Yeah, that would be something else. He certainly wouldn't have the same swagger and charm that Ethan Hunt does.
TLJ Screwjob, thank you very much.
That was a fun one.
I drink therefore am with the very generous super chat. He says $20 for 20 years of marriage. Congratulations, man. Shout out to the best woman on the planet. From getting the call that I was being evacuated from Iraq to 2 kids, 4 moves, and 1 retirement, and a new career later. Merry Christmas, y'all.
Oh, dude,
Hey,
Merry Christmas, man.
Merry Christmas to you too.
Merry
man.
Christmas to you and your family. God bless you all. Super happy for you.
Hopefully, we cross paths again. If we're ever down in Texas, we'll give you a call, man. Xavier to God, thank you very much. Says, do you guys prefer Terry or Dick as the next Batman?
No.
Dick is not the correct next choice for Batman. Terry works within the frame of the story that they wrote. But if anybody else was going to take up the cowl, even though Bruce is Batman, we know this. Bruce is Batman, just like Steve Rogers is Captain America. These are titles that are not mantles, really. But if I was going to attempt to accept anybody else, it would be Tim. Because Tim is the one whom Bruce said would one day be the world's greatest detective over me. And Tim became Robin specifically because he knew that Batman needed a Robin. He understood what Batman was about. He understood the necessity for a Robin alongside him. And I think he understands best, or at least did until recent years, the stupid crap they did with him at DC, how that would eventually evolve. But that being said, Bruce Wayne is Batman. Plain and simple. I love Batman Beyond. I grew up with that show. But Bruce Wayne is Batman.
Yeah, I agree. Bruce Wayne's Batman, but I do like Batman Beyond quite a bit, to the point
It's a
where
cool as shit suit, too.
Oh, yeah. And it's
like, I would wear that suit over the regular Batman suit any day.
And the reason I don't have any issue with, like, Bruce Wayne not being Batman is because he still is Batman in that show. You know,
he
Terry
even
McGinnis
refers
might be
to
the new
himself
Batman.
that way.
Yeah, like in that episode where they can read his mind or some shit.
Yeah.
But, like, having Batman be the man in the chair is a really awesome, role
He was
reversal.
basically Terry's Alfred.
Yeah. And to me, you're really just not taking Batman out of the loop when you have him just in a different role. So that's why Batman Beyond, to me, is the ultimate continuation of how you do a character with somebody else in the suit. Because, it's like, well, I've chosen you. I'm the successor. It's not like they're doing this dumb shit like 5 generations later, the granddaughter of Bruce Wayne's third uncle is, Batman. It's like, whatever. This is dumb. But, him finding some kid doing the shit he was, it all lines up perfectly. So that shows a very
it was a good
special
show.
place.
Yeah. That's one of those. It's one of. I eventually want to get on Blu-ray all of the old DC animated shows.
Same.
Batman the Animated Series, Superman, Justice League Unlimited, and Batman Beyond. I want to get all 5 of those.
Well, I owned Batman on Blu-ray.
That's
Me
awesome.
too.
That's so freaking awesome. That show was so good.
A listener actually sent it to the P.O. box, which I will shoot for on Thursday because I know I forgot. I just, been taking care of business, and I had a Christmas party this week, and it was nice. It was a great year to move back and take care of all this stuff, and it's been a lot of fun, folks. It's been a slow grow for YouTube, but then again, I'm being stretched to 2 places right now. But once this year ends, I will be done with my Wolfbusters penciling. We'll take care of the other stuff, and we'll kick everything into high gear over here. We'll be on camera. We'll be doing all kinds of great stuff, and we're going to be here for you guys even more because 2024 is going to be a crazy year. You're going to need more world-class content to help you distract yourself from the madness that will be an election year and all that fun stuff. But WCBS is going to be here to poke fun at it with you. So, folks, 2024 is the year of the bullshitter. Get involved. We're going to be doing all sorts of cool stuff. We're going to be traveling a lot more. We might even show up at some new conventions so you guys can pick up Bookbusters in person. There's all sorts of cool things that we're working on behind the scenes, including our new series and streams and more. We already have the we already have our January drunk commentaries mapped out. Maybe we'll make an announcement on the podcast on Thursday night. So, find out then.
Be on the lookout.
So TLJ Screwjob says, I'm not sure the Jeff about it, General Orlov and Sherman question, although I looked up Sherman Klein and found it's about a mass murderer. Well, General Orlov and Sherman Klump would be Beverly Hills Cop because General Orlov is played by Stephen Burkoff, who's Victor Maitland, and Sherman Klump, Eddie Murphy, Axel Foley. So there you go. I could tie everything back to Beverly Hills Cop.
There you go. This is like 5
6
degrees
of Beverly Hills Cop.
Yeah, 6 degrees of Beverly Hills Cop. That'd be a fun one.
The funny thing is how quick it came to me. It's like my prayers like
Yeah.
boom, boom.
It just
I was
shows
like, I don't
how
even
much
like
of a Beverly Hills
Octopussy.
Cop fan you are, really.
Yeah, that trailer didn't look too bad. I'm just kind of like, come
Oh,
on.
for the new
come
one,
on.
was it
Yeah.
Netflix is who's doing it?
Yeah.
Yeah. The trailer looked fine. I
Yeah.
can't look at anything in that trailer and be like, "Oh, this looks horrible." Like I looked like a trailer. Like maybe I'll check it out.
The Trace XL. Is this the illegal chop shop? Oh, he wants to chop his wife's car because the bitch ain't happy or whatever he says. Like the only funny part of that movie. Or Xavier to God, thank you very much. Thoughts on the 2003 Teen Titans show? The best Teen Titans thing ever made, in my opinion, outside of the books.
I enjoy the show for what it is. It's meant to be very toned down, geared towards a younger audience, kind of sterilized version of the Teen Titans. My biggest issue actually with it is the team makeup. That is what annoys me because they mix new Teen Titans with Jeff Johns' early 2000s Teen Titans. So Raven and Starfire were introduced in the new Teen Titans. Same with Beast Boy. And Vic, actually, now that I think about it. And yet the Robin that they have for that show is Tim and not Dick Grayson. So that was always weird to me. Even as a kid, I was like, that's not the right Robin for that. Even though Tim is my favorite Robin. I like Tim more as Robin than I like Dick as Robin.
Oh no, the Teen Titans show, that was Dick Grayson because they do a future jump and he's Nightwing.
No, in the show is Tim, isn't it?
Nope,
No.
it's Dick.
He uses Tim's staff.
That's true. But he's Dick.
And his suit is far more like Tim's. His suit
Yep.
is Tim's suit.
Oh yeah, you're right there. But yeah, they just put Dick Grayson in Tim's suit. But he I think Starfire has a time traveling episode where she meets up with
Am I
Robin, who's now
completely
Nightwing.
not
Yeah.
remembering that episode right now?
Yeah, you are.
'Cause I don't remember that at all.
Yeah.
I remember them having like one quick episode where they have Wally show up as Kid Flash.
Yep. And then they have the Tornado Twins also show up too, I think.
What the fuck? This
Calm
And
down,
Steve.
man. You're really straining over this one. I don't want you to hurt yourself. It's the end of
That's
the year. You're supposed
bothering
to
me.
enjoy
That's legitimately
the holiday
bothering me.
season.
No, the
Yeah.
holiday
When
season's
and
great.
during the Slade arc, I think they even do a flashback to Robin's origins when they point to Haley's Circus.
Do they? Gosh,
Mhm.
it has been so long since I last watched that show. I'm gonna have to do a rewatch of that show then. I believe you. I don't remember that. So and it always threw me off, at least in retrospect when I think about it, because just the bits that I do remember, I'm like, is Tim's suit, is Tim's staff.
It's even Tim's
Dick-
hair.
Yeah, and it's Tim's hair. So it's like they used Tim's design, but then it was Dick's team makeup. And that like in
Just like what they
retrospect,
did
it
with
always
the
throws
animated
me off.
series just like what they did with the animated series. Like that Robin that's clearly a Tim Drake costume that Dick Grayson is wearing in
Yeah.
the animated series.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I'm just gonna have to rewatch the whole damn thing, which is fine.
And it
because
has
I
a
love the
bitchin'
show.
theme song too. So
Teen Titans. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
pretty not bad. It was pretty
yeah,
not
when there's
bad.
trouble, you know who to call.
You do know who to call. And it's not the Ghostbusters, at least not the 2016 Ghostbusters.
I don't even think they had a phone number that was active. So that's how short of time they were in business, man. It just didn't even make sense to fucking
It
try.
was 1-800 We're Not Funny, is what it was.
Does that actually fit?
I don't
No,
know.
it doesn't.
I'm not trying to make
At
it
all.
fit, Jeff.
It'd be awesome if it did, because your joke would be next level, which would make it world class. And therefore you
If
would
it was funny with one N, it could work, I think.
That's what I was going for.
Typo works. We'll allow it. See, there you go, Andrew. You're world class.
Thank you for fixing that for me, Script. I appreciate you. This is why you're the script doctor. You
saved the
fixed my
day.
joke.
So, folks, this has been How to Write Comedy.
Trace 1-800 as F.
There you go.
I wasn't ready. Thank you for that, Trace. I appreciate that. That was funny as shit.
All right, so folks, we're gonna get out of here. Script, anything you'd like to say before we go for the year?
Thanks so much for having me on. As much as you've had me on this year, it was unexpected, but always a pleasure. Yeah, come check out my stuff because when the new year hits, Scripts on Saturdays is going to be a show that if you want to get a little bit inside perspective on what Hollywood is planning for the future years, there's no better place to check that out because we will be reading and reviewing essentially screenplays that are being circulated in Hollywood. So you will know what producers are liking and what people are writing. And yeah, we're going to judge the scripts on their own merits. And it's going to be one of the only places on YouTube you can find that type of stuff. And it's going to be a lot of fun. The co-hosts I have lined up are really great guys. And yeah, it's going to be a nice departure from the normal pulp culture talk, but still entertaining. So check that out in the new year. And when that show's over, go head on over back to World Class BS and watch their podcasts.
Well, thank you, Andrew. Anything you'd like to say before we close out the year?
Head on over to ripaverse.com and consider ordering a copy of Alpha Core. It's written by one of the most legendary writers to ever grace the comic book scene, Chuck Dixon. We've just spent a good probably half hour talking about Bat Family stuff. There's no name more associated with Bat Family characters to me, and when I grew up, than Chuck Dixon. So Alpha Core is such a classic Chuck Dixon story. He knows what the hell he's doing. He's such a fantastic writer. The book is a ton of fun. It's a fast read, even though it's damn near 100 pages. And Joe Bennett's artwork on it, chef's kiss. Fantastic book. Check that out. Look forward to Gooding coming in the spring, Yaira in the winter by the lovely Saska sisters who are in the chat. Our resident scream queens. And we've got a lot more coming down the pipeline. There's so much. Oh my gosh. Eric said that we have like 5 or 6 projects currently in production. That means books that currently have pencils and ink being worked on. That's not counting stuff that's currently being scripted. We've got a lot coming down the pipeline. There's so much to look forward to for people that just want to get engaged in comic books again. So look forward to all that. And find me on Twitter. Bug me there. I'm trying to engage in positive activity over there these days because the negativity
Good luck.
It's soul draining. And I like to put a lot more of my focus towards the creative stuff that I've got going on over the Ripaverse. And thankfully, all of our fans have made it a place where it's an opportunity for creatives to grow and for us to have these opportunities. So thank you, everybody who has backed either Alpha Core or I Some 1 and 2 or all 3 or even none and have even just like given it your consideration. We appreciate you. We just want to put out good comics. We want to inject enthusiasm back into this industry, into this medium that we all love. So thank you all for all of your support. Y'all are awesome. And thank you guys for showing up and for ordering Stealing Solo. You're keeping Jeff busy and on his toes while he's trying to finish off Wokebusters too. So thank you for throwing money at him.
Yeah, it's been great, folks. I appreciate everything you guys have done for us this year. And thank you to the people who ordered the book on every stream. So to the people who ordered it during the stream, I have your email. I'll be going to the post office tomorrow. Who knows? Maybe you could get there quickly, depending on how close you are. But folks, like I always say, you can go to stealingsolo.com to pick up the book. I'll save you the pitch for now because you know it by heart. But be on the lookout. Wokebusters is coming. Now I'm starting to talk about it a little more. Like I said, I will have finished my pencils and everything by the end of this year, and everything will be in production, and we'll be shipping that out right around the time of the new Ghostbusters, and we'll be doing a new campaign to build up some more hype and do stuff with the book. So be on the lookout for that, folks. You'll have new opportunities to get involved with it. You haven't even seen the cool marketing blitz we're doing with it too. So like I keep saying, just be on the lookout for what we do. That's all there is to do. Just follow the channel, check out the videos, and we'll bring everything directly to your home, be it digital content or a physical product, because that's what everybody wants, something tangible. Mokebusters is going to be in your hands very, very soon. So until then, folks, thank you for watching. Happy New Year, Merry Christmas, all that fun shit, and everything else in between. But until then, and next time, be smart, be safe, be cool, but always be excellent to each other.
I did not hit her. It's not true.